got you, sit with me. Angel energy, angel energy, angel energy. We got sympathy. Angel energy, angel energy. Never pressed, but I got the juice. Taking the lead, that's just what I do. I made mountains move with one hand tied, and still this world ain't satisfied. Everywhere I go, they stop and stare. I tell the truth, I take it there. Call me vicious, persistent, overzealous, that's fine. Main character energy, I stay taking what's mine. You need a foot on the gas, or put my name on the line. Main character energy, I'm just taking what's mine. And it's written in the stars, I'm a king like my sign, yeah. Raising the bar, the jaws drop like a surprise. Don't be mad about it. Don't be mad about it. I don't play the game, nah, I make the rules. Cards close to the chest, and I don't play no fool. Don't be mad about it. Look, yeah, my name stay in the mouth. Legs got broke, they said cast her. I'm the 911 response in a disaster. I don't ask, I just take. Treat the world like a man, I just blow them away. Yeah, I'm a #1 fan. Don't need a bark, I'm a bite. Switch me on, dark need light. Don't need pity, don't need spite. I just plop, plop, plop on sight. Could take your girl in 2 seconds. I just flash her a smile. I make petty look pretty. They run an inch, I run 3 miles. You need a foot on the gas, I'll put my name on the line. Main character energy, I'm just taking what's mine. And it's written in the stars, I'm a king like my sign, yeah. Raising the bar, the jaws drop like a surprise. Don't be mad about it. 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 I don't play the game, nah, I make the rules. Close to burning up all my desire to be great. I gotta just open the gate. All I need is saving from hitting the pavement, understanding when I'm impatient, that only I give to me. All I need is a little love in lonely places, the strength to stand fear in the face, that only I give to me.
Yeah.
I pack my suitcase, headed out the door, I keep my shoes laced. 2,000 miles away from home, a couple dollars in my pocket, never stopped the boy before. I load my bags and hit the road.
Miles past, turning back, found my track, face the fact, she a cold one. Never gonna settle for none, stay up every night till I won. Don't want a slow rise now, I'm confident opulence isn't a long ride out. When I look back now, I'm astounded. A quiet boy from old age, but always felt the world was a stage, yeah. I celebrate one last late night, my old life ain't staying.
I pack my suitcase, headed out the door, I keep my shoes shoes laced. 2,000 miles away from home. A couple dollars in my pocket, never stopped the boy before. I load my bags and hit the road.
I'm headed to LA. I'm headed on my way. I'm headed on my way to LA. Headed on my way soon.
Couple thousand miles, throw it on the dash. Shit, the 10,000 hours, can't let them pass. Yeah, well, I was putting time in, you was pulled up wildin'. You always had shit to say, now when I see you, it's silence. Thought I'd have a Grammy by 25. Commas after commas next to dollar sign, yeah. Had to remind myself why I'm living this life. Look at all the late nights, it'll all come in due time, yeah.
Made for the fight, for the pain and the climb. Tied to the life I chose. Stay through the night, another day, not a dime. Race against time. I couldn't just lay by and wonder what I could have made mine. I'm closing on the moment, no one's gonna hold me down.
I pack my suitcase, headed out the door. I keep my shoes laced. 2,000 miles away from home. A couple dollars in my pocket, never stopped the boy before. I load my bags and hit the road.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the ESL One Raleigh Qualifiers here for SEA. It's MLB Dota and John X5. Jonathan, welcome back. So we've got another SEA close qualifier, and I feel like it's been a while since I've casted a close qualifier, so it should be very, very exciting. But how the hell are you doing?
Doing great, Mikey. You know, we've had a lot of Dota action building up. The year just started, but we've already had Dream League qualifiers. We just recently had Wallahia finish up as well in a different tournament system. And now we're here for Raleigh. It's going to be an interesting one. Of course, there's been a lot of back and forth, especially in Southeast Asia. We see, I believe in Dream League, we had Aurora and Boom go through. In Wallahia, it was Talon going through. Aurora was invited. And now all of those teams are up again, fighting for that one slot in Southeast Asia, down from 2 that we saw in the Dream League qualifier. So it should be spicy. It should be interesting. And this first series we have, Mikey, is pretty spicy in and of itself. Boom Esports up against the Kukuis. It's RML up against his friends. You know, it's the Zhao and Tims fighting off against their friends on the side of Kukuis. It's going to be fun. I did manage to do a short interview through chat with each of these guys, with a few of these guys. You know, I asked RML, like, yo, how'd you get Ponyo? What made him a Kukui? It's like, I don't know. He was just forced to make a team together. People were looking at him saying, yo, we got to get a team for these qualifiers. And they made it through open qualifiers. He was surprised. I asked him, how do you feel about going in here into Boom? And he said, easy win. And I asked him who's the easiest opponent on Boom. And he said it's Zhao and Tim's, the Tocino brothers. So, you know, we had some strong words from RML. I asked Zhao as well. It's like, hey, Zhao, how do you feel about this one? You know, how do you feel about this matchup? And it's like, good luck and lots of love to the Kukuis. So you can see the difference in mindset right now. RML's like, he's going in, he's milking it for that content. Where Zhao is just like, you know, he's all professional now while he's on Boom, you know?
I like to hear it, Jonathan. I do like it. Very, very spicy start to this matchup. Good to see the Boom boys, Jonathan. They're not flinching. They don't care. They know they're in a prime position here to take this series. I'd argue, by the way, while we are getting into the draft, that you'd imagine Boom Esports are probably the favorites going into this matchup. But I want to say, John, this is one of those matches where I can confidently say I don't think anyone knows what's going to happen. Right? Because it doesn't seem evenly matched to begin with, but when you look at the rosters properly and you understand how powerful these boys on the Kukui's side can be, I really do feel like it's one of those series that could easily go to 3 games and could easily go either way.
Yeah, certainly so, and it's also reflecting the draft, right? Much more targeted bans coming out, stuff like the Muerta being taken care of by the Kukuis, the Invoker, the Gyrocopter, and instead of the typical Alchemist DK. Like, those two options are still left in the pool. Boom Esports, for their part as well, taking care of the Puck along with the Timbersaw. And again, just leaving all these big options. Stuff like, I believe Boom's been very, very happy to go with stuff like Terrorblade first pick, flexing it into support rather than offlane. So that could be an option as well to start off. Morphling still in the pool, which looks pretty good for Kukui since they ban out the Gyrocopter themselves. So maybe, they're expecting something like the Morphling to come out and they're looking to counteract it. The Deuce is banned out, and again, Alchemist and DK are in the pool. Boom do take care of the Doom. So they've got the steady offlane that can take care of these high regen heroes. It can just farm up in lane. We've seen FBZ on this hero before. It's very stable no matter what. It's a very safe pick for Boom Esports. And it does, to an extent, counteract the Alchemist and the DK that have been left. So I'm wondering if the side of Kukuis will want to opt for either of those strong picks here, or if we just get something completely different with those two heroes ignored.
Oh, we'll find out very soon, Jonathan. They'll dive into the reserve time, and I'm sure they are thinking about it, especially the Alchemist, I want to say, has been rather popular. So I wouldn't be too shocked to see them take it, but instead, they take another very popular hero in the Shadow Demon, and this is none too surprising. I mean, we haven't really seen a patch come out yet to change anything, and Shadow Demon, arguably one of the best supports right now on either POS 4 or 5, whichever you prefer. I think it's always a smart idea to just kind of keep your draft hidden and go for a high priority support like this.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I mean, it gives you a great save. It doesn't necessarily fully save you from a Doom, but it can also just set up stacks as well. You've got a lot of flash farm potential. Again, with those two big heroes we talked about still left in the pool, they can take care of stacks nice and easy in the triangle. So I'm very curious to see if Boom will want to ban that out. They take care of the Razor first, just to ensure the Doom doesn't have a rundown lane that he can't really manage. That's the one matchup that feels pretty awful for a Doom. It's just free damage to come in. You can try to run away with Scorched Earth, but Razor doesn't mind chasing down either.
5 seconds
I'm curious,
remaining.
again, it's pick your poison. Do you want to deal with a DK? Do you want to deal with an Alk? A DK here sounds a little bit harder to contend with. In fact, no, they don't care. They ban out the Beastmaster, so I like this from Boom. They're very confident just with having the Doom counterpick. They don't care if they pick, say, DK with Shadow Demon and just free Dragon Lucians pushing out down the lane. They don't care about the scaling mechanic of that. And they might be able to gun for it themselves here on Boom if the side of Kukuis don't ban it out. There's been a couple of pocket picks as well that I'm curious if Kukuis will take care of. Stuff like Naga Siren for Jackie's been popping back in. You know, it's not been the most popular pause one. We have seen it flexed into the role every now and again. Instead, Morphling taken out. So again, some pocket picks still there. The Alchemist DK still available for both sides. Kukuis, I'm very curious what they go for. And I'm also slightly curious where the Shadow Demon goes. We all know Ponyo on his time from town and even before that, right, in previous teams. But Joel on support is also a very interesting thing that I don't think I've seen. In the entire time we've been casting, I believe we've always seen Joel on, like, offlane from his Grind Sky or Atomic Esports days. So I'm curious about how this adjustment affects him as well.
We'll find out. For now, Kukuis, they do go for the Mag pickup, and this is another very popular hero. Just seems like Magnus, whenever it is somewhat viable, it will be taken by either team. And, of course, Mag just always good. You know, RP's never bad. Skewer back plays are never bad. Does pretty well in the laning stage, just abusing Shockwave. Is now Boom Esports. They're going to go for a Batrider pickup. Now, that's a Batrider into a Shadow Demon that we're seeing here, Jonathan, but we've seen Bats still perform very well, even against the SD. It's not necessarily the most amazing counter towards Batrider, and a lot of the time, Bats in the middle of a team fight tend to focus the Shadow Demon anyway. That's kind of the target you want to begin with.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it's also quite a strong flex pick for Boom. We have seen Zhao play it as well on 5, and there's that Naga Siren coming out for Boom as well. This one is a little bit less flexed out. They don't tend to run this on support in recent times. It hasn't been as popular as well.
Do you like it? I mean, I know you said that Jackie has been picking it up here and there. And I know Jackie has his signature heroes, and he tends to like these micro farmy style heroes. We've seen it many times from him, but do you like it, John? Tell me your personal opinion.
I think it's a mixed bag. You're picking it into the Magnus. They already have some mechanic to deal with it, would say to cleave. I think its pacing can be a little bit slow, right? Especially when you're running Doom offlane already. And I love this counter from Kuku. He's just all in on trying to punish this Naga pick with a Lion on top. I was expecting this from Boom, actually. I expected him to take the Lion. Again, we've seen Januel play it on 5. Tim's on like a 4 Bat Rider or flipping those 2 around just because you want something to deal with Magnus. Right? That's the one thing. In this lineup right now from Boom, going for the Naga first means you're a little bit more reliant on Song as a disengage. Especially if you see that Magnus come in. You're relying on Song to stop that skewer back, to stop the big RP follow-up. But it's not as... It's a little bit risky to put the Naga in that firing line. With that Lion and with the Shaker on top now, it can be a little bit frisky. Boom do go for the TA next. There is some room for flex. I'm not the biggest believer in something like the Naga 5 right now. But it doesn't... It's not looking like a great Naga 1 game is my issue overall here, Mikey.
No, I think I agree with you, John. I mean, there's just so many counters towards the Naga already this game. I actually think, you know, even if Pos 5 Naga doesn't feel amazing, it probably just is better to flex it at this point. Because you're never going to be able to have fun in this game. Like, Lion's going to get shards. No. Your illusions are just going to get deleted instantly. You're against SD as well. So he's just going to easily take your illusions from you. Like, it's not a good game for Naga. Not Naga Pos 1 anyway. So I do think we are probably going to see the flex here. Whether it works in Pos 5 or not, you know, you still have utility, John. You've still got the ensnare with the reel in. You've still got Song. You can still make work happen as Pos 5 Naga. Maybe it's just not quite as, you know, strong as, say, some other Pos 5s, but I do believe they are just going to flex pick it. And put it this way, if they do flex pick the Naga, at least the Lion ES pick don't look quite as good as they once did. Although, I'd say ES is still pretty strong regardless of whether it counters anyone or not.
Yeah, I think the Shaker is just... You and I have seen the effects of this hero over and over again. It just feels great. Offlane or mid, that slugger facet just allows you to keep playing the lane anyhow. I'm curious now if Kukuis are anticipating the TA onto mid, because if they were flexing the Naga, you're likely to put Jackie on the TA instead, on safe lane, so you should expect something else from Mac. I'm trying to wonder if they'd be willing to risk like Bat Rider mid, because Bat Rider mid versus Shaker's theoretically not a bad matchup. You and I haven't seen Bat Rider mid in a long time. I'm struggling to remember when. We've seen it once, and they even took the facet that was like middling, the tower pushing facet, when we saw Bat Rider mid. I believe that was all the way back in Esports World Cup, if I'm correct, which was half a year ago now. But not the most popular. We know Mac plays it, though, if they are worried about the Shaker matchup into TA, perhaps.
Well, I'll tell you what, John, I'm kind of concerned about this style of draft from Boom right now, because it feels very slow. You know, like, you look at the mid-game of Kukuis, and it's like once this ES has Blink Up, once this Mag has Blink Up, you're probably in a lot of trouble. Whereas Boom Esports, they don't really have that mid-game tempo apart from the TA Doom, but even they need a little bit more time. You're looking at maybe the 25-30 minute mark, kind of approaching more style of the late game to really have this draft going online. I'd like to see something pretty active in the mid lane for Mac. I think you can easily throw Jackie onto the TA safe lane. It will do well against the ES lion lane, so I'm just thinking now, like, what do you want in the mid lane? Because I'm assuming Mac's the one that needs a hero at this stage, and I would have actually liked something like an Earth Spirit, but obviously you just saw it get banned out by Kukuis. I mean, we could still see another Spirit Brother, like Ember Void Spirit doesn't seem too bad.
Radiant team pick.
They'll go Lina. Well, of course they went Lina. Lina was still available. Never mind what I said.
Yeah, it's funny. We were harping on about this Lina pick in, say, APAC just a while back, but never really popped out. This time it comes in for Mac. So you've got a very stable mid lane matchup up against probably the Shaker here, and you run Magnus off lane. Although, maybe Magnus mid kind of works better just playing with Shockwave. Either one is still set for a relatively rough time. Melee matchup into Lina is always a lot better for Lina. And with these two options for offlane, like Magnus or Shaker, assuming we're not seeing hard flex into Shaker 1 here, neither of them really enjoy going for full aura build. Maybe Magnus a little bit more so than the Shaker, but even the Shaker tends to go for, like, you know, a quick blink. He'd want BKB or Octarine. He'd want a refresh, perhaps. No, he's not really looking to be that big aura carry to try to mitigate some of this Lina's output. So one of these two will have to dip into that direction. Still curious to see if Kukuis are going to try to go for that hard flex on hand here. with a bot, or if they're just going to go for a steady safe lane for him.
My quick apologies, by the way, for anyone in-game that couldn't hear me, Jonathan. I did not have my in-game mic on. It is now on, though, John. So, they can hear me now as Kukuis. They're going to finish off with the PA pickup. Interesting, to say the least here, Jonathan. I suppose it doesn't look like the worst PA game in the world, but I wouldn't say it's the best either. Laning stage-wise, though, she should have a pretty decent time. What are you thinking? I mean, this is a very active draft from Kukuis. I definitely don't dislike this draft. But do you think they've got what it takes here to take game 1 against Boom Esports?
I think there's a lot of interesting things going on with Kukuis. We are seeing Joel playing on the off lane, so Cox will actually step back into support for the Shadow Demon. Again, I was a little bit confused about seeing Joel on 4. So it looks like Cox is going to be taking a step back. You've got some great synergies here for your Magnus, right? PA Magnus, even Shaker Magnus is pretty devastating, giving you an Ags-like effect very early on. There's some good tempo. I'm curious to see how a bot plays his PA. Like, that's the one thing. I think we've still seen a lot of methodical PAs go for Battle Fury, which can be a bit slower. You're playing into a slower draft anyhow. Maybe it's not the worst thing in the world, but I feel like there's untapped potential there with, say, just looking more into insta-kills, right? Like, going for this kind of build-up, which emphasizes being able to jump in faster, like a Sanjin Yasha, and a little bit more durability on top. Maybe the Desolator can still come in, and removing that Battle Fury from the build order and just kind of hanging near Joel, perhaps, can kind of lead to a faster pace for Kukuis. Whereas for Boom, it feels like they're very reliant on how well Max mid lane goes. Right? Like, this mid lane up against the Shaker should be Lina favored anyhow, but they need to maximize that just because you've got this TA and Doom that are going to be farming, like you mentioned, right, Mikey? There's this timing for the TA. We've always seen players go for Blink, Dragonlance into Desolator, and that just takes time. At best case scenario, you're looking at 15 to 16 minutes. Most of the time, you're leaning closer towards 20. In a slower game, it's almost at the 25 if things are going rough. And, your Doom's not going to be able to really do as much as well. You're just going to be sitting back there, Midasing up if ever. That's the build you go for on FBZ with Devil's Bargain, or just devouring creeps away. So your two cores are kind of sitting back and farming. The activity from your two supports to connect with Lina isn't bad. Right, net into LSA setup is actually fairly straightforward. It's just a matter of how much can Mac really get out of his mid lane, and how much the Kukuis will be able to try to rotate onto mid. As we have a quick pause, and Zhao gives us the double dots.
Good.
Secret Armel Shaker. That's a throwback.
This is the thing, right? We're completely expecting these... Give me a translation. What's Armel said?
Okay, Armel saying, giving us the dots to Sino Brothers. Zhao's like, yeah, fine, just laugh at us. You always just laugh at us, don't you? FBZ puppy message. 5 subs, please, for Cox.
What's Zhao saying?
And Zhao is saying, like, oh, he's asking for it. He's asking. He's asking for it.
They've already started the trash talk. I mean, you knew these two teams were going to start this game, and there you go, Jonathan. There it is. The voice line's been used. John, I hope you're aware that they're not selling your voice line anymore, John. I'm not sure why you've convinced Mac to use it, but you've done it again, haven't you?
That's not even the latest voice line. That's like the one before.
I don't use your voice lines, John. I wouldn't know, right? I bought them, okay? No, I bought them. I did the important thing. Whether I use them or not is a different question entirely, but I bought them.
I always get a weird feeling when I run into a pub and I see someone using them. Like, are they okay? Are you fine? Are you doing fine in life, buddy? Is everything all right?
Probably not, John. Let's be honest.
It never is. Anyone crazy enough to use this that isn't pro is probably just losing their mind.
Can you explain to me as well, what is the Tessino thing that they keep calling Zhao? What's the Tessino brothers?
So
30 seconds.
I don't know. Okay, so Tessino's a pork dish. It's a sweet pork dish, right? I think it's the one that looks really red, Mikey, if you remember, if we've ever had it. Like the really red sweet pork dish you have for breakfast in the Philippines.
Oh, yeah, and yes, I did have that. It was delicious.
Yeah, it's delicious. I think he's calling them pig brothers. A very indirect way.
Hey, either that or he's calling them fat. Either way, that's not very nice. That is horrible. My goodness. Can you believe that, Jonathan?
Yeah, the good old Merienda Chief himself giving it out.
Cox,
Cox, how are you doing
kamusta?
with Coach? Don't do mind games, says Armel. Are you fat? Are you tick-faced? Oh, sorry.
What?
Who is their coach in Cooper's, I wonder? I forgot to ask the lads, because they used to have AU on in the last Dream League qualifiers. So I'm assuming AU is their coach, but I don't know. The man's not been doing much since 2023. I was a little bit surprised when I saw AU playing, actually.
Hey, I'm sure. I'm sure he can still play the game, John. You know.
For sure.
The battle begins.
Here we go. Bounty runes. Nobody's fighting. Just some Naga illusions. So Tocino's the pork dish that I liked. What's the beef one called again? You know the one I was having every morning? Oh,
Yeah,
yes. Oh, man. Those are my two favorites. The Tocino and the Tapa. Oh, man. You're bringing back some memories, Jonathan. Shout out to Sofitel, which are probably not even open anymore.
No, they're gone. I don't know if they're out for innovations or just out. Still, what we do have that's not out. This is mid matchup that's not gone yet. Mac up against Armel. Good old Merienda Chief Armel up against the Bisayawa God Mac on mid. Again, this should be relatively straightforward for Mac. Just long range poke. Not much Armel can do at level 1 to even 2. Heck, even into a tree. You're likely not reaching into Mac anytime soon, and you can just see Mac abusing that range, letting off a Dragon Slave, clearing out, and just having fun. Armel's going to have to try to find a way to finagle his way through this, because he can't just go in and chant. Heck, even looking for a slugger can be a little bit rougher in these early levels.
Yeah, he's probably just going to be focused on trying to get as many denies as possible with the enchant totem, which we did see quite a bit of. So one thing that the ES does really well is just deny a billion creeps away from you. Meanwhile, top lane, you've got Jackie, of course, currently being disrupted by Cox, and Jewel looking for maybe a skewer back, but in fact, no, he's still level 1. Doesn't have skewer available yet. Of course, Zhao is going to be there to try and protect as the position 5 Naga Siren. But this could be a bit of a tough lane for Zhao. Like, as a support Naga against Mag SD, there's really nothing you can do, because if you do get too close from disruptions up, they're just going to disrupt into a skill back play. And ultimately, I think Zhao's just better off just not getting too involved.
Yeah, I think the best situation for Zhao is exactly what he's doing. Play on the sides, allow them to try to make this play onto Jackie, and just hope that by the time they do, you'll have a value point and end snare. So if disruption's up, you have at least some way of giving Jackie some time to step away. And very unfortunate for the side of Kukui's actually.
Bottom lane.
That move slightly early.
Tim's is being chased down here, Jonathan. Tim's could be in a lot of danger, and I think he's just dead as Denzanity able to barely secure the kill before Ponyo takes it. Very nice start already for the side of Kukui's.
And that's probably one of the slower lanes to come out for Boom. Lion on 5 has been popping out a little bit more, and it is a really good set of damage to play with, right? Like, you've got a steady set of stuns, you've got the Essence Eater nowadays coming out more often, so every time you mana drain as well in the stuns, it's some nice poke damage coming in. There's not too much Tims and FBZ can really do until they hit maybe level 3 or 4 themselves, and then you can start to pressure in. You do have to show some respect for just how much damage a PA has with just the Blightstone and the Dagger. That slow can be quite annoying, and I'm actually very interested to see if a bot will, or Denzanity will actually opt for something like the Orb of Corrosion. We've seen a couple of times in the one rare PA game you'd get in the, especially in APAC finals, I think, most recently. So, not looking like it for a bot. Again, for FBZ, all he'd want to sit back and farm. Doesn't quite have Devour. So, we'll just have to try to keep working that wave. But a bot's already off to a fantastic start. 18-4 on the PA. Still looking to build into Battle Fury. Not too strange, but set for a smooth ride on that at the very least. And again, if that timing hits, and you tie that in with Joel come in with maybe even just level 1 Empower, this PA doesn't take too long to get online, as we've seen before.
Absolutely not. Jumping in onto Tim's. Tim's taking a lot of damage already, but FBZ is going to intervene. Ponyo and Abat going to both be okay to back themselves out. But I wouldn't actually mind seeing the Orb of Corrosion for Abat this game either, but I think the idea is his team's already going to be very active. So like, you can always just play the 4 Protect 1 with this style of draft, and he probably just doesn't feel the need to get involved too early, because he understands that Boom Esports with their own draft are probably not going to be looking to fight early either, is my assumption.
Yeah, I mean, they really have to kind of sit back and turtle just a little bit more on the side of Boom. Again, you've got that TA, you've got the Doom on hand. Heck, you even have the Batrider, who, as we know, tends to eat jungle space. Curious as to how much jungle space Tims will be able to find for himself, considering this lineup. And again, it just leads into timings that you have to wait for. Maybe the big one outside of just your 4-6 is probably your Batrider kind of working into Blink. That has been a pivotal one we've been seeing. A little bit of movement mid here.
They do indeed. Mac going to be chased down. Armel trying to get in range for the enchant totem. Does land it, and Mac should just be dead. Shadow poisons will stack. Cox will take the kill himself. And that's a very important rotation to make because Mac was having a little bit too much of a fun time in that mid lane.
Just a great TP out coming there from Cox. And just gets that set up. A little bit maybe greedy here on Mac as well, not to go for a value point LSA in a melee matchup. He has no way of just holding them back from attacking. He went all in greed and trying to farm up and poke with a Fiery Soul. And that is punished by Armel nicely. So a 2-0 start for the Kukuis. Their lanes outside of that mid is actually not looking that bad. And Jack is maybe farming a little bit more up top, but a bot is managing to get his foundation set up. They've been really nice and aggressive bot. Armel gets a solo kill. He's almost level 6, so he can start to threaten rotation into the side lanes as well. And the possibilities do open up. Just a little bit of pressure from Boom coming down bot here, though.
Snare out, reel in from Zhao, but a nice Earth Spike from Ponyo. Going to make life a little bit harder as a bot does get a Blink Strike to the north. Blood Grenade is actually going to land, but they kind of out of gas, I think. They're still trying with the Blood Grenades out, slowing a bot down once again. Ponyo's going to stick around and just tank the gank, because now Cox is going to show up. And with that, they don't really secure a kill. It was kind of what we were talking about during the draft phase. Like, the support duo and the draft overall of Boom, they're not good early. It is very hard to secure any kills with this kind of draft, as now Bart going to jump back in. Looking to maybe chip away, but Boom looking to fight back. Earth Spike again going to land on 2. Cox still moving in with the Shadow Poison, and here comes Armel. Echo Slam committed. Ponyo is going to secure FBZ's life, and now Mac shows up. Does get a kill onto Ponyo. And thankfully for Mac, he actually found a Haste Rune, which is how he made it there in time to get a bit of a trade going. That'll allow him to also escape very nicely.
That's such a massive commitment out from both sides. It does work out better for Kukuis in the end. I mean, they do have to drag an Armel, they TP down Cox, so top lane's left alone a little bit. Not that you mind for Joel anyhow. He does get to soak up some free farm and EXP for himself. And they stop this pressure onto a bat to an extent. Like, I understand where Boom's coming in from. They do feel like this PA is getting a little bit too much. It's just that the movement, it's really hard to kind of get this working. Like, the Deluge has been looking nice. The Ensnare and Reel-In has been quite nice, but it's just your follow-through's not there. You don't have Doom. You don't really have the biggest spells for FBZ to play with either on his creep. He did get the Tomato creep with the Auras, but it doesn't really give you much in trying to chase anyone down and holding them down for that burst. The best thing you get there for Boom is, again, maybe some free room for Jackie top, who has been working this lane quite freely. Joel has not been able to keep up as much, and this TA is set to have a very decent timing into the Dragonlance, actually, already into the power treads. And maybe looking for quicker tempo for Jackie, you could opt to skip the blink, but they'll get a nice sneaky rotation through the gate. They still want to make some action happen down bot here somehow.
I mean, I can respect that, because the Bart's had a very good lane. They want to try again. Flame Break will not land. Zhao's going to cut them off. Maybe they'll have to try and just secure Ponyo instead, but Jackie's joined in as well. So Ponyo should guaranteed be dead and does go down, as now they'll move on to a Bart. A Bart forced to try and fight back, but he's going to have to Blink Strike towards the east. It won't help that much though. Jackie's still on the chase, and eventually a Bart getting a little bit lucky with the evasion, but it shouldn't matter as he will go down to Zhao. Very strong rotations now from Boom Esports. And it seems like they can already look to secure the bottom tier 1 if they really want to. But Jackie says, screw that, I want to farm.
Yeah. No need to bother here as the PA. A little bit surprised that Kukuis aren't opting to bring that many more heroes around. Like, we've seen Joel just stay stationary up top. He did opt for no Empower, so he does have quite a fair bit in the Skewer and the Shockwave to try to reposition and play around in that very tight spot.
Oh, Zhao. He stuck around a little bit too long. Zhao, under vision, is going to get caught and does get taken down. So some nice revenge up from a Bart now. And a very nice ward as well to just scout out that Zhao was still standing in that area.
Yeah, nice and sneaky from Ponyo. Just setting it up after that rotation. Is also right outside sentry range as well. Not going to be very easy for Boom to try to spot it out later on. And that does even things out. You still have good progression coming out here for a bot to go into that battle here. He's still number 3 in that work despite all the pressure. He's right behind Mac, not too far behind Jackie in terms of farm. So that tempo for the PA is still set to go. For the side of Boom, we were talking about just how much was reliant on this mid to pop off. Mac already has his travels up. So he can't just show up into any of these fights or force fights out himself if he wishes. And that does set a good tone, because we were talking about that chase down not being too successful, only really panning out because Jackie decides to go through the gate. Now this Lina should be able to provide the damage and some control with that LSA and reel in combination to at least look for some of these pickoffs if they so wish. Still a very steady game coming out, 4-3 into the 10-minute mark. And I have to say, the fact that Jackie's not contested does set a very good tone for Boom. Again, Dragonlance up, Desolator could be next if he opts to skip the blink. And once you kind of have that, I mean, you take one team fight, you take a quick Roshan with all of the damage you could have here with Alina, and the game starts to open up massively for Boom if they're just allowed to free farm on this T8 to set tempo.
All being chased down top lane. Xiao's going to be able to land it in snare. Reeling as well. Jackie's going to be there to back him up with a meld strike, and Tim's also around. Do they have the damage? Yes, they do. Jackie's securing his second kill now as the TA, and this is getting scarier and scarier here for Kukuis. I mean, you already talked about the free farm of Jackie, but he's finding kills on top, and it really is just uncontested. In fact, Jackie's now queued up a blink dagger, and that's just going to allow him to get even more active with his side. And they certainly can hope to do so, because they're just pulling more and more ahead as time goes on.
They've been really smart with their plays here on the side of Boom. Again, outside of maybe that optimistic rotation bot, they have started to really line up on their course to scale into this point. The one thing you have for Kukuis right now is you are inching closer to Armeld's blink timing. So he is going to be able to get on top of some heroes, try to look for some big slams on the group waves, or even some illusions if Jao isn't careful. Speaking of, up top.
Yeah, I mean, Cox is just trying to defend the tier 1 tower from the siege creep, but he's being chased down now. Tims will have to let him go. More TP rotations were incoming as Xiao does get caught. Ponyo with the finger, able to get the job done. And they do successfully defend the tier 1, but they are still forced to deny it off. So you only really deny the gold away. Boom Esports still kind of just got what they came for, and well, ultimately you kill Xiao, but Jackie still makes his way out pretty safely. And of course for him, it's just back to the farm game.
Hit that blink, hit that Desolator timing, and start to hit the fights and hit the objectives you'd want, like the Roshan again. For Kukuis, they've got this great blink timing on Armel. 12 minutes in, not the quickest in the world, but also not the slowest, considering his lane matchup. This is actually pretty impressive into the Lina matchup. And it's a matter of how much they can get out of this blink timing, right? Like, can you actually catch out more than just the supports? Can you actually try to get the burst play onto Jackie or even Mac? Those are the two big ones you have to be really worried about here. And can you kind of tie that in with Joel? He's only about 300 gold away as well. So maybe some patience to lead into the double blinks. And again, the team fight potential for Kukuis when it comes down to a 5v5, much more focused on area denial, much more focused on just wide control, whereas on Boom, it's very much about single target control outside of the song. Like, that's their only AoE tool on hand. And I suppose that's the one thing. That's the one thing where it comes down to, like, play and timing and synchronization as team. If you do end up popping, say, RP, or if you do end up popping RP Slam, if Zhao is around with Song, and he's not caught in either of that, you could still be in for a bad time. So it's really just down to finding these openings. It's down to setting up some vision here as well on Kukuis. Their wards aren't particularly amazing either. It's all very defensive down bot, whereas at the least for Boom, they've got this one very aggressive ward by the tier 2 setting up to maybe try to sneak in and just take control of that jungle, farm a little bit more far forward. And they have a good line of defense as well on the river to prevent that same aggressive play from Kukuis. And that's just much more beneficial for Boom. These defensive wards are exactly what they want. Again, they're not looking to be too offensive yet. We need to see Kukuis try to even just smoke out for wards. I wouldn't mind that, like getting a ward right behind this tier 1 or right in front of the tier 2 in that cliff area where Jackie would be farming once you take tier 1 point anyhow. Kind of enables them to look for these plays. Just haven't seen the opportunity for the side to Kukuis to walk around that area just yet. They've been very much stuck on their side of the river for quite some time now.
They certainly have. It has not been the greatest of starts here for Kukuis, and this draft is the one that's going to be more active, or I was saying during the draft, but It can be a little bit hard if you start to fall behind after the laning stage. Obviously, things can fall apart quite quickly. There is a blink coming up on Jewel very, very soon. Already one on RML, so I fully expect them to start going for big smoke attempts now. Because you might want to start trying to slow down this TA a little bit. I mean, even bottom lane, FBZ's just casually been pushing in that tier 1 tower. And so he'll get that for free. He's just going to leave it for the creeps to get done. And yeah, I mean, if you're Boom, you're just getting everything off to a great start. Like, there's not really much else to say here. Just a 2k advantage, but more so, their draft shouldn't be the one this far ahead already. I mean, he'll even max not about to, but he'll have an Ags within a couple minutes. If he keeps farming at this pace, it's a little bit concerning.
So Jao just ends up saying they're calling their coach. They think you guys might be calling your coach, aren't you?
They might need to, based on how this game's gone.
Armel, it's like, if our player relapses, Jao, this is your fault. Jao, it's like, but you don't see him anyway. You know, you're not seeing anyway, right? Armel, it's like, wait, they're going too fast. You're bringing back the trauma, says Armel. Armel says, the guy's already ugly. Don't traumatize him. Oh, these clowns. Oh, God.
Oh, there's your name.
Oi!
What do they say, John?
It's my fault because I said I'm heating things up with pinging all of them before. Have you ever seen a caster get called out by the players mid-match? Here you go.
There you go. Thank you, John. There you go. John's been instigating as per usual before the series do start.
Oh, God.
You really are an instigator. Every single series we have, they're trash talking because you said something before the match starts. Every single time.
You know, I'm just taking what I learned from back in the CDPC when we were working with BTS. You know, what Mr. Dakota taught me on doing interviews. I just reach out and it's like, hey, how you guys feel about this one? Now they're all like, oh, you know, it's gonna be easy. And it's like, oh, the Tocino brothers, oh, they're easy food, easy breakfast. That's all it is, easy. And here we are, 5-4 2K lead. Not so easy now for Boss Armel.
Well, I'm glad you brought up the SCADPC with BTS, Jonathan. That was, you know, I was about to make some inappropriate.
Was there any other? I don't recall.
Well, there was another one. Keyword is was. You know, I guess I won't make too many jokes about that situation because it's rather sad, if anything.
You'll get all chat in sad faces from all of the players.
Yeah.
You'll never see a sadder lobby if you raise that up.
Well, I got upset because apparently some of the casters got a message about that situation. I didn't get a message. They haven't paid me.
Oh yeah.
Where's my message?
I think it's everyone that's been pinging the fella.
Yeah.
Right? He sent me one too. I was like, oh, cool. Nice. Thanks.
Because 90% of us gave up a year ago. We just like, yeah, this guy's got no idea what he's doing. Yeah. That's great. Anyway, hopefully this pause will be over sooner. This is the most needed role in all of SCA Dota as an audio engineer. If you're an audio engineer out there, just make sure you reach out to these teams because they will have headset and mic issues without fault every single time. There'll be a sound issue every time.
Yeah, I wonder what Cox did. You know, maybe he was traumatized. He got trauma brought up. He slammed his headset. Unfortunately, they're not in like a team house. You know what would be lit? A Kukui's team house, I think, would legitimately be the funniest piece of content ever.
Well, hold on.
I think they should do it.
You're telling me they're not even in a team house. So how do you have headset issues? This is my problem. How do you have headset issues on your own PC? Explain that to me, Cox.
Look. A little bit. I won't share all the details of the anecdote, but I will say this. I spent some time with a pro player coming back from Bangkok, and I realized now all of the time I was making fun of Alphon, throwing shade at Nate Wicks, you know, poking fun at all of our great managers out there, like Neil, like Eric, Core. I realize now it's not easy to be a manager. It's not. You have no idea what these players know and do not know about daily life. It is It is fascinating to have been
I'm-
stuck with my good friend for at least 8 hours. That was interesting.
Oh, I'm well aware they're useless. These players, outside of Dota, there's no hope. They couldn't put their own pants on. I'll tell you what, these guys, they know nothing. They know nothing.
Burns, doesn't it?
To be fair, I don't know if the average Dota player would also know anything about putting pants on, Mikey.
Fair. That is fair.
And the viewers don't see below the pants right here, Who's to say?
Who's to
I'm
say
not
we're
too
wearing
sure
pants?
myself. Yeah, exactly. I'm not too sure myself. I can't even see down there.
Potential forfeiting coming here. Our admin's not happy whatsoever. 3 minutes left. Can we borrow a
Armel
boom?
just
No, you
volunteering.
can't, Armel. No, you
Just
can't.
volunteering it.
No, don't say
Zhao
yes,
says
Zhao.
yes.
Oh, Zhao, what are
FBC's
you
like,
doing?
ask Tim's. Zhao doesn't even wait for Tim's. He just says yes. Zhao, I was telling you, right? Zhao was like, good luck to the Cucuys. It was all very positive. It was like, it's going to be a fun series. And out comes Carmel, right? As they get in the Tocino brothers, he instantly calls out. Where Zhao is like, oh, good luck. They're friends. You're good friends. It's going to be fun. Carmel just swings out Tocino brothers. It's like, all right.
I guarantee Gary's not happy about the fact that his team's giving pause time over. I guarantee it. This Gary's probably like, why don't we just take the free win? Who cares if they want pause time?
Armel's like, so Zhao's like, we give 5. Tim's, Armel's like, you're saving up in the soap as well? And
Soap?
Zhao's just like, oh, yeah, the soap. Like, they won't even share good soap, all of the soap with us. They're saving half the soap to wash themselves with. Zhao's like, what happens if we DC? And, he says, you're crazy. You're actually crazy, Armel. And Zhao's like, you might as well be grateful. Don't be angry. We're so kind. Oh, okay.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, God bless.
Cox suddenly learning how to use a headset. Very, very nice.
I think, sometimes the on-off switch is hard to find. Maybe the
Don't-
batteries run out,
Don't make excuses for them, John. FBZ's about to get caught. No excuses here from him either. He'll go for a run with the Scorched Earth. Fisher, Armel, not going to throw it out yet. Earthspike's going to land, and they should have him, but here comes Mac. Abart's in trouble. Song out. They've already committed the LSA, but Abart has no way out of here. He is down as they'll find another. It's going to be a 2-for-1 special for the side of Boom Esports and a much, much better trade. FBZ will go down, but you found the POS 1, you found a POS 5. You can't be unhappy with that.
No, you're certainly very happy. Armel just jumping the gun, going straight for the slam. Trying to cut off FBZ from perhaps catching out and casting the Doom before he dies. So just a little bit worried about that. Does cost him maybe a follow-up where he could have gotten a bigger slam if they were patient, even after losing a bot. And again, we aren't seeing any response out from the side of Cucuys, right? Like every time this happens, FBZ gets caught out. Guess what? They rotate 3 heroes in to back him up. They get another on a bot.
Certainly do, Abart. You really don't want to be dying like this. That's a second death straight after respawning. So back to the graveyard for him. And this is after Abart had a fantastic laning stage. But now you look at his net worth, John. It's pretty damn low at the moment.
That it is. He's been suffering from these series of ganks. And again, Boom has had a big target paint at the back of a bot for some time now. It's a great effort, right? Like, this is the hero that will pop off. This is their big win condition. There are lots of big steroids for this PA as well. You have to do everything you can to kind of stop that from coming out. I'm just surprised Cucuys more than willing to kind of trade away like that. Again, like I was talking about that comparison. FBZ gets caught out. They rotate 3 more heroes on top to kind of get a big trade. Whereas for Cucuys, Joel's just sitting back and farming. Like, this guy has, again, not really left top, not really rotated, hasn't really popped big RPs, hasn't really helped his team even after picking up the blink. I think this comparison in how they prioritize defending or counter-fighting is just maybe a little bit surprising. It's leading into this big lead for Boom early on. 6-7, but a 5k lead. Free farm for Jackie, free farm for Mac. Full recovery for FBZ after a slightly slower lane. And all of their timing's lining up. Desolator not too far off for Jackie. Already has that blink we saw earlier, going for the Ags as well. The Ag Shard with a silence. Even more counterplay to come in. They do have good control on Cucuys to just play around their triangle and just kind of farm from there. Again, a bot doesn't quite have his Battle of Fury, but Empower at least helps, although being tracked up by John Yuel's illusion certainly doesn't feel comfy for a bot either. At least he will still get most of that farm. It's just, the timings are all way off. Like, if you're Boom Esports right now, if you're Gary watching this, if you're Mushi upstairs, you know, you'd be a little bit upset about sharing pause time, but you're very happy about how the guys are playing this game out.
I mean, speaking of pause time, if I can go back to my rant, Jonathan, I think these players should have no access to any wireless equipment. That's the way I see it. It should all be corded. Because these problems happen every game. So I'm going to assume it's like a Bluetooth wireless thing issue. So just give them headsets with cords. No more wireless until they figure it out.
I'm going to double down that, Mike. I think it's something like they ran out of batteries and they don't know where they kept the spare AA's or whatever. They don't know where they kept the spare pack. It's just...
No more wireless. You won't have that problem with a cord,
Yeah,
John. Ponyo, he's in trouble. Oh, Mel's going to blink in, though. Finger out. Echo Slam committed, although a nice song has been... In fact, it wasn't an Echo Slam. It was just a stun. FBZ looking to set up. They've still got Echo, but not so much anymore. He's doomed up. Mel will be falling. Jewel will make it out just barely for now. Nobody to chase him down, but they can just secure this tier 1 mid tower at this stage. I believe there is a creep wave on the way, and see, with Jackie around, they're going to have plenty of damage. In fact, Jackie's just doing it himself. He doesn't care for the creep wave. Doesn't need it.
Yeah. Not quite. We'll go back and sort it out. But again, this time, it's just really not pan out for Kukuis. Joel actually
Cox
shows up and RP's 1.
They found Cox here in the tree line. Jackie with the trap scouting him out. Very, very easy scout for Jackie. And that'll be your mid-tier 1 tower going down as Abad's going to show himself, but does blink strike away. So no jump in. But Boom Esports, they're in complete control as they're going to find Ponyo on top. I mean, this is beginning to be a really one-sided style of game 1 here, John. Already an 8k advantage, but you look at that net worth graph and you look at who's at the top. It's all 3 from Boom, and it's not like this draft tends to slow down when you're ahead.
No, it certainly doesn't. Again, it's... Oh, maybe they catch something here.
They got Tims. I mean, it is something. He was about 200 gold away from his blink. So they'll slow his blink dagger timing down a little bit on the Bat Rider.
That they do, and maybe find themselves an opening. They still have that slam ready on Armel. They are playing a little bit forward. Jackie is feeling rather confident, but they don't have the vision to really back up this smoke fully. They do manage to get a good scan on the right side onto FBZ. Maybe a bot can start this?
They're going to try FBZ. Probably can't make it out. He'll pop the drums and try, but completely surrounded, he will go down. So a very nice pick now from Kukuis. Ponyo will be able to secure the kill himself on the Lion. These are the kind of pickoffs you need to see from this side. Like, they just need to find the quick, easy ones where somebody's out of position, just getting a little bit greedy. It's going to allow them maybe a pathway back into this game 1. I mean, you do have Armel getting relatively close now to picking up the Ags as well, so that could be a bit of a game changer here for Kukuis. It's about 650 gold off of that. I suppose that's something.
Just the additional mobility is going to be a big thing for Armel. Again, it does feel like one big part of what's allowing Boom to just take these fights is how they're coming in staggered to it. Right? Like for the side of Kukuis, we saw that one-man RP and Joel. He needs to catch more. Right? Like, whereas for Boom, if they do stream in 1 by 1, it works to their favor. They can counteract that fight with a song. They can reposition. They can try to look for a better Doom target in the back through that song, as long as Zhao isn't caught in that first onslaught. And it just makes the game a lot easier to play. See a little bit of a smoke out from Boom. They've got that blink up on Tims. And they do have the forward vision to back this. In fact, Armel might be biting this bait.
Armel. Not expecting the blink reveal from Tims to come out this early, but it's pretty standard timing for the Bat Rider Pos 4 to have it up around this mark. A little bit unfortunate there for Armel. Just desperately trying to get that little bit of gold for the Ags, but ends up costing his life. And at this stage, like, Jackie's got the full Deso, FBZ's got a full BKB up. Like, they've got all these core items that mean they can just go again. There's no reason for Boom to give up the ground they've achieved.
No, there's really no reason to do so. They even have an option to maybe look for that pickoff into Roshan, as they do have the damage for it on Jackie. And they have that utility with the Ag Shard. So a little bit of a silence out with the traps, making these fights a lot harder to follow through if you're not careful. On the side of Kukuis. For Kukuis, again, it does feel like Armel is the one kind of soaking in along with still Denzanti, good old Abbat. His BKB is only the recipe away. So it starts to simplify just a tad bit, not fully so. He's still a prime Doom target if you're not careful. And I'm sure FBZ is going to have to be racking his brains as to, once that PA BKB is shown, whether or not that's what they'd want to lock in first, or if they manage to get a stop on, say, the RP or Slam with the Doom on hand. 9-11, 9k lead. And again, smooth sailing so far for Boom. Another piece of mobility out for Mac, has his blink coming in. And honestly, it's really just smooth sailing. They're going to get the shard out for John Well. He's queuing it up to be bought out ASAP instead of trying to gun for the Tormentor.
Abbat! Oh!
Ooh.
Abbat! Jesus! 60 HP he survived on from that Tormentor. 60 HP. He got the BKB as well. In good news here for the side of the Radiant, Jonathan, they did manage to speed up the PA farm quite a lot thanks to the Empower plus Battle Fury, so Bart's now 3rd in net worth. But it's still not really matching up to what Jackie's got. I think Jackie, once he's got the BKB going, you're in pretty big trouble.
And you are. You really have to rely on a big RP. Quick blink away there from Armel and the smoke play.
Oh, Mac? Oh, Mac found him. Mac got him on the high ground. There was a ward to watch. Ponyo to go down as well. And Mac, he's looking for more now. Cox, he'll go for a run. Chase is still on. Mac, he'll let him go. But again, I mean, you already found Armel. You'll be more than happy with that style of trade, as I believe now they're looking for a Bart. Eastern side of the map here. Jewel is there to help out, but Tim's is going to spot him out. Jackie Rapper. Oh, no, a Bart jumped in. He jumped into it. Oh, Tim's baited him in. Jewel ran away, but a Bart wanted to go for the fight. Song committed.
Okay.
Jewel's not making it out either. Sing him a lullaby before he gets put to sleep, Jonathan. Double kill for Jackie. And now I dare say they just rush Roshan. No need to keep farming. Just go for the Roshan pit.
Well, things are out. They've got the area secured. They've got the kills to back this up. And they've got the damage on Jackie. Just unfortunate for Kukuis. Really not much more to say about that. The blink onto the high ground. Not expecting the ward to have been there earlier on. Punishment very clean from inside Boom. And again, it's just when they're willing to take these fights on Boom. Like, they're clumping up together now after Spike, when Kukuis could have done the same thing with his blink timing from Joel like 10 minutes ago. Like, they had that timing lined up. The offlane just opted to farm. A bot was copying a lot of pressure because they weren't making any moves. They'll try to get out and fight into this Roche now. They do have at least the slam ready on Armel with the Ags, but it does go quite quick.
They know Armel's there because Zhao's mirror image did end up seeing him use the enchant totem. Zhao's going to go for a TP. Nice Fisher at least. They do at least catch one, but do they find him is the question. Zhao, he does get pinged out. Still at position 5 Naga Siren. Not really too much to write home about here, but they'll take what they get.
Yeah, and it's only been Zhao that they've been finding in the past few fights. Like, Boom do not care about their sacrifices. They might be able to still fight.
Quick jump out from Armel, but the chase is on. Disruption will save from the Light Strike array, but Ponyo's just going to get bursted down as Armel. He'll jump in for the Echo. Can they get the Lina? I think the answer might just be no, as Tim's now looking for a lasso. Actually commits. Jackie, though, going to show up. Cox will go down. Now Jackie looking towards Armel, but Blink is on cooldown, so he can't really chase. 2-for-1 trade. Not too bad here for the side of Kukuis, but not great either.
Not quite. You really want these bigger kills to come out, and that did force out the slam from Armel. You still have that RP and Joel if he can find the big angle. It's, again, lots of things working against Kukuis here. The vision game from Boom has been a lot sharper. The traps on top of just this warding they've been getting out around the map has been much cleaner than what we've seen from Kukuis. Like, we've got this nice sneaky ward right between the mid and top lane, behind those tier 2s, that can provide good angles for the kidnapping. They've got these traps all over the place. Whereas for the side of Kukuis, what do they have? One forward ward down bot near where the tier 1 was, and really not much else to speak of. A lot of sentries to try to take care of that vision from the side of Boom. Even a full gem up now on Cox just to ensure that they maintain control. It doesn't help them look for these plays. So they're forced to just play a lot more defensive, still sit back, seed out this map space to the side of Boom. Like, Tims is just free to farm bot. No problems. No one to watch him, no one to punish him for it. The rest of Boom, again, just managing to play across the river, just nice. In fact, they even have their tier 1 still standing top. A good anchoring point into gate usage as well if they need to be all across the map. And Kukuis has just not been able to really shove out. All the tier 1s from Boom still standing. They've just not been able to really cross the river. Not able to cross the river means no vision. No vision means you can't really dig them out earlier on when they were farming up. And now trying to punish them is just a little bit tougher. At least you have the Yashikaya on Joel. He does have that cast speed bonus a little bit quicker on the RP and Skewer. Let's see if it starts to make a difference as they look for a big smoke here.
Well, Tims won't break the smoke yet. Jackie is underneath the tier 2 tower, so they're going to try and jump the TA. But keep in mind, he has 2 lives available. They will get through 1. Here comes FBZ, popping the BKB earliest. Now Jewel does get caught out by the lasso of Tims, so Jewel is down. Jackie's going in for a jump. Armel, meanwhile, taking down Zhao. But it is the side of the Radiant that is dropping like flies now, as Ponyo and Cox will both drop to boot. So you got the Aegis of Jackie, you got Zhao, but that's about all you get. It will cost you 3 heroes for that. In fact, it might be a 4th. Abart's jumped in onto Mac. BKB was committed for this, but he's going to run. He kind of lost vision of Mac as now the chase is on from Tims, trying to get some vision back onto the PA. They'll miss out, though. It's like Abart is going to be alright to retreat. So they are still finding pickoffs here and there, but they aren't good trades at all. And to make matters worse here, Jonathan, Jackie's getting pretty close to an MKB now.
Ripping through a bot's not going to be a big issue. The big issue for Kukuis, though, is that Joel just can't find angles. Like, they have to get this RP or at least
Cox,
back.
I don't know about this.
One.
This is a bad idea, though, because Mac is around. So is Jackie. Jackie's going to blink up in 1, but he won't dive into the tier 2 tower. He'll wait it out. The thing is, like, if Mac's not kind of being watched on the map anyway, you probably don't want to jump in for a fight.
No. Again, it's his vision difference. Joel's still being chased down.
Sure is. Tim's going to land the lasso. Jewel gets caught. They don't have as much damage as they need right now. RP actually committed as well. Here comes the PA, but a very nice song. Zhao's going to lock him down. Jackie's lining them up with the Sire Blades. They'll try for Jewel first and they'll get him. Meanwhile, Ponyo also falls. Abart will be able to blink strike out, but it's still another great set of trades for Boom Esports. And there's really no slowing these guys down. They're looking towards the tier 2 mid tower now.
I mean, what's there to worry about? There's no slam, there's no RP. Slam is coming up in a few seconds at the least. But Joel just popped that RP. You have nothing to be worried about into the high ground. You've got Jackie fully farmed up. MKB not too far off like we were talking about. And for Kukuis, a lot is just slipping away. And if they need to find a way to try to get some forward vision.
Jackie?
They have, again, highly defensive boards here.
They could find Jackie here, but gonna spot him out. Echo committed as well. They just really want to blow him up. And they've got him. That's a great kill. I mean, it's a lot of committal, but it's something they desperately needed. It's FBZ also getting spotted out for a second, but looks like he's going to be okay. Massive kill, though, onto the TA now as... Well, Kukui's trying to back off because it seems like Boom still want to fight. Mac will just burst down Cox immediately. They still want to go, though. But can they really hope to jump FBZ? Probably not while he has BKB available.
Certainly not. That kill on Jackie, again, lining up for a pretty big punish. They just need to find a way to capitalize on it. They can't afford to just sit back and farm with this one big core advantage. And the issue is, again, just trying to go on to Boom past that point with a lack of relatively forward vision can be tough. Already losing some of those defensive wards they have down bot as well. And, you know, it doesn't really set them back too badly on Boom. Without losing any more, with Kukui's not finding any more openings, they are still set to just keep control of this map. Keeping bot lane shoved in, all of the waves running right across the river in favor of Boom. Doom is back up in FBZ as well. He's in a slightly isolated area, but how do you pierce that vision?
I think that it's still the scary thing. Like, you can't see Mac. When you can't see Mac, I don't recommend fighting, because they're actually moving in. FBZ, he wants to go. Ponyo's been blown up again. It's one of those support games where you're up against Lena and it's not going to be a fun time. And speaking of not very fun, well, poor old Armel is also not having very much fun. He'll go down.
No. Again, it's just difficult. You can see Kuku is trying to hunt. They're clumped up. They're looking around. They're hesitant to jump into the high ground.
Max got Laguna back off cooldown here, John. If a Bart shows on a creep wave, he's gone. Look at this. He's looking. Can you find him? Does actually land a light strike array, but Flame Cloak is over. Still, Laguna does connect. Mac, not enough yet. TP's incoming to try and help him out as Mac still dropping low, but Abart's running out of BKB.
Oh no.
He'll get stunned up, and Tims is here. Abart, can you keep the fight up? You cannot.
Lord.
Oh, the timing on the light strike array. Now they're going to find another. Jewel getting baited to help out, costing him his own life. That was some really, really excellent timing from Mac. My goodness.
Great timing and just kind of just sad for Kukuis, right? Like it's this game is definitely just starting to slip away. 23k lead for Boom. They've just not been able to find any openings. They've not been able to play fast enough early on. Maybe they start to find some isolated heroes. Jackie's all alone down mid again with his smoke. They've got Slam ready for the chain stuns.
Yeah, but
It's just a matter of trying to break through. Yeah. It's just, there's no vision. Whereas again, you're playing into traps, you're playing into all of these wards. You have to constantly plant sentries to take care of the traps in the first place. Like, it's very easy for Boom to figure out where you are if you're trying to make a play. And it's very hard for Kukois to find that opportunity. It's just, again, they weren't able to play with their earlier tempo that we were expecting. And this late game, it's not fully out, let's be fair, right? Like, when it comes to high ground with Magnus, with Shaker, there is a lot of play you can get done. It's just not easy at this point, as you're getting more and more farmed on the side of Boom. Next Rosh is back up. They're already digging in. You have a Yasha Kaya up for Mac. With that E-Blade, he's just bursting heroes down. And Roshan is going to be no contest. And no forward vision anyhow on the side of Kukuis to try to fight this. But they'll be giving away the Aegis and Rosh banner. On the side of Boom, as long as they don't play too reckless here.
Armel. Oh, never mind Armel. Cox will just get blown up by Mac, and now Armel will be the secondary target as Tims and Mac playing it absolutely beautifully. As Abart's actually going to try and move in onto Tims, hoping to get a freebie. They will get him, but here comes Mac with a DD rune. Abart's going to jump in. FBZ's going to join, though. Mac dropping very, very low. Abart should have him this time around, and does. RP, though, committed and completely whiffed. Is the commit to Doom onto the PA. And FBZ to chase him down slowly but surely. Abart dies to the Tormentor. Alright. Abart dies to the Tormentor aura.
Okay. Not the way you'd expect that to go. But hey, you count your blessings on Kukuis, right? You find a big hit and run. You punish Mac for his hubris. You don't lose your PA. You don't bleed that gold back at the very least. Still, high ground's opening up for Boom. Even without Mac, they've got the damage on Jackie. They've got the Tormentor they could always dip back for as well. Looks like they'll go for that safe play first. Whereas for Kukuis, once that high ground does begin, this is where the pressure starts to mount. This is where Joel has to show us if that investment onto this Magnus has been worthwhile. If you can get some Blink Skewer backs, that's your ticket back into this game. Or at least ticket back to equalizing this game. And actually try to find a tier 1. Because guess what? We're 33 minutes in. Boom's tier 1's still standing, still healthy for the most part. And again, they're still in complete control. You just have to really admire how well Boom's been utilizing that vision. Boom's been applying that pressure. These traps all across the map. All of what they're doing in breaking up smokes and giving information as to where Kukui's at. And Boom always just going for these plays. They're smoked up again. They've got Lasso ready on Tims. Got Jackie ready to go.
Oh, Disruption's a bit early too. Tims is waiting. He'll go onto the high ground instead, finding Jewel. I love the way Tims has been playing this as well. Like he's never looking at the direct offer for him with the lasso. He always looks behind. Because he assumes that someone's going to get blown up at the front anyway. And that has been what's been happening. Either Jackie and Mac will just delete one person, while Tims just looks behind that person and tries to find a bit of a bonus kill. Jump in. Echo Slam committed, but this is just the Aegis. They'll get one life. Here comes FBZ, jumping onto Abart. No Doom available yet. It is up in 1 second. Now he has it up. BKB was committed by Abart, so it's a very hard defense to ask for now. Lincoln Sphere also bought out by our Magnus, but he's got no buyback available now. jump in. They're going to find Ponyo first, and poor old Ponyo is just not having a game thus far. Well, speaking of not having a game, Cock's almost going down and does go down to Zhao. That'll be at least one lane of barracks, maybe even two. Depends how cocky Boom are feeling.
We've got some time. Oh. I mean, again, maybe...
Oh, now they've got a lot of time, John. But he was in the middle of nowhere. He was literally in the middle of nowhere trying to farm creeps by the T3 tower. And he basically gifted his life away that time.
Yeah, I mean, you have to play patient. Now you've got Joel back up, but without the PA, yeah, they call it.
That's one way to end it. RP whiff, GG is called. And that'll be game one going to the way of Boom Esports. I've got to say, John, somewhat unsurprisingly, but I am somewhat shocked about how dominant they were in this game one. I thought Kukuis would be putting up a bit of a better fight here in this first game, but seems like the laning stage just kind of fell apart, and that was all she wrote.
Yeah, I think the big issue for Kukuis was, again, not playing as a team much earlier. You compare that early laning movement that we saw from the side of Boom, right? All of that movement down bot, even though that first rotation into a bot didn't quite pay off, the later rotations did. Their emphasis on just pressuring that safe lane, as we've seen from a bot, you know, especially from his time in Execration when he came back in, if you allow this guy to farm, he grows big. Same thing kind of goes for Boom, right? If Jackie has a free game, their game becomes really easy on the side of Boom, but no one on the side of Kukuis opted to pressure top. Heck, we didn't even see that much movement out from Joel early on, especially after the blink. I understood before the blink timing, sure, he didn't really have that many good angles in, but once the blink is up, even just looking for an opportunistic skewer back into your entire team for a pickoff might have been able to give Kukuis that snowball they were looking for, and it just never amounted to such. So I don't think it was a drafting issue. I think it was definitely maybe more on play or experience coming in. It felt like Boom was just much more ready and much more cohesive as a unit, whereas for Kukuis, like we heard Armel, right? People were looking to him to make a team for open qualifiers. He threw one together. He's surprised they made a true opens anyhow. I mean, a little bit of that is factoring in here as well.
I suppose it is, Jonathan, but I mean, is there anything we can change up before we get into game two? You think it's just it's all over?
No, I don't think it's all over. I want to see Joel take more activity, right? Like, I want to see him be a little bit more confident. Felt like they were gunning for stuff in the laning phase, you know, without disruption, without the skewer back, but they had an idea of what they wanted to do. And then when all of this action was breaking out, he just opted to farm. So I want to see him use that farm, play around the 15-minute mark. I want to see more coming out from his offlane into the next game.
Well, with that, Jonathan, we'll head off to a short break, and right after that break, we'll be back with Game 2 between Kukuis and Boom Esports. See you then.
Welcome to the other side. Welcome to the other side.
Serotonin flat with me. slide, chemical high. Dopamine dive, love, take it higher. Serotonin slide, chemical high. Dopamine dive, love, take it higher. Serotonin slide, chemical high. Dopamine dive, love, take it higher. Serotonin slide, chemical high. Dopamine dive, love, take it higher. Secret in the light, empowering your energy. Riding through the night, serotonin slide, 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 slide. Serotonin slide, 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 slide. Serotonin slide. No way, I'll regret the first time with you. And baby, you make a moment every time I lay eyes on you. But do we care? Do we dare? Keeping this going, let's live in the moment, yeah. Now we know, keep this on the low. Between the two of us, every time I try to find,
Try to avoid it, but I was stuck. You turn up the heat when you back it up.
try to stop the flame.
Never discipline melts away.
It isn't enough to wish for change. You either give in or pull away. We have the will to choose our fate. Whether it's wrong or right, I'm holding on for life. For the the day we woke up, lying in a pool of shame. Tears and makeup printed on the pillowcase. It's hard to apply restraint. I'm trying to stay away. It's so magnetic. Ooh, I gotta have it now. Let's keep it a private thing. I'll give you a secret name. Let's build a life on a lie. Every time I try to find,
Try to avoid it, but I was stuck. You turn up the heat when you back it up.
try to stop the flame.
Never discipline melts away.
It isn't enough to wish for change. You either give in or pull away. We have the will to choose our fate. Whether it's wrong or right, I'm holding on for life. For the
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going into our game number 2 between Kukuis and, of course, Boom Esports. Jonathan, game number 1, quite a dominant style of game here from Boom. I want to see a closer game too. Now, I realize both you and I kind of agree that we don't believe the draft was an issue from Kukuis. I just wonder now what they can draft to give themselves a better shot, because their draft looked pretty good. It looked pretty good in my opinion. Maybe it was, you could make the argument that they put a lot of emphasis on trying to counter that position 1 Naga, which turned out to be a position 5 Naga in the end because they had to flex it. Apart from that, though, I still think the draft was okay. I just feel like the laning stage kind of fell apart from Kukui's, especially with the rotations early on we saw from Jackie down towards that bottom lane. Certainly not very expected. What are you thinking, though, John? What do we change here? What can they draft to give them a good shot at game 2?
Well, I think they have to be very careful about going in and counteracting Boom, because they've shown this multiple times. We were talking about it in the draft in the last game, but they like doing stuff like opening with Terrorblade. They like doing stuff like shifting this Naga, even though it's not favorable. They do force the flexes out if the game doesn't work for it, and they make it work with Tim's and Zhao, kind of picking up the slack in these less meta sort of support. So I think you have to be very careful about that. You have to be very weird about that in Kukuis. And again, I want to see them kind of kick up the pace a little bit. They had some opportunities to play a little bit quicker. Sure, maybe a laning phase was slightly slower, but they hit this blink timing. They never managed to really capitalize on Joel. Like, I don't know if we even saw like big blink RPs in that entire game. It was mainly single target RPs, and it just felt like they couldn't deliver on what their lineup would have promised in terms of big team fight, early tempo. Never really came out. So I want to see Kukuis kind of play to that instead of trying to go for a more moderate pace when Boom also wants to kind of farm up, because they will enjoy that. You're playing up against Jackie. You know this guy can farm like a beast, so you really have to respect that if you want to slow this game down. We'll see if they adjust. Do you have the bans on hand? See the respect ban for the Doom being changed up here for Kukuis. And they start off with the Dryer Copper that we tend to see banned out in the first phase. So instant option for the Gyro, straight into the Dawnbreaker for the side of Boom Esports, which we have seen to great effect as well in the off lane. So I'm keen on seeing if there's some tech flex here. Probably not. Just a straight off lane to deal with the Gyrocopter lane already in the Dawnbreaker. Lots of early pressure on hand. Some good build up into the Ags. Good aura carrier if you needed. Good offense as well if you want to go for damage with Harpoon and Desolator being options from the off if needed. So I like this from Boom. I think it's still relatively open. It doesn't reveal too much for Kukuis. They do have that flex with the Gyrocopter. And they can opt to run it support perhaps, but it has been leaning much more heavily back into pause 1. And this does mean they're forced to ban out the Morphling, which they do take care of, as when you have Gyrocopter, you don't want to have to play into Morphling with free flak. But that does leave an option like, say, the DK for Boom, right? Like, that's completely open. They don't have to worry about a Doom themselves on Boom Esports for Jackie if he wants to go for that. So you could easily go into DK, and as we've seen before, DK into Gyro matchup still feels pretty good for DK, all things considered. He can farm almost as quick, if not quicker than the Gyro. He has great damage scaling, and he's much more durable than the Gyrocopter as well. So, I don't know. Like, leaving that DK, it gives a lot of options for Boom.
Well, they're going to go for the Nyx Assassin for now. I do like the Nyx Dawnbreaker as well, because, you know, Vendetta into the Solar Guardian can be pretty much a guaranteed kill. Obviously now, if you're Kukuis, you're going to need to think about banning or taking Spectre for yourself, because Spectre Nyx is pretty ridiculous, especially when you already have the global presence of a Dawnbreaker on top. We'll see if they end up taking it or banning it themselves, because I could see Boom taking it in this pick phase before the next ban stage does come around.
Yeah, it's just that combination so straightforward, like you mentioned there. I think if not that, then there's other cores that kind of give you that semi-global presence as well, though they haven't been as popular. The Kukuis will just opt for the Ogre first, so they're starting to lock in this Gyrocopter as a pause 1. They've got a great steroid for it in the Gyrocopter. Gyro Ogre lane is pretty solid, even into the Dawnbreaker. You've got a good interrupt for the Starbreaker. You can kind of punish early on. If you will run Nyx 4 with Dawnbreaker, this dual melee lane can get run down by a Gyrocopter. So, and, you know, you have a nice tanky front line for Kukuis to play with in that lane. So I don't mind that too much. Pick up the Muerta as well. Maybe leaving some options for Flux open, but still likely to just run the Muerta on support now. I am curious if, again, if we're just going to see Cox on 4, or if we see Joel shift around, it should just be a Cox Muerta, as I do feel like we've seen Cox play support a couple of qualifiers now, so it should just hang in there. And this Muerta, we've seen the effects of it, right? Like the calling is just such a massive nuisance. Dead shot is such good steady poke damage, and a good forced mobility ability in trying to relocate someone. So very potent already, but Boom, just lock in the Lina once more, along with the Shadow Demon for save. I have to say, what Boom's cooking up is just very straightforward, Mikey. You've got the burst on hand, you've got the save on hand, you've got that global presence ready. Chances are that Spectre you mentioned from Kukuis will be banned out, but it's also the case that Boom hasn't really run the Spectre, so Kukuis might not even think about it if they're not careful here.
Maybe. We'll find out. I do like the fact that Boom just went right back for the Mac Lena, because you saw how dominant Mac was on this hero, and obviously Lena, once you have the Ags up, you can just basically burst anyone immediately. It's quite ridiculous how much damage she does have. Kukui is probably not going to be too happy to see the Lena is back in the hands of Boom Esports. We shall see exactly what they intend to try and do to counter this hero out. See, last game we saw Armel playing Earthshaker against it, and he didn't farm very badly. Like, the laning stage was okay, but overall, I believe they got 1 kill onto this laner, and then it was just Mac farming the whole map. It just didn't really seem to matter at all. Kukui's, they'll go for the Night Stalker pickup, something a little bit different, but I do like it. I mean, NS tends to pop off pretty hard if it gets off to a good start. Then again, it also flops pretty hard if it doesn't get off to a good start. And now the ban stage, Jonathan. We'll see the Medusa ban. Do they want to respect the Spectre?
Yeah, it feels like either Spectre or DK has to kind of go at this point. I am very curious as well. We don't get this too often, Mikey, but Night Stalker into Dawnbreaker is kind of a funny counter synergy, because you parp Dark Ascension on daytime, turns night, it turns back to day after. The Dawnbreaker gets free vision again. It's not like a broken mechanic. It's just kind of one of those things. It's like, there are a couple of very niche scenarios where that will make a big difference, and it could ruin you. So that's also just it's just one of those things. It's the same thing with what other combination works that way. I believe Luna kind of works the way with Eclipse forcing nighttime, and I guess Egg in nighttime turning it into day, giving you free vision as well in Dawnbreaker. It's kind of funny. Those are all just little funny things with Dawnbreakers in it. We see a respect ban on the Shaker along with a Pangolier from Boom. And Kukui, it's time to make that choice. Do you ban out Spectre? Do you want to take care of something like a DK? Is there something else they're concerned about coming out here? There is still room for the TA. Mind you, maybe not the smoothest game for the TA in comparison, but it still doesn't feel too awful. There's a lot more DOT to worry about, and some good forced heroes that can get on top of her and ruin her in that Night Stalker. So maybe not the choice, but I am keen on seeing what Kukuis is thinking here. It's just going to be the Bristleback ban, so they leave the DK and the Spectre on hand. Rather interesting to leave both.
In fairness, they might be confident at lane against the Spectre, because NS Muerta probably won't care so much, but I still think it's a relatively bad idea to leave that hero available. We'll see if Boom even take it, though. They might just, they might go for the DK instead and just, go for a bit more of a stock standard style of draft. For now, Kukui's final pickup for themselves, still lacking something for the mid lane. It is not an easy lane for Armel, no matter what you pick up, because you're up against the Lena. I mean, it's hard to know what you even choose here. Like, if you want to play it safe, I mean, you've always got, weird things like mid-sniper, but they're going to actually take the mid-DK themselves. So just try and, play the passive mid lane.
I think that's fair. I think it can still have tempo to an extent. Once the initial items are built up, it's going to take a while. Boom will opt for the Terrorblade instead, which is rather interesting. Not going for that spec, but going for something that we have seen Jackie dip into quite a fair bit.
Like
and again, you have the illusion play you have with a Shadow Demon. The magic damage from Kukui is not amazing. Maybe in a Muerta, but it's not like you're going to be rocket barraging down Jackie anyhow. So he should be free to do what he wants. And it's relatively stable into the Night Stalker lane. It shouldn't be too bad. You have some good pressure coming out there. I will say, overall, I think I will lean towards Boom's draft. I like what they have. I like the Dawnbreaker off lane. Maybe this Dawnbreaker Nyx lane isn't the strongest into a Gyrocopter. There's some pressure that can come out there. But it's also relatively tanky. And, it kind of just sails into level 6, right? Like, Tims will just look for a pull or look for a camp. Mind Flare away, soak his level 6, give space out to FBZ. As long as FBZ doesn't overstep, you can always just play with Celestial Hammer and sit back, and you can kind of sail along. I think the pressure is on Kukuis to try to find a way to get more out of their lanes. I think Gyrocopter is a highly aggressive safe laner when he goes for the Rocket Barrage facet, and you do have that on hand here with Afterburner. And once you hit level 2 on Ponyo, like, Learning Curve should give you a very big boost in lane. So we have to see these kind of things pay off. Because if Kukuis end up in a farming game again, I don't think it goes any better than it did in game 1. I feel like Jackie is in an even bigger threatening mid-game hero than the TA was. Like this Terrorblade, once you have a couple of tank items up and you have Metamorphosis up, you can just completely run down, take objectives, take these team fights. You've got saves and sunder. Reflection's going to be a nightmare for Armel until he gets a self-dispel on. Like there's a lot of good things for Boom to kind of look forward to here. And for Kukuis, it's just course correction. Again, their draft is solid. It's just a matter of trying to play around these timings and trying to apply more pressure onto Jackie. You just really can't let this guy farm.
No, you cannot. Yeah, I did like the final pick TB purely based off the high base armor. Like you look at like DK Gyrocopter against his Terrorblade, it's probably not going to be a very fun time. Even the Night Stalker probably not going to have the greatest time trying to deal with him. So we are going to have a quick pause out because apparently we are having some packet loss here. Armel is not going to be handing any time over. Very, very nice.
Straight up just saying it. Pangit loss, says Mac. Ugly loss. Very nice wordplay from good old Mac. It was good to see that Boom is still in their boot camp. They've been stuck there since, I believe, Dream League qualifiers. So, Mushi coming out to APAC, you heard the story as well. Mushi just flew in for one day on our Asia Pacific League, or Predator League, and flew back to the qualifiers. Like the man just flew in and out to be there. It's kind of amazing. With his business, of course, the Bingsu.
Yeah, we never got to try it.
Yeah, no. We were kind of stuck behind the stage all day, so we didn't quite have the time to try the man's drinks. He did suggest the most expensive drink on his menu for us to try on his booth, so that was also interesting for Mushi.
It certainly was, wasn't it, John? Like, not only did he not offer us a free drink, but he recommended the most expensive one. So we'll remember that, Mushi. We'll have a chat when we see you once again, sir. We'll have a chat about your Bingsu business. Hopefully it's going well.
He's a businessman, all right? He does business. That's how he does business. Right now, they say restart net. I'm pretty sure it's like Mushi wants to see us upstairs right before we go because we were messing around a little bit. No, restart net is just code word for that. By the way, I was given additional context for the Tocino brothers' comment of Armel. The Tocino brothers apparently is a reference to the fact that Zhao and Tim's are from Pampanga, and they are known for their Tocino, which I guess I knew. It's just not something I always keep in my head because I buy local Tocino. But they are known for like Tocino and stuff like that, so it makes sense. It's just a little nice poke on the fact that these guys are brothers from Pampanga, up north. Is it up north? You know what? Don't quote me.
Why are you asking, John? I'm not, I'm
asking myself. John. I think it is north. I believe so. It should be NLEX. Yes, it should be up north. That is the North Luzon Expressway. So,
well, I suppose I should forgive you anyway.
Southbound, I guess.
You're clearly American anyway, John. So I can't expect you to know these things. Not like you're from the country.
I tried to pretend, Mikey. I tried to pretend. I tried to hide it.
What are we looking at here? What's Night Stalker doing to the poor gyrocopter, John? What?
Is this safe for TV right now? Are we all right here?
Is that it's Cox as well? It's Cox. Oh goodness me! Well, you can't make that up, can you? I'm not going to make any jokes here, John. Right? I think the jokes write themselves.
So they do have Joel on support America now as well. So they are shifting their posture in 4 around, which I don't think is really a benefit. I think it's just maybe a little bit confused. Hopefully Cox has a little bit of a better time than Joel does in the last game. Some more activity from this Night Stalker this time. And just unfortunate spawn in as well. Is what it is. How does the net get reconnected for 2 players but not the 3 other players?
So you see,
still
John,
getting whipped by Mushi?
Now you're starting to understand me, John. There's always some cheeky things going on. They say headset issues and internet issues, but I know they're up to something, these boys.
They just got their lunch deliveries in. A little bit of a, food run right before. I'm sure.
Yeah.
I don't know what these guys even order in Indonesia. That's the one thing. Every time I talk to Alpha, they're like, they wouldn't eat because they don't eat a lot of foreign food.
Wow.
They're spoiled. I don't know. Maybe they're just like you. They go for the McDonald's. But they don't even try the new, the very country-specific McDonald's order stuff. They just have, like, bog standard burgers. Or maybe if chicken's there, they have the chicken.
What's wrong with that, John?
You know, I mean, it's fine. You know, but you're in another country. You know, you could at least try the, I don't know, like the nasi lemak chicken. You know, stuff like that. A little bit
No,
different.
I mean, there's only so much you can have, John, before you get tired of it, you know? There's only so much.
Says the guy who, you know, wink, wink, nudge, nudge every night. I know what you have, Mikey. I know what you order.
Yes.
I have your
Yes.
grab receipts.
Well, you know what? The funny thing is, the day I didn't order my favorite, I got sick. So there you go, John. There's a good reason why I order the same crap every time I go to a different country.
I mean, you could try the nasi lemak and MacD. It's pretty all right. It's not amazing.
I
but, you know, it's good.
don't go to McDonald's to order nasi lemak, Jonathan. You know?
But you don't. But you should also not go to like Malaysia to have McDonald's.
Oh.
Elor is just there. It's like, what the hell? I have to sit through this.
I can't
Elor's
believe
like,
you're
oh,
talking.
I have to listen to this.
Every time we go overseas, no matter where it is, if I order McDonald's, you get upset if they don't offer rice. And I continue to remind you that it's a burger chain. Like they generally don't offer rice at these kind of chains, and you get upset every time. Every time.
Not in Asia. Not in Southeast Asia. You know, they gotta have that chicken and rice, Mikey. You can't compete. You know, there's a certain bee that'd sting if you don't have it. You know, and that bee is a big bee. It's not a very happy bee sometimes.
If you ever
Whatever
come
that
over my house, I'm
bee.
going to make sure I don't have rice at home. I'm telling you right now. Rotation?
I'm 100% just going very far away. Like they did
Boom.
from that smoke.
They sure did, Jonathan. Very good segue. Boom Esports not able to get the gank they were looking for. Or I'm just going to get rice that you don't like. Like, I'm going to get like long grain rice or something. Or like
I like
basmati
long
rice.
grain rice. What do you mean?
What rice
Basmati.
don't you like?
What do you mean?
What rice don't you like?
Honestly, if you sticky rice with like, you know, like imagining sticky rice with say nasi lemak or you know with like a curry doesn't sound great.
I'm gonna
so
get
maybe
you-
sticky rice because it's more sweet.
No, you get either brown rice or couscous in my home. That's it. That's all you're getting.
I actually do have brown rice, Mikey.
You're getting couscous.
I
John.
have brown rice. I have black rice. Couscous I haven't tried. I'd be looking forward to it. Thank you, Mike. On record, we'll have couscous in Australia. If they go for a nice even 2-0, we get
Forget the
flashbanged.
couscous, John. I'm not getting it. I'm not getting anything you like. You come to my house,
I'm
you must
happy
suffer.
with some fries. I'm happy with potatoes and fries and you know all that
That's all you're
good
getting.
stuff. It's standard. Nothing unexpected. Like this mid matchup, you've got the classic Lena versus DK. Max should still have a good time, but you know what? Armel shouldn't really lose. Because when has DK ever lost the lane? Never. He really doesn't. Even into this kind of matchup. Even into something like Zeus. Probably one of his worst matchups. DK can still sit back and farm. You should expect the same for Armel. Shouldn't be as rough as the last game. Mac, again, should still have a relatively free time. But Armel, it's not going to be hurting as much. So, all nice and good in the mid. A little bit of poking and prodding down bot as they do manage to snipe Cox's courier. And this matchup is the one where it's maybe a little bit sparser. You do have some good poke damage coming out from Joel. If you can land your dead shots, Zhao is doing a great job of just isolating this Muerta and might be able to drag this down to a kill if they're not careful.
That's a lot of damage. Jules going to be okay for now, but certainly not feeling very comfortable on that low of a HP with not much regen, as Cox also taking a fair bit of damage. And well, it does seem like this bottom lane is probably going to be a bit challenging here for poor old Cox. I mean, any lane against Shadow Demon's generally not very fun, especially once you get the Shadow Poison leveled up. So, seems like Jackie's going to have a very, very easy time once again down at bottom lane, at least for now.
And he should, especially as you hit the reflection up, plus the disruption illusions. There's just a lot of easy long-range poke, non-committal poke coming out there. There you go.
It's a lot of damage. I mean, Jules just getting annihilated here by Jackie's output, and Shadow Poison, maybe one more could do it. There's 4. Can he get a 5th? Zhao, he's going to try. Oh, he barely misses out. That's unfortunate. But that's alright. I mean, at the end of the day, Jules just not able to support this lane. It is a bit too tough at the moment.
And it is. He already popped a salve a while ago as well, so it's a big economic drain. And every time that reflection's back up, Jackie's just going to be looking to run down. Still taking a look at the other lanes, of course. Up top, you do have that gyrocopter lane for good old Denzanity to play with. And this one's probably the more passive lane. You are sitting with an Ogre. You've got Learning Curve up. Ponyo is at 2, so he's got that level 2 Ignite to try and melt. But Tim's is just going back and pulling anyhow. So he doesn't really care about the lane. Just pulling, giving FBZ free XP. Already level 3 as well on the Dawnbreaker. And Tim's is just happily sniping creeps. Anyway, this is probably the ideal Nyx game already showing up. You're not really chasing the Nyx. You're not punishing him. He's able to pull. He's giving free EXP to FBZ. And you just dodged a matchup. You don't care about this potential rundown with a Rock Barrage because, hey, you're just farming. You're just soaking EXP. You're not going to die.
Certainly not. Things going very well already for Boom. Like, just the CS board kind of indicates that the laning stage has gone pretty well so far for the Radiant end of things, as FBZ is actually going to get chased down. Past the tier 1 tower, Fire Blast will land, FBZ dropping lower, but not quite low enough. It will be alright to survive. So he actually moves back in, but we'll have to back out, as Tim's is going to rotate over to ensure his position 3 doesn't just casually die.
Yeah. So again, relatively for Tim's to just soak like this. They still have a lot of output ready, like Rocket Barrage is set to go from a bot. And Creep Wave is constantly shoving in, so they should have a nice pathway to tier 1 down the line here.
Yeah, FBZ's really playing with fire now. Moving on to a bot. Starbreaker is going to land. Actually, a lot of damage being dealt, but he doesn't quite have enough to get the job done. There is a Healing Lotus on a bot anyway, so he would have been fine to back his way out. But a lot of pressure being applied here for FBZ. Of course, Tim's does not want to bar up that lane, of course. He's playing Nyx Assassin. He's just going to roam around and do Nyx Assassin things, just mind-flaying all the creeps in the jungle. Finds a nice courier on his way out. Bottom lane Jules does manage to TP away. FBZ still trying to fight a bot. Ponyo's diving in once again, and this time they might have him. FBZ stick charges up, Starbreaker in, but he is going to go down. Ponyo able to secure us. Now Tim's does rotate. Ponyo will go down. Tim's looking for a secondary kill, but I doubt can actually kill a bot, though he does have enough mana now for a mind flare, but he's dropping too low himself. Gets off the arcanes, but can't get within fog. So a bot able to walk away with a secondary kill, and he'll be very happy with that.
Yeah, it's a good start for a bot. The full Falcon Blade already set to fly out relatively quick here, and that should provide quite a fair bit of big boon for Gyrocopter, right? Especially with his innate, with the disassembly. The Falcon Blade's not as big of a lost investment for him, as he can really utilize those parts into the rest of his build-up anyhow. So, nice big spike for the Gyro off of it, a little bit slower for FBZ, and this is the kind of laning momentum we wanted to see out from Kukuis. In stark comparison to last time, they are getting a lot more for a bot. I'm curious to see if Boom will have the room to try to rotate into that lane with gate movement from Radiant. Maybe a little bit trickier to get that done. You are getting some space for Cox to farm. Still not as much as FBZ's been getting from the pulls. And we're starting to emphasize mid here on Armel.
Yeah, Armel's been blown up. Mac was waiting with Tim's the whole time, and well, Armel's sticking around trying to deal with the creep wave that wasn't coming, but not quite good enough. At least they do get the siege creep, so there's no push to come after that kill, but it seems like the kill's all they really wanted anyway.
Yeah, just get some snowball going onto Mac, some slowdown as well onto that DK who's just kind of farming up. It couldn't hand over the regen rune onto Mac, unfortunately, so no full top-up on Bottle. But they have dragged 3 heroes mid. Like, also forces Ponyo to show up. So your side lanes are freed up a little bit more. FBZ gets a solo lane, which he can manage to just farm up on. And you have Jackie, again, having a pretty free ride down bot. Still trying here on mid.
Leave it a crack. I mean, they're onto the Lena, and this time around, it looks like Mac will go down. So a successful kind of gank. Bit of revenge here for Armel. Whoever can get a bit of damage off into this tier 1 mid tower while they can. Meanwhile, up at top laner, Bart was in a bit of trouble. But he will be able to run his way out. So Bart gonna make it out this time around. Jules actually sneaking right past them. Wisdom Rune's about to spawn here. Jules gonna get away with it.
Yeah, good distraction out from Ponyo. That's all he wanted. Put his body forward, make sure no one checks into the Wisdom Rune. Tim's is just a little bit late, and they'll be able to grab their own Wisdom Rune as well. No one's around to snipe that from the side of Boom. A big boon for the side of Kukuis, as level 6 for them would be massive, especially for Muerta. Even just the level 5 coming out a little bit quicker makes a world of difference with his output on the dead shot. And that should
lane.
allow a little bit more still pressure here.
They missed the impale. Without the impale, there was no Starbreaker to follow up from FBZ, and once again, Abart's still having a great old time up at top lane. Really just uncontested thus far in this game, number 2. So top of the net worth board is Abart. I mean, Jackie's not too far behind, but the Gyrocopter is certainly going to start pulling away with the flat cannon that it does have. And in fact, they're rotating down bottom now. Jackie's by himself. Abart's going to go through the twin gate. Cox is ready to set up with the Dark Ascension whenever. But Jackie, sensing they are coming, does retreat at the right time.
Backs off right quick. Does provide an opportunity for a bit of a shove from Kukuis, but the objective isn't what they want. Down mid, though, a little bit of skirmish.
They were trying to set up onto Armel, but a nice kind of block from Ponyo, and now the turnaround is here, though. Solar Guardian going to fly in from FBZ, and they're still moving onto Armel, who's dropping very, very quickly. He'll go down. Ponyo will follow. Abart even showed up here. Oh, poor old Abart getting baited by his team for the fight. It's 2 supports down for Boom, but that's 2 cores and 1 support down for Kukuis, and obviously a much better trade as they'll even move into the mid-tier 1 tower.
We'll take that one nice and quick, opening up rotations into the triangle and further away. Heck, they might be able to try to make a move down bot, but looks like Jackie just wants to get back to farming anyhow. We're seeing the same sort of ideas out from Kukuis, where they are rotating heroes in, but their offlane's not something that can make the same movements as FVZ is. FVZ has a Solar Guardian, can show up anywhere as needed, whereas for our Night Stalker, sure, you do have Dark Ascension, you don't really have anything online yet. Nothing like, say, a Harpoon to pull people back and just keep you locked in, or even just the Echo Saber with its secondary hit slow. They keep that chase down to play with Crippling Fear. And I think it's this offlane decision-making that is costing Kukuis. Almost the same as we saw from Joel last time. He didn't leave his bot lane, even with all the pressure in the world. Cox, so far, still locked into farming down bot. Got to get a little bit more out of this.
They'll get stunned up down at bottom. They're going to try again for the TB. Dark Ascension has been popped, though Zhao is making it rather hard to get within range to actually kill Jackie, as now Mac has rotated over as well. They are ready to defend the Terrorblade. They'll move in onto Mac instead with the silence out, though Mac still surviving. Will move back in onto Ponyo, but they might need to run. Cox doing so much damage right now, but there's no help left. They'll move on to Zhao instead. In fact, now moving back towards Jackie, who's running north, but he's been left behind. Jackie should be falling. They'll slow him down. There's no Sunder available here to play with, and they do find the Terrorblade. Very nice gank attempt now from Kukuis, panning out.
That's the kind of move that needs to happen. They just play onto Cox instead of leaving this lane. They get the big kills they'd want. They kind of miss out on an opportunity on Mac, but you get the big one to slow down Jackie, who, again, compared to last game, having a slightly slower time, all things considered. 5-7, 2K lead still in favor of Boom despite all those early kills. They are finding a way on Kukuis to just put a little bit of a stop here, still applying that pressure onto bot. Not going to commit with the siege creep, as respawns are fairly short. They've managed to get some good chip damage away. Just need to clear out the objectives at some point. Tim's sneaking around.
Armel not expecting this rotation, as again the Solar Guardian going to follow through to boot. They don't have enough quite yet. Armel still alive. Laguna was actually on cooldown for 3 seconds when they made that jump in, but now he has it back up. Armel's got to back the hell out of there, because Mac's ready to blow him up whenever, but here comes a Bart now to try and help out. They'll land the Impel, but FBZ's been left behind. He'll go for a run on his own, but the Fire Blast's going to lock him down as Ponyo able to set up for a Bart. Very nice kill now onto FBZ, and they'll lose nothing in this fight on the side of Kukuis. And I think the main problem there was that Mac, he didn't have Laguna available, so they couldn't just blow up Armel on the DK. He was actually about 3 seconds away from having it up.
Just a little bit early of the reveal from Tim's, and rather unfortunate as well. After the Solar Guardian, they did manage to get the calling right on top to block off that path onto Armel. They take away that little bit of follow-up from FBZ and just give more moments for the rest of Kukuis to stagger on top. They're starting to hit some points where Kukuis can start to be the ones dictating plays. Like, they get the quick blink on Armel over, say, the armlet that we normally see. So he is going to be more active now on this DK. He's going to be jumping in with that Dragon Tail. Again, less so the farming DK we tend to see. They are still looking to try to make a move onto Cox top, but he is right under the tier 1, so Timps doesn't have an angle. Instead, maybe down bot where Armel's alone.
Yeah, he's been purged up. Xiao's going to set up very nicely here. Jackie's going to move in as well. Tims does land the Impel. You don't have Metamorphosis though, so it could be a little bit challenging to get all the damage you require. They're getting the Shadow Poison stacks off, but it's still not going to be enough. Armel going to be safe as they do defend now. In comes Cox, finding both supports. And it seems like, boom, they'll be feeding 2 kills back the way of Kukui's. They just lack the damage without someone like Mac around. Mind you, Mac, he did have boots travel up, but it doesn't seem like he really had the option to make the way in.
I'm a little bit surprised they feel compelled to make such aggressive plays without that burst damage on hand. Like, the fact that FBZ is not willing to commit in as well, and trying to go back and farm up after maybe a couple of... after a really bad rotation onto the mid. It does feel like he needs that blade mail into the Ags. Start to have impact. And the supports are the ones feeling the itchy fingers right now. Like, Tims wants these kills. He wants to be able to snowball into that Dagon. Isn't really finding it now, especially as with Cox now taking some early activity. A bit of a smoke out from the Kukuis. Doesn't seem like they'll be dragging any big core their way yet. But just securing some map space. You know, getting some sentries down just in case forward wards up there. You do still have some good forward wards out from Boom though. Very deep. It doesn't feel like they've been able to really reach these areas of the map since planting these wards, except for Tims, who has been scurrying around. But the follow through, I mean, it's still kind of there. Again, with Travels and with the Solar Guardian, there are some angles to go that deep. It's just, you have to show a lot of respect for Kukuis. As they equalize the game, 1k lead left for Boom, 5-10. I'll try with a smoke now on Mac and Zhao. Again, with a little bit more time on that Vendetta. Just need to be able to catch a big one here.
It's very good timing. Oh, this is a real shame for a Bart to lose all this farm, but he might just. Sentry will give away that Tims was moving in, so they have at least that. More sentries placed to try and find out this Nyx Assassin as Tim's now looking to retreat. A Bart desperately just trying to take the farm while he still can, and it seems like he'll get away with it. Just the XP being shared now between themselves and Boom. But they will at least secure the creeps and they'll get the hell out of there. They don't want the fight right now.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Great sentry placement again from Kukuis. They understand what Tims is trying to do. If they're cutting off the angles of these Nyx, they want to start these fights on Boom with that Vendetta into the Impale, and just a couple of nice cheeky sentries those managed to protect. So even with the forward wards, we've got the setup on Kukuis to still be happy. And this Ags for a bot now is only about 1k away. Tims is still scurrying around, but look, straight sentry from Ponyo instantly.
That's the way to play it against these Nyx Assassins. Just keep those sentries going. Problem is when you run out of them, but for now, they've got plenty. And things still going very well for Kukuis. I mean, you're getting all this farm and a Bart, which is exactly what they wanted to see. A Bart now just a point booster away from having the full Aghanim Scepter up, and just about 700 gold away. No problems here for the Gyrocopter. Meanwhile, Mac, he's getting fairly close to his Aghanim Scepter, about 300 gold away on the Lena for that. And of course, we've seen how powerful he gets once the Axe is up. Like, you literally just blow a support up immediately with one spell. Speaking of supports though, Zhao's been caught, and Zhao is going to go down. Disruption will buy a little bit of time, but ultimately not enough time.
And Kukuis are much more quick on the uptake, quick to punish, even send some TPs in just to ensure kind of clean up nice and quick. Got the full Echo Saber up on Cox, going for the S and Y first, force him like a harpoon. Again, just the double hits alone from the Night Stalker can just be enough to clip someone down, get some burst damage going. And this time it's Boom that kind of lacks in vision. Like, they've got this forward ward right behind the tier 1. Doesn't really fully spot out the gate movement, but no one's playing down bot anyhow. It's just, they've got forward wards that they can't really utilize. They've been trying with the Nyx, just been a little bit rough for Tims. They're still lining up for Cox again. He's just a really tanky target with 2k HP.
It's not gonna land. Unfortunate for Tims, trying to set up desperately, but underneath that T1 tower, it's just too projected. They will not be able to secure a life onto Cox. Mid lane, Zhao setting up onto Armel. They've got the Laguna with the Aghanim Scepter available here, so Armel just getting so much damage dealt his way. And that was really beautiful timing, because Mac literally just picked up the Ags, as now they look towards a Bard. A Bart does have plenty of support around him, but FBZ is still moving in. Ponyo is melting to the damage output that they have. Ponyo will also go down.
Starting to find some success on Boom. The punishment onto Armel is big. This guy, you can see how long it takes to kill that DK though. With the Mage Slayer up, this is him without the BKB. Once that's up, that burst play onto the DK becomes a lot tougher. I think that's where your concerns rise here for Boom. As the game scales on, you're going to be reliant more and more on your bigger cores to start dishing some damage out, because you're into DK, you're into a Night Stalker, very high HP strength heroes. You don't have a way of just softening them up to that extent where they are manageable. Heck, even a bot as well. Right? BKB into Satanic. He's opting for more survivability as well. It doesn't feel like you're going to be able to burst him down as fast here for Mac.
Mel's made to jump in on Tim's, but it's still not an easy kill because Zhao's around the corner. There's so much sentry commitment for poor old Ponyo to try and catch this Nyx assassin. But Tim's has still gotten a pretty decent Dagon timing himself in the Nyx, as now they're going to find Cox. Cox in a very peculiar position. They'll take the tier 1 mid tower, and it seems like Boom, they will not be willing to try and force that fight. Meanwhile, Armel rushing top trying to find Jackie. Jackie will retreat at the right time though, and it seems like he will not get caught.
No. Maybe telegraph out from Kukui's this time, as Tim's was willing to try to walk into the high ground and break. Doesn't really find it. Maybe a bit optimistic as well, trying to make a play on Cox here.
Cox thinking about moving back in, but that's a little bit scary. Does have Dark Ascension on the Night Stalker, so still thinking about trying to force a fight. But with Mac around, you really don't want to, because this will happen. 1 support gone, 2 support gone. It really is that easy with this damn flame cloak ability. It's a little bit too much.
And it is. It's funny how things always go back to Lina at the start of the year, doesn't it? It feels like every time we get into a new year, it's just back into Lina. Every time. For what, 2-3 years in a row now. It's almost as sad as the Pangolier thing. At least Lina's not as, I don't know. It feels less, how to say, stale than Pango, but certainly starting to be up there. But you can see why. You can't fault Mac. Just all over the map. He's going for his own BKB. Not too far off from that now. Just 2 parts. A little bit more farm. 9-11, 2k lead still standing for Boom. And Kukuis, I do like the aggression they've been showing here early. But it does feel like, again, you are getting to the point where you're very tanky in your 2 offlanes. You start to get BKBs. Things start to simplify. You are still giving more space than you'd like out to Jackie and to Mac. Like, these are your 2 big issues. The Terrorblade and the Lina, just finding a little bit too much farm. The fact that your initiation in Kukuis isn't as non-committal as it is from Boom. Right? You talked about this in draft, but it's this Nyx Assassin plus this Dawnbreaker combination is so low committal. Like, if Tim's doesn't find an angle, alright, Tim's can die. It doesn't matter. This Nyx Assassin, just with Arcanes and Dagon, can do enough. But if it does line up, you get big dividends, and you just don't have that same way of hunting down on Kukuis. We'll go for the Tormentor. They should eventually find it without sacrificing any support lives. And they will. A nice shard out for Zhao. So Demonic Cleanse on top now for a little bit of save. More things to worry about from the side of Kukuis. And now the full Ags out for FBZ. A mischance on top with the Solar Guardian. A little bit more healing on top. Longer duration as well. It will track you. It's not getting easier for Kukuis. Again, it's not necessarily getting that much harder, considering what you're getting for a bot, what you're getting out for Cox, and for Armel. But it certainly does make you think twice as you scale into the late game. Like, can you fully keep up? Can Armel start to transition into more damage? As, again, he's gone all in durability. He's going to have to switch it up to some source of damage to keep up with that burst on the side of Boom and utilize his tankiness. We'll see Boom try to slid around for another smoke play out with the Vendetta. Again, they've got really nice wards. They were watching that shove down bot with these wards down right where the tier 1 is. They might be able to angle in, but Mac does make it pretty clear with clearing out the leaf wave still.
He's just going to get caught. Sentry was there. Solar Guardian, they're going to fly in. Actually saving his life for now as Tims will finally go down. FBZ still forced to join this fight though. There's 5 heroes around him. So poor old FBZ is going to end up going down as well. Tim's, again, there's just sentries everywhere. Ponyo is not allowing him to walk freely with Vendetta.
Just what I needed.
That's a reveal on the Ags of FBZ, so you should be aware now that this is going to be the big play setup from Boom. Already up, they have to be a little bit cautious about taking prolonged fights into that Solar Guardian, as we are seeing just how big that healing can be. Still, enough for Kukuis to swing this back, right? One big core kill, even game state now, less than 1k lead out for Boom. On the side of Kukuis, I mean, they're starting to get into the BKBs. One big BKB done for Armel, one done for a bot that he did pop earlier into his Satanic. A lot of ways to just sit through the magical damage flying out here from Mac. And Mac also has to start to worry about the Mage Slayer being on top. And he has his own BKB up, but I think your one difference from game one is that this is not a free game right now for Jackie. Right? Like this TB is not the richest in the world. 3k behind a bottom farm. It's only the Manta-style Dragonlance. No real big tankiness showing yet. Not really doing the most damage in the world yet either. We'll find a Roshan for him at the very least. There's still a ways to go here.
I'm kind of surprised that Kukui's let this Roshan go for free, considering they do seem like they're potentially the stronger team right now with their draft. But Roshan goes the way of Boom Esports, and I feel like that's a bit of a miss from Kukui's, because I don't think Boom really deserved that Roshan.
Yeah. They just don't have that forward reach. Maybe coming down to the fact that their entire economy is just so focused on sentries. Same thing kind of goes for Boom. They're trying to plant aggressive wards from the side of Kukui's. Just going to get instantly deleted. They haven't really crossed the river as well on Kukui's end, which means they don't have Roche control. Tim's going to be trying to angle out again. Does break me. Might be able to break the smoke at the least.
Does do so. Dust will be committed. Tims, he'll pop the Spy Carapace and run. You've got Solar Guardian up, so FBZ can be here at any time. But it seems like all they really wanted was that smoke break. They'll be more than happy knowing that Kukuis don't really get anything out of that smoke committal. And really all they can do is relocate and get back to farming. It seems as FBZ, of course, is going to be able to retreat quite safely, knowing that they were heading his way. Even bottom lane, it seems like Boom might just start forcing it in. Like Jackie might just pop meta and start forcing the tier 2 tower in, and at some point you're just going to have to come defend this.
And you do. So far playing very safe, good old Jackie, just playing with that Demon Zeal. Does manage to force out the early Fortify on the tier 2s. Be a refresh at the very least. Meanwhile, some room up top for Kukuis to just clear a tier 1. Still ready with Tims. Like, again, he is taking point.
Oh, damn.
Good isolation on the bot.
He's okay.
Oof.
He's alright. Everybody's TPing back down towards that bottom tier 2 tower, and I mean, Jackie's illusions almost took out the tower. It's only 700 HP left on that tower, so they do have to respond. If they could find Jackie twice, it'd be amazing. And speaking of Jackie, he's actually going to go for the fight onto a Bart. A Bart's popped the BKB. He'll go for the man-pipe, but this is against the Aegis of Jackie. It could be a hard fight. FBZ's moving in, but does not go for the stun. Looks to retreat. As Boom Esports, they will group up. But that'll be enough. Kukuis, they do not want this fight without the BKB available of a Bart. With that, it seems like both sides will kind of reserve themselves to coming back another time and forcing a fight another time.
They did manage to force Metamorphosis out from Jackie. They forced out the Solar Guardian. Maybe not the longest cooldown now from VZ. But they did force some tools out from the side of Boom as well. And they did manage to hang on to, say, Armel's BKB of his own, despite having to waste it on a bot. You find themselves an amp damage rune on the back of it. And this could be an opportunity, even without the BKB and Gyro. They know that Solar Guardian bailout isn't there.
He's a big target. If they can pick off Mac, it'd be amazing. But instead, they're going to find Zhao first. Tim's also caught, does pop the Vendetta as Cox is still chasing down Mac. He wants the bigger target. Mac's going to BKB TP away. There's a lot of damage, but it's not enough. One more right click may have actually just done it from a Bart, but couldn't quite get it off in time. Meanwhile, a Bart is currently being watched by Tims, but Tims does not have any help around him, so there's no jump to be made. In fact, the Bart's got plenty of help, just in case. They'll move to the mid-tier 2 tower. The amp damage rune going to make it very, very quick work, as FBZ actually getting caught. A nice light strike array will land on 2. FBZ still getting blown up. They do at least take down Jewel as well, but they're going to lose Tims now on the next assassin, and that's going to be the mid-tier 2 tower going down. And Kukuis, they're looking very strong at the moment, I'll tell you what, John. Bart's become a pretty big issue.
He has. And it's just down to how well they've managed to play counterplay this time. They're more than willing to start to toss Cox around inside. They know that even if they sacrifice one BKB on a bot, they managed to force out bigger spells out from the side of Boom and managed to just play with the tempo advantage that does provide. Trading away Solar Guardian for a BKB while you have other BKBs still ready, while you still have Dragon Form ready, you find an amp damage, the openings do come out, and it feels like this economy game investment from Ponyo has certainly paid off, right? Like all these sentries preventing the forward movement of Boom because they're so reliant on playing with the Nyx. They're so reliant on Tims to just play with Vendetta that they've just not been able to find as many angles as they did in the last game. Like, we were expecting much more to come out with the Solar Guardian combinations. Tims he's been trying, but it's a difficult game to even hope to look forward. And because all of those sentries are being dropped around to watch that Nyx Assassin, that means you also don't get that much forward vision for Boom either in comparison to game 1. They do have that nice deep ward, perhaps right by the right side Ancients, but nothing in the triangle, nothing in the top jungle, nothing to allow them to really spot out Kukuis, much more straightforward, as we did see in game 1. And for Kukuis, even though they don't have that same vision as well, right? Like, because it's Boom that's somewhat under pressure to run into them, they still have a rough idea every single time these ganks fail. Like, if Tims is spotted, they know everyone's likely backing them up. They know which side of the map no one's occupying, what flank angle to take. And, you know, it's just enough information for them to kind of bring it back onto Boom. 10 to 16, 5k lead up their way. They are starting to scale in now on Armel. Does have that Orchid going for the full AC into the Bloodthorn, so his damage is starting to really come into play. Cox, for his part, has the full Sanjin Yasha going into the Nullifier to take away some saves here as well. So things are starting to pan out. And heck, you've got the full Daedalus not too far off now for a bot into his Swift Blink. Going to reach endgame for the Gyrocopter. And this is a Gyro with Ogre Magi. This is a Gyro with free attack speed. If a bot is just allowed to stand and fight, he will rip everyone to shreds. Be very, very cautious on Boom, and you have to really think about how you try to isolate away that big Gyrocopter, especially since it doesn't feel like Jackie's really fully farmed up yet. Still finishing up that Scotty, has the gold for it now, but damage isn't really coming in yet for the Terrorblade.
I think the Scotty could be a pretty big game changer against at least the Gyrocopter, but yeah, he certainly kind of needs to be able to stand there and hit away with it to make all the differences. Now we are going to see a smoke through the mid lane from the side of Kukuis. FBZ's by the tier 3 tower, so there's not really much of an option for him unless they want to dive high ground. And Cox looks like he's thinking about it. He does have a blink up. FBZ playing very safely. Will not give them the opportunity. It is risky. I mean, Kukuis, without an Aegis, they still think they might be able to go high ground here. Instead, they do turn their attention towards the top tier 2 tower now. I just wonder whether we see them actually commit without an Aegis.
Jackie's just playing with Demon Seal and his own illusions. Already making some progress onto that tier 3 bot as well. Like, he's done such a fantastic job of just split pushing. He took a tier 2 with Justice Illusions and Demon Zeal. Like, this is allowing quite a good little bit of tempo play out from Boom. In fact, they'll try to back it up with a smoke of their own. See if this starts to line up into anything. Tim's already taking point again, but the sentry's already set by Ponyo.
We're gonna find Tims. This will connect. Tims in a bit of danger. Mac's gonna show up. They're throwing the Laguna out onto Cox's now. Solar Guardian will fly through. Armel, he's gonna get hit by that stun very, very soon, and he's dropping very, very low. Armel is down, but here comes the bot. He's the one you've got to worry about. They'll immediately back off as a bot. Still perfectly fine to keep going, but he is being chipped away out here by Mac, who's throwing the Laguna back out onto the Gyrocopter. A bot. Has he gone too far? They'll force staff him away, but now the chase is on from Boom. They'll lose Ponyo. There was at least a buyback committal here from Zhao, which was somewhat wasted. But Boom Esports, they still win out the team fight. And this is kind of what I was just saying, John, that Skadi timing of the TB, even if Jackie doesn't look that farm, that Skadi is very intimidating when it comes to this hero. There's Mac still going in for more. A bot He will be forced to BKB and try to fight, but eventually does look to remove himself.
And this is where you have to be cautious in the fight back in. Abbott did not pop his BKB. He was very patient with it, but it also meant that he couldn't just stand his ground and
forced to pierce the veil and just run. So these illusions with the demons here, it's kind of ridiculous how much they do. It's a lot of damage.
It's a stupid amount of damage, and it's just so low committal for Jackie to play onto objectives, to poke onto the supports, just with that one spell. He is going to start to ramp up in damage now as well, going back for that full butterfly, and that's where things get even scarier for the side of Kukuis. They've been very on point with, again, their vision game, their counter vision for the Knicks, and Armel's been very confident with his positioning. Now he has to kind of try to take a step back. Or at least think twice if Jackie's in the area with that Scotty. He doesn't have his own way of just life-stealing through. He's very reliant on his innate or his HP regen. And that's just not going to cut it. At the least when a bot's caught out, I do believe the Satanic does sort of offset. Satanic active will offset it just a bit. So it doesn't feel as awful. The Gyrocopter, it's still going to be a little bit rough. But we have seen just popping Satanic, and as long as you're not being focused too hard, can be a fine position to be in. Love this coming out from Tims. Has the full Aeon Disc up, so he can afford to be the bait up front and still bail himself out of trouble. And that should make it a lot easier for him to actually play a game now. So they will smoke again. They do have Vendetta back up. Roche in a few seconds here, Mike. A nice pick off into Roche could set things up, or even just a quick Roche take. Because it looks like the side of Kukuis, they're not hugging that area. And again, Kukuis, they've not been able to cross the river. They've not been able to keep Montrose up on this Roshan whatsoever.
Looks to make their position pretty obvious here. Shying on the creep wave with all those spells being thrown out. But yeah, I mean, Kukui is certainly not in position to try and contest Roshan. If Boom Esports will start, and it seems like they might. Zhao will scout it out. I feel like you can't let this go for free. There's no way you let this go for free when you're ahead. But it seems like that's going to be the case. They are not prepared.
No. Again, they all cross onto the left side. They left that bot lane alone. They don't have the forward boards. They don't have the info outside of Roche Roar. Kind of giving Roshan. It's just a little bit too quick for the illusions of Jackie. Aegis up once again for our Terrorblade, along with the Roche banner coming down. And for the Kukuis, they still maintain a lead. I mean, 3K at 33 minutes isn't really a notable lead by any means. It's mainly on a bot as well, as he's 5K above Mac. So you are sacrificing quite a fair bit in Cox, and to an extent, just a tad bit on Armel. Kind of achieve that. Gate movement across for the side of Boom. Last tier 2 standing up top as well. There is, again, forward wards here to watch Tims at least.
They've got all the vision, but at least the Aeon Disc is going to proc and allow him to back out of there safely. Tim still getting plenty of information for his team and still survives at the end of the day. It's just, I feel like with these Roshans going to Boom for free, like, you're really giving them a nice avenue back into this game. And, well, like you said, it's really not that big of a difference anyway. Like, even the win probability right now is sitting at 49-51. So it's basically 50-50 between these two sides. And I dare say I still have more faith in the Terrorblade than I do the Gyrocopter. Especially considering you're about 50 gold away from a butterfly now on Jackie. He may get caught before it though. Dark Ascension popped. Who are they going to jump? They found Zhao. That'll be a dieback on Zhao. A nice start. The rest of Boom trying to escape, but Cox is going to have vision here onto the TB. Can they deal with Jackie? He's got 2 lives available to him. Instead they'll chase down Tims, but Tims is out of there. So they really find nothing but the Shadow Demon kill. And even then, I mean, it was a dieback, but it allows the respawn timer to be a little bit less next time around here for Zhao. So I don't think he actually minds too much as a Bard. He's going to jump in aggressively. Max forced the BKB up, but here comes FBZ with the Solar Guardian right onto a Bard. Do they want to take the fight? They'll land the stun here, a Bard. He's dropping too low. He needs a way out, but he's down. Still, they do find Jackie with the Aegis. That's 1 life. Metamorphosis gone now. But does Jackie even care? I mean, the answer's no. He'll just walk out of it. That was a really risky jump in from a Bard. I think he's underestimating just how much damage you can provide now with Jackie.
not really respecting just the strength of the Terrorblade at this point, the strength of even just the BKB piercing stun in that Solar Guardian. He did not try to walk out of the circle whatsoever. Just puts you in the firing line much easier. And they lose their lead off of that for the side of Kukuis, down to just 1k, 2k, fluctuating, but evens out the game for Boom. Sure, they lose Aegis, which means going into the high ground is not really an easy prospect any longer for the side of Boom Esports. But they're hitting that big stride now. Like Jackie, once he gets his own BKB up, clearing out the Falcon Blade for that more than likely is... It's just going to be harder to pin him down with, say, the silences coming in. Pin him down with say, the Muerta silence, the calling, trying to zone him out. It's not going to be concerned any longer for that Terrorblade. Inside of Boom is still fully confident. Like, they've got the Blink eventually set to come out here for Tims. They've got the Lincolns coming out for Mac for some defense on being targeted down as well. From, say, the Dragon Tail, or even just using him as a dead shot tool, or just getting stunned up. Like, I don't think you're fully out for Kukuis for sure. Like, again, you've got the damage coming out here on Abat. He is queuing his own Butterfly rather than MKB, but maybe he feels confident enough with the Bloodtorn being on hand to kind of try to deal with the evasion on Jackie. And again, as long as they kind of time it without the BKB being done just yet, you have a window. It's just, it's not like Jackie's that far off from his BKB. Like, it is coming out soon.
It's kind of the thing as well, like BKB Manta, like it's not going to be that easy as Cox going to blink away, does pop the Dark Ascension. Keeps the vision up on Boom Esports as Armel going to jump in onto Tims. They'll try to find at least the Nyx Assassin, but the Aeon Disc does proc. Now Mac being targeted down. We'll go for the BKB TP away, and he is going to make it. Maybe they can still hope for one, and they are going to find Zhao. Cox will take him down. Meanwhile, Tim's also caught. So you still found the support duo. Not the worst situation here for Kukuis. They still get away with a bit, but they don't find the big core kills they really wanted.
They don't find the big core kills, and they're forced to fortify. They have to fortify for Jackie's illusions again, shoving in bot. So next time around, Boom does decide to fully commit in. Like, they don't have to worry about that save onto the objectives until at least a tier 3 or one for Rax falls. They have free room for a tier 2 siege. Trying to push in, though.
I mean, Amel's got a BKB, but he's got to be so cautious not to get blown up. As now a Bart jumping in again with the Swift Blink does eventually retreat. Tier 3 tower going to go down relatively quickly as the supports are still yet to respawn. Jackie silenced up, stunned up, but is still okay as the Deadshot does not connect. Now a Bart needs to get out. He's too low. He'll blink out of there for now. Meanwhile, Cox does blink in, but runs out of there. Nobody gets caught. Happy days here for Kukuis. They are able to get out of there without losing anyone. That's what you wanted to see.
And they take a range Rax for their troubles as well. And the side of Boom, they popped meta relatively early on Jackie. So going into their own fight into the high ground doesn't seem as clear cut. Roshan still a ways off until we see that timer up as well. So it's down to looking for opportunities. Perhaps if teams can hunt something down with Vendetta, they can find an opportunity to Solar Guardian in, but it looks like Kukuis is actually looking to take initiative. They smoke up, they drag Armel in, they're looking for an angle out. They don't have vision, but they have a rough idea as to where Boom would hug after that little play.
Jackie's got no meta either. This is a very, very awkward time here for Boom to try and get into this fight, as Tims luckily gets caught before Jackie gets spotted. So the TB barely making his way out, as he was about a second from getting noticed. And again, without the meta, he had no chance there of being able to fight. So Tims will sacrifice his own life to tank the gank. Kukui is again going to be pretty happy with the fact that they can just control the bottom side of the map. But you're going to see Max Split pushing top lane. You'll probably see Jackie throwing illusions down at bottom soon. And so it's still not a very easy path to go high ground. There is still plenty of creep skipping and creep pushing that is happening. Although FBZ and Zhao, and Jackie for that matter, in the triangle have been spotted. FBZ going to get rooted up. Meanwhile, Laguna being thrown out. Abart jumping in on Jackie, who's in between a rock and a hard place right now. They'll drop the Solar Guardian, trying to keep Jackie alive. Jackie's going for the fight without the Metamorphosis and Denzanity. Abart's going down again. Without the Metamorphosis, they still have enough.
What?
Ponyo's down a boot. It's the Skadi, John. It's too much slow. 50% slow on range heroes, plus the Demon Zeal to give you that bonus attack and movement speed. Like, sure, he doesn't have meta, but he can still stand there and man-fight you if you'll stand next to him.
And it's the fact that it feels like the backing for a bot in that play wasn't fully committed as well. You know, Armel couldn't jump in to try to provide some spacing out. He popped BKB relatively early, so there's a lot of room for them to start to come in. BKB duration is starting to drop low now as well. And you do have buybacks ready to go, at the very least, but no BKB in the buyback is a little bit dicey of prospect here on the side of Kukuis. Jackie just trying to get this work done by himself, and he does have the creeps up top to aid. He'll be able to even out for that siege onto the high ground. And again, he still has Metamorphosis ready on Jackie. The Demon Zeal not even being popped again just yet, and is just going to be able to siege out. We're going to go for 2 more sets of racks. Still have that Roche banner to aid up top. And for the side of Kukuis, can respawns aren't too far off, but I don't see them stopping this on this top racks at least. Maybe stopping the full megas for sure, but you come swinging back with a vengeance on the side of Boom Esports after that one.
Absolutely. It's you take a little bit from them, but they take so much more from you. It's now the side of Boom. Smoked and waiting. Armel, he might be the poor old target. His Light Strike Ray is going to land, and he has no chance to get his BKB off. In fact, Abart also got caught. They'll try to save him. He pops his BKB to run away, and he will make it. But man, oh man, now without BKB available, that's going to be Mega Creep surely incoming. Not much that they can really do to try and stop this, I don't think. Especially now that Jackie's popped the Metamorphosis. There goes your tier 3 tower. Ponyo is dying to just TB illusions, and he is going to survive barely. Armel's brought back. He's jumped in. Who are they aiming? They're trying after FBZ, but he's alright. At the very least, that buyback does protect the bottom racks.
Oh,
for now. Cox, though, might go down, but barely survives. They'll move on to Tims, but Tims with the Spike Carapace, able to get away. Cox still in trouble. Does try to run from Mac and does make it out as Armel jumping in with the stun. Does break the Lincolns. Meanwhile, Abart will just run right past. We'll move back in now, but Jackie's going for the man fight again. Abart needs to retreat. It is not safe. They've lost Cox another time. It seems like Boom can still commit for these megas. There goes your melee barracks. And just the illusions will get it done. It's no problem.
Yeah.
Mega creeps are up.
It's a rough one for Kukuis. Not sure which angle they have to take back in. They don't have any displacement plays available. They just have to find an
big
angle.
catch. Abart's been caught. Abart is as good as dead by the seams of it. Jewel at least makes it for a little bit, but not for much longer. As they'll buy back on Abart, they'll try one last time to defend their Ancient. Boom Esports, are they going to pay the respect of backing off? The thing is, they've got Metamorphosis in 10 seconds here, John. I don't think they need to.
No.
Smoke again.
They really don't.
Jump in. Tims, a very nice impel. He's found the big target, and Abart is gone. Dieback is out. That's going to be it. GG has to be called. I mean, they can keep trying, but it's looking impossible to deal with Boom now. As Ponyo will lose his life. Armel is not looking too happy either. He'll try to run away in the dragon form, but it's no good. Tims will take him out. GG is called. Boom Esports, they will secure this victory 2-0 against Kukuis. And I mean, props to the boys. I mean, game 2 was a little bit closer, and it felt like this dire end of things was going to make a high ground attempt work out in their favor, but ultimately a couple mistakes here and there, and Boom Esports, they completely take over the game.
That they do, and again, I appreciate the shake-up here from the side of Kukuis, right? They play a faster game. They do manage to start to get some rotations out. Cox was much more willing to rotate at, say, around the 10-minute mark. He was much more willing to make plays around the map, but it just felt like they, again, kind of left an issue hanging. They just allowed this recovery process for Jackie to kick in, and Mac was just unanswered once more on this Lina. It felt like the answer from Armel with that early Mage Slayer was making a big difference, but not enough to sustain true once the game lasted long enough. And, Armel said it would be an easy game. It kind of looked a little bit easy there for Boom, going 2-0. Mind you, again, the second game was a little bit closer, so a good fight coming out from Kukuis, but they'll have to continue their journey now to Raleigh at the lower bracket. And maybe, down the line, perhaps they start to fight Boom again. But, it's not as shining as it once was for Kukuis. There was a time when the Kukuis brand would go all the way to the grand finals from an upper bracket run. We'll have to see again if they can do that from the lower bracket. And for the Boom Boys, I'm sure Coach Mushi is very happy. I think that last game was pretty smooth going. Not too many mistakes being made outside of maybe forcing movements out with Vendetta, not respecting the sentry place. But beyond that, it looked clean. Again, we've talked about this with Boom since they've come back to Southeast Asia, but the roster has looked like they've been stitching together back to, almost like peak Boom form with just slight changes to the roster. So I want to see if they can maintain that in this qualifier run.
It should be interesting, and we don't exactly know who the opponents of Boom will be yet in the next round of the upper bracket and the upper bracket semi-finals, but it is either going to be Execration or the Mongols. That series is not currently over, so you can go ahead and tune into that if you so wish. As for us, we're going to have a relatively long break, I do believe, while we are waiting for our next series to begin. It will be, of course, between Aurora Gaming and Groomify, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this break with our second series of the day.
Every time I start to doubt if I'm good enough, looking straight in your blue eyes makes me feel better. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had. Than anything I ever had. Than anything I ever had.
Earth is suffering, trouble is rising, mountains are melting, there's gonna be nothing left to breathe. Raise the sirens now. Break the silence now. Our hearts are trembling. This can be the ending. We must begin to rise. It's now do or die. Raise the sirens now before it's too
can feel the gravity is pulling me away, pulling me away. I've been getting so high, I can feel it. I can feel the gravity is pulling me away, pulling me away.
Ooh, the day that boy walked my way. Won't forget his pretty face. It was like we both had something to say. Yeah, but as soon as I saw him, his fine ass was gone. Think I should have followed him home. I'll put my number into his phone. A moment in time, so divine. Hope I see you again. Hope I see you again. A moment in time, so divine. Hope I see you again. Hope I see you again. You're looking so good, made me wanna know you. Feeling the blue that I got to show you. Come back, better come back. Want you to know that you're looking so fly. I wanna get to know you, but you mustn't be mine. And just a moment in time. Oh my, boy, you better come back. A moment in time, so divine. Hope I see you again. Hope I see you again. A moment in time, so divine. Hope I see you again. Hope I see you again. You're looking so good, made me wanna know you. Feeling the blue that I got to show you. Come back, better come back. Want you to know that you're looking so fly. I wanna get to know you, but you mustn't be mine. And just a moment in time. Oh my, boy, you better come back.
You'll be free when I set you free. I breathe you in, but all your sins won't disappear. You can see it's true that I want only you when we'll break free. Together, you and me. Take me in your arms and let us rise high up to the stars where we can fly. So come with me and pray. I want you to play my games and fulfill my black desires. So break my heart and leave me. I only need your body. So I'm saying I'm in love with you, but I don't care much about you. Where you've gone, I would find someone new.
dragon, waiting for a second to push you to your limits, going strong and feeling better. But do you feel them? Can you hear them say?
Welcome to the other side. Welcome to the other side.
Serotonin slide with me, sequin in the light, empowering your energy, riding through the night. Serotonin slide on over here by my side, stars up in your eyes, desire, caught up in this chemical high. love, take it higher. Serotonin slide, chemical high. Dopamine dive, love, take it higher. Serotonin slide, chemical high. Dopamine dive, love, take it higher. Serotonin slide, chemical high. Dopamine dive, love, take it higher. Secret in the light, empowering your energy. Riding through the night. Serotonin slide, 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 slide. Serotonin slide, 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 slide. Serotonin slide. No way, I'll regret the first time with you. And baby, you make a moment every time I lay eyes on you. But do we care? Do we dare? Keeping this going. Let's live in the moment, yeah. How would you know? Keep this on the low. Between the two of us. Every time I try to find,
Try to avoid it, but I was stuck. You turn up the heat when you back it up.
try to stop the flame.
The discipline melts away.
It isn't enough to wish for change. You either give in or pull away. We have the will to choose our fate. Whether it's wrong or right, I'm holding on for life. For the the day we woke up, lying in a pool of shame. Tears and makeup printed on the pillowcase. It's hard to apply restraint. I'm trying to stay away. It's so magnetic. Ooh, I gotta have it now. Let's keep it a private thing. I'll give you a secret name. Let's build a life on a lie. Every time I try to find,
Try to avoid it, but I was stuck. You turn up the heat when you back it up.
try to stop the flame.
The discipline melts away.
It isn't enough to wish for change. You either give in or pull away. We have the will to choose our fate. Whether it's wrong or right, I'm holding on for life. For the
Talking my, I've been working all year getting by. Looking for the high, taking all my time. Breathing in new life, feeling fine. Like I don't gotta be something society wants me to strive to be. Got my own energy. So magnetic in the spotlight. Shaping my own world with my own mind. Don't talk about me unless you alright. You gon' see I'm finna real free, protecting my energy. Gotta protect my mind. I'm breathing in new life. It's time that I realize what feels good ain't no ways around. changes, I got me a new strut. No more settling, I'm running out of good luck. Never chasing, I attract, I'm busy going up. If you see me come correct, then keep it on the book. Get it, how I live it, that's the motto, how it goes. No more reaching, introducing, hit the lotto, I'm the one. Not denying myself anymore, I'm done with it. Sky is the limit, I'm living like widow. Energy, 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 energy. Feeling free, feeling free. Energy. Gotta protect my mind. I'm breathing in new life. It's time that I realize what feels good ain't always right. I'm feeling good, feeling free. Feeling good, feeling free. All I need is me and my new energy. And my new energy. Feeling good, feeling free. Feeling good, feeling free. All I need is me and my new energy. And my new energy. Feeling good, feeling free. Feeling good, feeling free. All I need is me and my new energy. And my new energy.
Took too long for me to feel, yeah. Tell me why you're on your knees, yeah. Now I thought I had a dream, yeah. Kicking off the covers, I'm too hot for this bed. Give me space, I need to breathe, yeah. Give a face, giving it beautifully, yeah. Yeah, it's just me and my clique, yeah. We might be the hottest, but we let you in. Angel energy, let you sit with me. Angel energy, angel energy, angel energy. We got sympathy. Angel energy, angel energy. Yeah. Take the time to breathe and rest. Let yourself feel the best. Feel it all so deeply, so deeply. Divine with how we be, yeah. Aligned with everything, yeah. More than a dream, vulnerable and strong, yeah. We feel everything. Angel energy, let you sit with me. Angel energy, angel energy, angel energy. We got sympathy. Angel energy, angel energy, angel energy. Let you sit with me. Angel energy, angel energy, angel energy. We got sympathy. Angel energy, angel energy.
Never pressed, but I got the juice. Taking the lead, that's just what I do. I make mountains move with one hand tied, and still this world ain't satisfied. Everywhere I go, they stop and stare. I tell the truth, I take it there. Call me vicious, persistent, overzealous, that's fine. Main character energy, I stay taking what's mine. You need a foot on the gas, or put my name on the line.
Main character energy, I'm just taking what's mine. And it's written in the stars, I'm a king like my sign, yeah. Raising the bar, the jaws drop like a surprise. Don't be mad about it. Don't be mad, don't be mad. Don't be mad about it. Don't be mad, don't be mad. I don't play the game, nah, I make the rules. Cards close to the chest and I don't play no fool. Don't be mad about it.
Look, yeah, my name stay in the mouth. Legs got broke, they said cast her. I'm the 911 response in a disaster. I don't ask, I just take. Treat the world like a man, I just blow them away. Yeah, I'm a #1 fan. Don't need a bark, I'm a bite. Switch me on, dark need light. Don't need pity, don't need spite. I just plop, plop, plop on sight. Could take your girl in 2 seconds. I just flash her a smile. I make petty look pretty. They run an inch, I run 3 miles.
You need a foot on the gas, I'll put my name on the line. Main character energy, I'm just taking what's mine. And it's written in the stars, I'm a king like my sign, yeah. Raising the bar, the jaws drop like a surprise. Don't be mad about it. 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 I don't play the game, nah, I make the rules. Cards close to the chest and I don't play no fool. Don't be mad about it. Don't be mad. Don't be mad. Like a moth to the flame, I'm attracted when the doubts start saying my name. I can go there easily, and it's hard to maintain, 'cause I know it's not the world I know, it's me. Believe in every little thing I hear, and no, I ain't no stranger to the fire, burning up all my desire to be great. It stays coming in waves, and no, I ain't no stranger to the fire, burning up all my desire to be great. I gotta just open the gate. All I need is saving from hitting the pavement, understanding when I'm impatient, that only I give to me. All I need is a little love in lonely places, and strength to stare fear in the face, that only I give to me. Now I'm running this race, yeah. Stallions couldn't catch up to me. I'm running till I get first place. I'm running till I get everything, everything I ever wanted in my dream. No, I ain't no stranger to the fire, burning up all my desire to be greatest days coming in waves. And no, I ain't no stranger to the fire, burning up all my desire to be great. I gotta just open the gate. All I need is saving from hitting the pavement, understanding when I'm impatient, that only I give to me. All I need is a little love in lonely places, and strength to stand fear in the face, that only I give
yeah. I pack my suitcase, headed out the door. I keep my shoes laced. 2,000 miles away from home. A couple dollars in my pocket, never stopped the boy before. I load my bags and hit the road.
Miles past, turning back, found my track, face the fact, she a cold one. Never gonna settle for none. Stay up every night till I won. Don't want a slow rise now. I'm confident, opulence isn't a long ride out. When I look back now, I'm astounded. A quiet boy from old age, but always felt the world was a stage, yeah. I celebrate one last late night. My old life ain't staying.
I pack my suitcase, headed out the door. I keep my shoes laced. 2,000 miles away from home. A couple dollars in my pocket, never stopped the boy before. I load my bags and hit the road.
I'm headed to LA.
Miles, throw it on the dash. Shit, the 10,000 hours, can't let them pass. Yeah, well, I was putting time in, you was pulled up wildin'. You always had shit to say, now when I see you, it's silence. Thought I have a Grammy by 25. Commas after commas next to dollar sign, yeah. Remind myself why I'm living this life. Look at all the late nights, it'll all come in due time, yeah.
Made for the fight, for the pain and the climb. Tied to the life I chose. Stay through the night, another day, not a dime. Race against time. I couldn't just lay by and wonder
my shoes laced. 2,000 miles away from home. A couple dollars in my pocket, never stopped the boy before. I load my bags and hit the road.
Think about it every night when I close my eyes. You're on my mind. I try to quit a million times, but it takes me high. Like you're so divine. You give me everything. Don't know what's happening. I need you like medicine. You're my everything, everything.
Together, ever since I found you, my life just got better. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had. Than anything I ever had. can strain your blue eyes. Makes me feel better. Better than this. Better than that. Better than anything I ever had. Better than this. Better than that. Better than anything I ever had. Than anything I ever had. Than anything I ever had.
Earth is suffering, trouble is rising, mountains are melting. There's gonna be nothing left to breathe. Raise the sirens now. Break the silence now.
my blood through my veins like a melody. I can feel it, I can feel it. So alive, loving her, I can finally breathe. I can feel the gravity is pulling me away, pulling me away. I've been getting so high, I can feel it. I can feel the gravity is pulling me away, pulling me away. Ooh, that day that boy walked my way. Won't forget his pretty face. It was like we both had something to say. Yeah, but as soon as I saw him, his fine ass was gone. Think I should have followed him home. I'll put my number into his phone. A moment in time, so divine. Hope I see you again. Hope I see you again. A moment in time, so divine. Hope I see you again. Hope I see you again. You looking so good, made me wanna know you. Feeling the groove, and I got to show you. Come back, better come back. Want you to know that you're looking so fly. I wanna get to know you, but you must be mine in just a moment in time. Oh my, boy, you better come back. A moment in time, so divine. Hope I see you again. Hope I see you again. A moment in time, so divine. Hope I see you again. Hope I see you again. You're looking so good, made me wanna know you. Feeling the groove, and I got to show you. Come back, better come back. Want you to know that you're looking so fly. I wanna get to know you, but you must be mine in just a moment in time. Oh my, boy, you better come back.
You'll be free when I set you free. I breathe you in, but all your sins won't disappear. You can see it's true that I want only you when we'll break free together. You and me. Take me in your arms and let us rise high up to the stars where we can fly. So come with me and pray. I want you to play my games and fulfill my
saying I'm in love with you, but I don't care much about you. When you've gone, I would find someone new. I cannot lose. Fall into my arms and let us rise high up to the stars where we can fly. So come with me and pray. I want you to play my games and fulfill my black desires. I'm playing in a hidden world. Forbidden love will be observed by you to reveal my black desires. So come with me and pray. I want you to play my games and fulfill my black desires. I'm playing in a hidden world. Forbidden love will be observed by you to reveal my black desires. Can you hear the voices calling? Longing for your dirty souls, the wolves are hauling. Can you hear the voices calling? Do you feel how they are dragging? Waiting for a second to push you to your limits, going stronger, feeling better. But do you feel them? Can you hear them say? Cross the line. Since a little dark in here, trust me, you have nothing to fight. Take the start. Follow, leave it all behind. Welcome to the other side. Do you feel how they are dragging? Do you feel them? Can you hear them say? Do you feel how they are dragging? Can you hear them say? Cross the line. Since a little dark in here, trust me, you have nothing to fight. Take the start. Follow, leave it all behind. Welcome to the other side. Cross the line. Since a little dark in here, trust me, you have nothing to fight. Take the start. Follow, leave it all behind. Welcome to the other side. Follow me. Come in, cross the line. Serotonin slide with me. Sequin in the light, embarking your energy. Riding through the night. Serotonin slide. Slide on over here by my side. Slides up in your eyes, desire. Caught up in this chemical high. Angel, can you take me high? I'm on fire from the dopamine. You're all I need tonight. Promise I'll give you all of me, darling. Serotonin slide with me. Sequin in the light, embarking your energy. Riding through the night. Serotonin slide, slide, slide. Serotonin slide, slide, slide. Serotonin slide. Slide up out of here like we're tired, but really we just about to get wired. Loving at the speed of light. Your body, I can help but admire. I'm on fire from the dopamine. You're all I need tonight. Promise I'll give you all of me, darling. Serotonin slide with me. Sequin in the light, embarking your energy. Riding through the night. Serotonin slide, 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 slide. Serotonin slide, 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 slide. Serotonin slide. Serotonin slide, chemical high. Dopamine dive, love, take it higher. Serotonin slide, chemical high. Dopamine dive, love, take it higher. Serotonin slide, chemical high. Dopamine dive, love, take it higher. Serotonin slide, chemical high. Dopamine dive, love, take it higher. Sequin in the light, embarking your energy. Riding through the night. Serotonin slide, 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 slide. Serotonin slide, 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 slide.
hard to apply restraint. I'm trying to stay away. It's so magnetic. Ooh, I gotta have it now. Let's keep it a private thing. I'll give you a secret name. Let's build a life on a lie. Every time I try to find,
Try to avoid it, but I was stuck. You turn up the heat when you back it up.
try to stop the flame.
Discipline out your way.
It isn't enough to wish for change. You either give in or pull away. We have the will to choose our fate. Whether it's wrong or right, I'm holding on for life, for the ride.
Talking my, I've been working all year getting by. Looking for the high, taking all my time. Breathing in new life, feeling fine. Like I don't gotta be something society wants me to strive to be. Got my own energy. So magnetic in the spotlight. Shaping my own world with my own mind. Don't talk about me unless you alright. You gon' see I'm feeling real free, protecting my energy. Gotta protect my mind. I'm breathing in new life. It's time that I realize what feels good ain't always right. Making changes, I got me a new strut. No more settling, I'm running out of good luck. Never chasing, I attract, I'm busy going up. If you see me come correct, then keep it on the book. Get it how I live it, that's the motto, how it goes. No more reaching, introducing, hit the lotto, I'm the one. Not denying myself anymore, I'm done with it. Sky is the limit, I'm living life with no energy. Feeling free, energy. Gotta protect my mind. I'm breathing in new life. It's time that I realize what feels good ain't always right. I'm feeling good, feeling free. Feeling good, feeling free. All I need is me and my new energy, and my new energy. Feeling good, feeling free. Feeling good, feeling free. All I need is me and my new energy, and my new energy. Feeling good, feeling free. Feeling good, feeling free. All I need is me and my new energy, and my new energy. Too long for me to feel, yeah. Tell me why you on your knees, yeah. Never thought I had a dream, yeah. Kicking off the covers, I'm too hot for this step. Give me space, I need to breathe, yeah. Give a face, giving it beautifully, yeah. Yeah, it's just me and my clique, yeah. We might be the hottest, but we let you in.
Angel energy, let you sit with me. Angel energy, angel energy, angel energy. We got sympathy. Angel energy, angel energy. Take the time to breathe and rest. Let yourself feel the best. Feel it all so deeply, so deeply. Divine with how we be, yeah, yeah. Aligned with everything, yeah. More than a dream, vulnerable and strong, yeah. We feel everything. Angel energy, let you sit with me. Angel energy, angel energy, angel energy. We got sympathy. Angel energy, angel energy, angel energy. Let you sit with me. Angel energy, angel energy, angel energy. We got sympathy. Angel energy, angel energy. Never pressed, but I got the juice. Taking the lead, that's just what I do. I make mountains move with one hand tied, and still this world ain't satisfied. Everywhere I go, they stop and stare. I tell the truth, I take it there. Call me vicious, persistent, overzealous, that's fine. Main character energy, I stay taking what's mine. You need a foot on the gas, or put my name on the line. Main character energy, I'm just taking what's mine. And it's written in the stars, I'm a king like my sign, yeah. Reason the bar, the jaws drop like a surprise. Don't be mad about it. Don't be mad, don't be mad. Don't be mad about it. Don't be mad, don't be mad. I don't play the game, nah, I make the rules. Cards close to the chest, and I don't play no fool. Don't be mad about it. Look, yeah, my name stay in the mouth. Legs got broke, they said cast her. I'm the 911 response in a disaster. I don't ask, I just take. Treat the world like a man, I just blow them away. Yeah, I'm a #1 fan. Don't need a bark, I'm a bite. Switch me on, dark need light. Don't need pity, don't need spite. I just plop, plop, plop on sight. Could take your girl in 2 seconds. I just flash her a smile. I make petty look pretty. They run an inch, I run 3 miles. You need a foot on the gas, I'll put my name on the line. Main character energy, I'm just taking what's mine. And it's written in the stars, I'm a king like my sign, yeah. Raising the bar, the jaws drop like a surprise. Don't be mad about it. 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 I don't play the game, nah, I make the rules. Cards close to the
burning up all my desire to be great. I gotta just open the gate. All I need is saving from hitting the pavement, understanding when I'm impatient, that only I give to me. All I need is a little love in lonely places, the strength to stand fear in the face, that only I give to me. All I need, understanding when I'm impatient. All I need is a little love in lonely places.
Yeah. Far from me. Girl, what's this shit about? You told me I was different than them. Now you got yourself another man. I hate to see you out with him. I guess I'm a little sad about it. I can't let you go. Losing control of me. A little sad about it. I'm sad about it. Taste the you ain't gotta act like that. So we should be floating to wherever we're going. 'Cause if the sky is an ocean, then we're going slow motion. So we should be floating to wherever we're going. 'Cause if the sky is an ocean, then we're going slow motion.
I pack my suitcase, headed out the door. I keep my shoes laced. 2,000 miles away from home. A couple dollars in my pocket, never stopped the boy before. I load my bags and hit the road.
Miles past, turning back, found my track, face the fact she a cold one. Never gonna settle for none. Stay up every night till I won. Don't want a slow rise now. I'm confident opulence isn't a long ride out. When I look back now, I'm astounded. A quiet boy from old age, but always felt the world was a stage, yeah. I celebrate one last late night. My old life ain't staying.
I pack my suitcase, headed out the door. I keep my shoes laced. lace. 2,000 miles away from home. A couple dollars in my pocket, never stopped the boy before. I load my bags and hit the road.
I'm headed to LA. I'm headed on my way. I'm headed on my way to LA. Headed on my way soon.
Couple thousand miles, throw it on the dash. Shit, the 10,000 hours, can't let them pass. Yeah, well, I was putting time in, you was pulled up wildin'. You always had shit to say, now when I see you, it's silence. Thought I'd have a Grammy by 25. Commas after commas next to dollar sign, yeah. Had to remind myself why I'm living this life. Look at all the late nights, it'll all come in due time, yeah.
Made for the fight, for the pain and the climb. Tied to the life I chose. Stay through the night, another day, not a dime. Race against time. I couldn't just lay by and wonder what I could have made mine. I'm closing on the moment, no one's gonna hold me down.
I pack my suitcase, headed out the door. I keep my shoes laced. 2,000 miles away from home. A couple dollars in my pocket, never stopped the boy before. I load my bags and hit the road.
Think about it every night when I close my eyes. You're on my mind. I try to quit a million times, but it takes me high. Like you're so divine. You give me everything. Don't know what's happening. I need you like medicine. You're my everything, everything. Keep
together. Ever since I found you, my life just got better. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had. Than anything I ever had. Than anything I ever had. Every time I start to doubt if I'm good enough, looking straight in your blue eyes makes me feel better. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had. Than anything I ever had. can feel it in my blood, through my veins like a melody. I can feel it, I can feel it. So alive, floating high, I can finally breathe. Lately, I've been feeling lonely. Want you to call me, promise me you'll always be there. I've been getting so high, I can feel it. I can feel the gravity is pulling me away, pulling me away. Pulling me I can feel it in my blood, through my veins like a melody. I can feel it, I can feel it. So alive, floating high, I can finally breathe. I can feel the gravity is pulling me away, pulling me away. I've been getting so high, I can feel it. I can feel the gravity is pulling me away, pulling me away. Ooh, the day that boy walked my way. Don't forget his pretty face. It was like we both had something to say. Yeah, but as soon as I saw him, his finance was gone.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. We are once again here for the ESL One Raleigh qualifiers for the SEA region, and it is MLP Dota and Jonix5. Jonathan, welcome back. So we're on to our second series of the night, and it's going to be between Aurora and a team called Groomify. Jonathan, how the hell are you doing?
I'm doing
Go on.
fine. You know, we had 2-0s a while ago, right? I believe it was a 2-0 on the other side, a 2-0 on our stream. This one's going to be interesting because Aurora did get to sit out of Wallachia very recently. They did ride through Dream League qualifiers without a hitch, not really dropping any series, had a really good upper bracket run, and only really dropping the game to Boom and Town. So they are one of the favorites coming in. Again, it's like Boom, Town, and Aurora who are favorites coming in. Groomify, they're a little bit of an interesting roster. There was some chatter in the lobby. I think you might have missed out on, Mikey, but I said, you know, Davao squad because it's like Young God and Play Hard from my city. I was like, hey, you know, the squad's here. And then Palos was like, you know, why are you, he says to Young God, what are you doing with Karma? What are you doing, Asta? Why'd you shift to off lane for this guy, this idiot? And then Asta came in and it's like, I hope you get fined by Aurora. Aurora, do you see your carry? And yeah, no, they popped off. So that was very cool to see. But that is a question in my mind. Young God moving to offlane? He hasn't done that in any of the qualifiers. He didn't do that in Dream League. He didn't do that in Wallachia. He didn't do that in any of the open qualifiers outside of the one they played to get in here. So it leaves a lot of questions in my mind as to how well Young God can adapt to a completely different role up against a very seasoned team in Aurora. You know, this is, again, they might have sat out of Wallahia because they were invited, but this is still one of the top three teams in Southeast Asia at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, I think going back to your point about Young God changing roles, it is a very interesting choice to make before these qualifiers. So, I mean, I'm not going to judge it quite yet, Jonathan, because I haven't had the pleasure of seeing Young God in that position 3 role, but obviously it is very different to what he may be used to, that old offlane. So, let's see how it goes. I mean, you've got to bring out something special against Aurora anyway, right? Like, Aurora, arguably one of the favorites to win the whole qualifier between them, Boom, and Talon, I'd say. So, you know, if you're going to do something, you better do it now, because Aurora, they're not going to be the easiest team to start off with here in these SEA closed qualifiers. More importantly, Jonathan, I feel like a point you've completely skipped over, even though I did kind of intend on asking you about this, but what's with the name of this team, John?
No, I wish I knew what they're trying to say with this one. I asked Young God, yo, is this really your name? And he was like, yes, this is a org. This is from their old boss who sponsored their old team, Nerd Rig. So apparently, they could use some help with names.
Who's this boss?
This fella.
I need to have a chat with
no
this boss,
clue.
I think. We'll have a chat with him afterwards. We'll figure it out.
A lot. He's going to get a lot of messages, I'm sure, about this name. We'll see. We'll see how Groomify does. Hopefully, they're ready for this one.
How are we going to call him Groomify the whole series?
We have no choice. What else can we say? Hopefully, GR. I don't even know what their in-game tag would be like. I'm curious about that one. GR? Groom? No, that's even worse. There's no way of breaking this down to less letters, Mikey. There's no way.
It's okay.
No way.
Wait. They chose. I had to say Cox multiple times in Series 1, John. So Groomify, it's fine. Series 2, it never ends with these teams. I'll tell you what. These SCA teams, man, they're always taking the piss out of us. That's what I feel. I feel like they're in a WhatsApp group or something, all of them, and they're just like, how can we annoy these casters more than last time? They figured it out, John. They've called themselves Groomify. Well done.
They found ways. You know what would be funny to me, Mike? If it wasn't a WhatsApp group, but somehow it was a Skype group. And I would not be surprised at that concept, even though no one uses that. Still, the draft is developed. We do see the Morphling left in the pool. We see DK banned out, of course, along the Alchemist, Nyx, and TA by Aurora. See them prioritize this Timbersaw into the Dawnbreaker as well. A nice way to rip that Dawnbreaker apart. I'm curious what their POS ones are going to be coming out later on. It's not going to be early in the draft, but there's some interesting choices I've seen from Palos. He's one of the few players picking up the Slark. We have seen every now and again there's a game where we suggest the Slark is a good pick. He has been constantly dipping into that. There's been off-lane Medusa coming out there for Young God. Again, switching into that off-lane role. We've seen the Spectre coming out for Palos every now and again as well. Last time around in the Dream League quals and a lot in his pubs. And some pocket picks in pubs. Palos has been playing, for some reason, he's played a couple of games of Faces Void on Chronosphere. I don't think that's something Aurora will dip into, but hey, if it's a good-looking Chrono game, maybe. I would love to see that hero start to pop back in. And love to see experimentation. That's the one thing disappointing to me, Mike. We talk about facets a lot. We talk about different playstyles. Number one, we haven't seen reverse polarity yet. Number two, we haven't really seen time zone outside of like the one moment it had while on mid Faces Void, but I don't think even then it was before time zone was a thing. So I would kind of be down for like a Palos Faces Void if it works out. Maybe Timbersaw doesn't really tie into it that amazingly well, but it's also not awful. So there's room, but I'm just kind of grasping straws. What I'm saying is I want Chronosphere. I mean, I want time zone, Mike. I want time zone.
Well, I was, I'm going to contend with you here, Jonathan, even though you hate when I do this, but they are up against a Dawnbreaker. So no, I don't think Void's coming out, as much as you'd love to see it.
No, think about it. Time zone, you catch Dawn, she's leashed. Isn't that great? She's going to be leashed.
I guess. Well, you know what? There's an interesting question. If you soul a Guardian and your allies in the time zone, it doesn't slow down time zone, does it? Excuse me, it doesn't slow down Solar Guardian somehow. No. Yeah, I mean, it can't. It doesn't make sense.
It would be funny if it slowed down on the Z-axis falling down. That would be interesting.
That'd be hilarious.
Sadly, don't think so.
Be like the Matrix.
We could see it. Sadly, it's a dead hero. We can only dream. Still, what's not dead is the Gyrocopter pick for Aurora. This is a Palos classic. I love to harp on about Palos playing this on his time in Boom 3 years ago now, where he was one of the first players to go for that Crystallis rush after Power Treads into Ags. He made his Gyrocopter look really good at that time in, when was that? 2022, 2021. A long time back now. Groomify go for pretty standard openings. Lion and Lich. A pretty toxic support duo. Probably running now at this Lion on 4 for Play Hard. And the Lich going down on 5 here for good old Losify. This is solid enough. I love Lion Dawnbreaker as a lane combination. It's a good amount of stunts. It's a good amount of reach. It's a good amount of burst damage as well. Playing into Gyrocopter is kind of alright. Although Dawnbreaker is still going to be annoyed by Rocket Barrage. Lion can cut off. And the teamfight potential is pretty sickening, right? If this Lich gets through on Mikey to farm up for the Blink Shard, blinking in, getting the Chain Frost off, you get solo pickoffs. Laning wise for the Lich, you're never going to run out of mana, just naturally so, because creeps are dying, you're around, you're going to be fine. And I do want to see how much this Lich can do up against a Timbersaw. It can be a little bit back and forth. Oh my lord. Shadow Shaman comes out. I hate this hero so much.
There it is.
Cluster Clock.
Yeah.
It's the worst thing. It's the worst thing in the game. My lord. Why does it not go on cooldown when you cast it on yourself? It's so dumb.
I think that was the worst part. When I first played against this new Shaman, I was like, okay, he already used Hex. It's not going to happen again. And then it happened again. And I was like, wait, hold on a minute. You're telling me it can just... Oh, don't get me started, Johnny. It just...
Right? It's terrible.
It's going to get changed. They're going to change it 100% in the next patch in 2026. I'm sure they're going to change this up as Pugna will come out for Aurora Gaming. I mean, I have no qualms with Pugna, Jonathan. I think it's a nice Pugna game here up against what Groomify have. Probably these supports are going to end up blowing themselves up if they're not too careful. Meanwhile, Groomify, they're going to go for a Lifestealer pickup.
This makes a lot of sense in lane. I think Lich Lifestealer is a very stable lane. You can rip through Timbersaw, although you will have to watch your spacing with the trees. And you have a decent vehicle like Dawnbreaker. Going all in on a Soldier Guardian play like that's not necessarily what you'd want, of course. Yeah, I mean, you're sitting away from farm as a Lifestealer then, right? Because Dawnbreaker normally takes farm away, so it's not really a combination you're looking to do, but it is available if you feel the need for it on Groomify. My issue with Lifestealer is it's scaling into Gyrocopter specifically is awkward. Ags is really good. We've seen Lifestealers go into that and then infest on the enemy core. The disarm is going to be big up against Palos. The issue is, will you have damage while your Lifestealer's inside with Radiance? Is it going to be enough? They're going to need to compensate with that on this mid pick, and I'm curious to see what Groomify will want for Key. Key is a name that you and I have seen, but not too often nowadays, especially outside of the context of DPC. So I'm curious to see what he would want to pick up. Stuff like Lena is still there if it's not going to get banned out. There's stuff like Quap, which can kind of fit in with this concept of the Lifestealer as well, but I do feel like you want some high damage on mid. Something that can compensate for the Lifestealer.
The whole Lifestealer thing, I mean, you've already pointed out the whole Ags ordeal with Lifestealer against Gyro. We saw this in APAC finals as well.
Yeah.
Where Gyrocopter gets picked, enemy chooses Lifestealer, and it's all about Radiance into Ags. And I've got to say, it really felt quite underwhelming every single time. Yes. And I was just like, okay, this doesn't really feel like a great counter towards Gyrocopter. Like, I get it. Like, the disarm's nice. But really, when the Lifestealer infests the Gyro, there's no damage left. Like, nobody's doing any damage. And even with this style of draft, like, who else is doing the damage? Like, are we getting a Lena last pick for Groomify, I wonder? That would be kind of nice. It's available.
Yeah. It is. I feel like, actually, even without, like, say, if the Lena doesn't come out, your damage is on Chain Frost.
Right.
Like, this Lich has to put the work in. It's insane how much Lich does do nowadays, but Chain Frost is a mean spell. So that is if you can cast it. That is if you don't blow yourself up to the Nether Ward. Your backline reach for the ward is your 2 ranged supports, and they're not necessarily going to be able to just right-click down.
And that's another good reason why we may not see Lena, right? Because like she might just blow herself up every team fight if the Nether Ward is well placed. So it's, I don't know. Like, do you want to risk it with Lena? It's, you know, she does spend a lot of mana. Oh, we'll find out very soon. Groomify. I mean, I still think Lena's a good pick. I still think it's a good pick, but it is a little bit risky.
That it is. I'm not sure what else would fit in for Groomify anyhow. There's a cheeky Shaker mid pick. It looks like they were banning off lanes as well on Groomify, expecting perhaps a Timbersaw mid for Abed. A little bit of flex there. If not, I don't know. I don't think you're looking at Pugna flex, but if the matchup works, that could be a last-minute decision they could make. Groomify will just go for the standard Pango, another great infest vehicle for Lifestealer. A little bit of damage to kind of pump out there. Doesn't care too much about the wards, and mid lane matchups do tend to be fine for Pangolier. So likely, expecting if it's a Timbersaw mid up against Pango, Pango still summon that lane. Doesn't have to worry using the mobility of the Tim. He can poke and tend to want to go reactive on Timbersaw. So your Pangolier will feel good.
Abed just leaning himself if he wants now. Like, I was even thinking like mid Earthshaker doesn't seem too bad either. But I feel like Abed might just take the easy leaner option here. It makes sense.
It's a lot of sense.
Even
Pango matchup's not going to feel too good.
I was going to say you also have Quap if you want Quap, but it may be a little bit funny against Lion Hex. I feel like Lena's probably the safer option.
Yeah, it slots in quite nicely. The question is if that's the way Aurora goes, because it feels like perhaps again flexing into a Jab's offlane last pick, which they love to do on Aurora. So they could just give Abed to Tim, go for a last minute offlane. It's the Monkey King. So we're just going to get Monkey into Pango, which is also a really great lane for the side of Aurora to play with. Not much to worry about there. We've seen Monkey Kings again hit a big stride. In most matchups, when you hit your brown boots, in this case, maybe not even that important. You're just going to look to rotate into the side lanes once you hit 5 into 6, perhaps. And you have a lot of play. There's some good push potential in Aurora. This is something we didn't even mention. With the support duos you have, Shaman, Pugna. Very low committal push. Pop the ultimate, drop some Nether Blasts, and towers are going to go as well. So I like what you have on Aurora. Very well... It's a very well-made draft, right? There's really good push. There's really good damage. There's good scaling. You have a great front liner. You have sustain on your supports. Like the Pugna can keep this Monkey King alive inside of the arena quite nicely. All you need is maybe to pipe up from jabs to mitigate some of that magic damage. And things are smooth. For Groomify, it's a little bit more complicated. Right? This Lifestealer you and I have seen multiple times in the APAC finals. This hero doesn't scale well. They severely nerf down its innate, so you don't get as much HP as the game goes on. Its damage output doesn't feel great. Its matchup against Gyrocopter Tim is not particularly amazing. Heck, even the Monkey King isn't the most impressive matchup for the Lifestealer. So I'm not completely sold as to what Akari Karma is going to want to do with that. The lanes should be fine, and I think that's where Groomify's investment has to kick in. Their laning phase has to come out pretty damn strong. The issue is, what you have in Aurora is also strong. Like, yes, maybe this Dawnbreaker line could be pretty nice, but the side of Aurora having Gyrocopter Shadow Shaman, and that's just a nightmare to kind of lean into. Even just Gyrocopter Pugna, Decrep Rocket Barrage Rundown with Afterburner, it's a really easy kill to find for Aurora once they start to get some levels up.
Yeah, it certainly is. I also have a lot of doubts when it comes to that Lifestealer pickup myself. I mean, we kind of already went over this, but I don't have much faith in this hero right now as a carry, but we'll wait and see. Game number 1 between Aurora and Groomify. I mean, again, in case it wasn't obvious, of course, Aurora are going to be the heavy favorites going into this matchup. I'd love to see an upset here in the SCA Close Qualifiers, Jonathan, but I will state that they are the heavy favorites.
That they are. I mean, you never know. Although, to be fair, I don't think we've actually seen Aurora drop random games as we used to see from the top teams, even before when I guess Savage was still on. There were like random games he would drop here and there, but this time around, I don't see it. I think Palos has something to prove, of course. I mean, he's qualified, but there's still a lot of, he gets memed on by the Kukuis, right? A lot of people love to meme. Like there was this one time they had their Pustahan nights, and Akashi was playing. They were losing, and okay, there he goes. There goes Karma. But yeah, they had Akashi in, and one side was losing. Armel was saying, "Oh, we should have." Was it Armel or Gabby saying we should have had Palos? It should have been Palos. Why do they have to play against this guy? It should have been Palos instead. The implication was that it would have been an easier game. So I'm sure Palos has. It doesn't bother him, but I'm sure he'd love to just be on top, nice and smooth here for sure.
He's getting there, John. You good old Palos, he takes it in stride, I think. He does take a lot of abuse from the boys, though, I've got to say. What can you do?
Does.
Kari's even going to hand the tip
now
over.
as well. Yeah. Good old Akari.
See if we get a fight over the bounty runes. I mean, you do see Groomify wanting that level 1 fight, and they do certainly have some very nice timings. But Aurora, not interested whatsoever. They'll just hand over the 2, take 2 themselves. In fact, they only took 1. Akari is going to be able to pick up a 3rd. So, happy days. A nice start already here for Groomify with that extra bounty rune. Bit of a fight broke out down the bottom, but it's just Palos taking a bit of damage. Nothing too extreme happening here down at the bottom lane. Palos might still take a bit here from play hard, but not quite. He's actually running directly south of that tree line, so he's alright. That mid lane is what we usually start to talk about, as we are going to have an immediate pause out between these two teams, as per always. This is what I'm saying. Are you telling me they're in a game house where the hotkeys are messed up? Like, come on now, Lucifer. I don't believe that for a second. Like, was he just playing Meepo in a pub game or something? Is that why? I doubt it. Yeah, I've been doing this job too long, John. I'm questioning everything these players say now. I don't believe a word.
The worst one's always Discord. It's like, guys, we're on Discord.
Discord's fine,
it's
boys.
Not Discord.
I think they must have listened to us, because at some point they just started saying headset or mic. They're not even saying Discord anymore. Just, you know,
yeah, they stopped.
Clever, I suppose.
Oh,
anyway,
yeah,
let's talk about the Dota here, John. Mid lane, you got Queen and Arbed against each other. This matchup, obviously not very good for the Pengali.
Certainly not. A lot of poke out from Abed, of course you can run down quite easily. Especially as, again, you hit the timing into double Wraith Band, into Brown Boots, into that Orb of Corrosion. It's not going to be the smoothest of times for Pango. Free stacks coming out for Abed on his Jingu, and Ki, all he can do is really just shield crash and swash away, trying to poke back a little bit, but Abed should have most of the control here. You do open this up a little bit, maybe into a mid-rotation by 5 into 6 minutes around the runes. That's where things could be good with Lich and Lion. Frost Shield plus an Earthspike Hex can make some possibilities open as Ollie.
A lot of damage being dealt to Ollie, but he's still alive as now Young God taking it back, but they do secure first blood. Palos, though, is going to be able to at least take Young God's life and now play hard, not looking too healthy either. Might go down, but he gets an Earthspike off, and he will be able to retreat. So 1-to-1 first blood being drawn here for our Lion, but at the very least, Palos does get a nice trade. But top lane.
This is pretty big for Pope.
Lucify also in danger, and they do secure. Jabs, I mean, he'll get the open wounds applied, but he doesn't care. He's got reactive armor, he'll be alright.
And I do like that adjustment from Jabs as well, right? Knowing that Lifestealer solid physical, you want a little bit of durability in here. It goes for the reactive value point before going for that full aggression into the 3-2 or 2-3 kind of build. Does go for the value point, and that should lead into maybe just a 2-2, but you are fine with nuking down there. Killing off the Lifestealer is still relatively easy as a strength hero anyhow, and you just mitigate some of that early laning pressure that can come out here from Akari. This is the lane that feels the most important. We've seen Lifestealers fall behind in the laning phase. It doesn't feel great to recover, right? His farming pace isn't amazing. He doesn't have anything to clear out camps quickly. So you do want this solid foundation for Akari, and so far, he's not finding the roughest time. It's also not as free as you're seeing the rest of the course on Aurora. Like, in comparison to what Palos has at 21-4, 12-0 in Lifestealers, not exactly the tone you'd want to start off with, but it is the nature of the hero in lane. It's just not the highest pressure laner in existence in this meta.
Absolutely not. It's kind of why I just don't like the hero. It just doesn't do anything. You need so much farm to get to a point where it does. And even then, it's still questionable. Yeah, you give a Gyrocopter farm, he's actually going to hit pretty hard, John, but Lifestealer, I don't know. It's,
No.
It's questionable to me. Especially because the item builds are just always the same. It's always Radiance and Tags. And it's like, that's never enough. You need more than that.
No.
Speaking of the devil, Akari is currently being harassed at by Q. We'll get the shackles off. Whirling Death does a crap ton of damage. He's going to go for the man fight, but that's very dangerous against Jabs. He will retreat, because that Whirling Death absolutely annihilates the Lifestealer.
It's not a fun time, and it's just such a straightforward combo for Jabs. One piece of control up, walks up to the tree line, and Akari's just going to rip to shreds. Not much Lucify can do outside of just maybe gazing to cancel off the hold or cancel off Jabs' movement.
Well, they're trying onto Q.
Again?
Q's got all his spells up. He might turn here if they're not too careful. He'll use the Hex on himself. Akari's dropping low. They don't get the kill, and Jabs thankfully doesn't have chains, so he can't chase Akari. But still, again, you really can't underestimate that whirling death damage. It really does start to get quite painful.
It does. And already, again, Akari's just constantly dropping low. He does have the Orb Corrosion to sustain these chases, though.
Shackles out. Another whirling death. Akari's still trying, but does need to retreat. He just got salved up, keep in mind, so most of his region just gone as bottom lane. Support's chasing each other now, but they'll be alright. Top lane, Q. Takes a bit of damage from Lucifer, but it's not enough. Q's going to be fine. In fact, they'll try again, but the Hex is there. I know. Every time I see that crap, I roll my eyes. I really do. It's like, oh, what a great spell.
Awful. It's not even his passive kicking in. It's just the self-hex. It's such a dumb thing.
How great
this should...
would that be, John? Imagine they buffed it and made it so it happens every time you have a spell that you can dispel on you. And it auto hexes off cooldown every time. How great would that be?
Please no, please no. That is.
Is Valve listening? Is Valve listening right now? It's a great idea.
Please don't give them ideas. You know, the last time we were talking about Tinker being overbuffed for Yoe, his hero got crushed. So someone's listening. You know, someone listens in at the late R's of NA. You know, especially watching Raleigh all the way back.
I can love Raleigh.
I'm sure someone's interested.
Q? Excuse me, Qui is what I was meant to say. Is it Qui or Key? Like, how are we pronouncing this guy's name? I feel like it's meant to be Qui. In fact, hold that thought. Arbed's been caught. The spike does land. Palos is here, though, and Playhard, of course, is just going to drop. They'll even take the courier of Playhard.
Yeah, still on the chase as well. I believe it is Kui, and they might be able to hunt down good old Young God here.
Still in trouble. Ooh, nice tree break at the very least. Does guess the tree line that Arbed was going to jump into. And that will save his life, because Arbed definitely had enough damage had he been able to get that Boundless Strike off.
Oh, they can't contest the Wisdom Rune. Also can't even try to steal. Lucify is in the area to try to do so, but Gaze is not good enough. And now he's just dead. Arbed says, thank you very much. It's hard with Gaze. Like, you can't really steal Wisdom with Sinister Gaze. No.
You've got to channel the damn thing.
Nah, you can't. I mean, you could be Shadow Shaman with the Hex and your own channel. That's nice, you know? Could have picked that instead.
I mean, why even hex the enemy? Just hex yourself, you know? It's just run faster. It's great. Rolling Thunder forced out from Qui in the mid lane. Arbed just pounced on him and he just Rolling Thundered and ran.
That is a lot more space than I thought he'd be willing to give. There's no threat. No one else rotating onto mid. Is just going to go for a top up. At the least, his Rolling Thunder is speedy with Thunderbolt, so he gets back to base quicker, but it's a pretty big commitment for a minute of no activity for that Pangolier. Top lane slowly being sieged out by Ollie as well. Classic Pugna gameplay in the tree line. And really not much you can expect Akari to try to do about this. This tower will just eventually get poked to death.
He's going to pop the Rage and chase down Jabs, but now without Rage, he needs to get the hell out. This is very dangerous. Arbed's here as well to make matters even worse. The Boundless Strike, of course, going to land, and Palos will happily take his life away on the Lifestealer. Very surprised to see Akari stuck around trying to defend that. Especially after popping the Rage, I was like, uh-oh. This is concerning.
It is, and we talked about how hard it is for a Lifestealer to transition after a slower laning phase. He's at the bottom network of his cores, of all the cores right now. And it's going to be a long ride to that Radiance. It's going to be a longer ride into the Ags. Maybe, again, you have some Infest vehicles in your Pangolier and your Dawnbreaker. It might be an opening down bot as well, so you're starting to siege in, but it's only the support showing up so far here. Though Palos
is around, and there's a lot of heroes here from Groomify. They're trying to start on Ollie. They'll eventually find Palos, but oh, Kui, he's missed the roll. He went the wrong way, and he's missed everyone. He gets Arbed in the end, but what does it matter? Very, very messy. As Lucifer is still trying to run, but Q's going to land the blood grenade. He can't quite get within range, though, for a Shackle or a Hex. Nonetheless, Aurora, they lose nothing for that attempt from Groomify, and I mean, Aurora, they almost look like they're going to set up for a T1 bottom tower. Though I doubt it, surely. Though I say that, Young God and Lucifer are here, so maybe they want to go for the hero pickoffs instead. Arbed sees them. And here we go. Young God, he'll get caught. Shield would only help so much as Lucifer gonna get caught as well. Sometimes you just have to accept that the tier 1 tower's gone.
Yeah, you have to show respect for how fast or how forward Monkey King can be, how much vision it can give. You're just not safe in your tree line whatsoever.
Q?
Oh, you saw
Quee,
Abed.
sorry? I mean, Abed's just scaring the living crap out of Quee. Just every time he jumps in with Primal Spring, Quee is just out of there. He does not want any of it.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
It's fair. Now, I know why you're slipping up with Q and Quee. I believe Quee is Q's evil twin.
Is that
Just
right?
like somewhere out there, there's someone out there named Work Hard. That's Play Hard's evil twin as well.
Shut up, John.
Sure, we'll see him.
That's horrible, John. I was taking you seriously as well. I'm like, oh, they must look alike. That's horrible.
Got him this time. Great. It's great. You know, you got to look at silver linings from the game 7-1 at 4K, Mikey.
Yeah,
You got to look at something. It's a rough one for the side of Groomfly. Mind you, they have some tools available. Solar Guardians up if they can get a good roll angle out from Key. There's some play that can come out. It's just that their mid's being sieged, and quite frankly, Aurora just seems to not care about that potential. They're just very confident with how much Abed has already. Power Treads, double rate band, Orb of Corrosion, more than enough. No point in the Wukongs even, just his raw right-click damage. They've left Jabs alone up top to free farm, contesting Akari quite nicely. Timbersaw set to have a really good timing into the Kaya. And then the magic damage just flows for free. And you have 6 already up in queue, so he could just look for the siege as Palos whiffs, but you know, he's getting a little bit bored, I guess.
Yeah, it's alright. It's no problem. T1 mid tower now under siege. Of course, they'll drop the Serpent Wards immediately here with Q. No problemo. It's a very kind of standard gameplay. I mean, Aurora, they're just completely dominant right now. There's no two ways about that. It's very clean, very surgical thus far from Aurora. And they're not overextending at all. Like, they dropped 1 life in the laning stage, and that's it. They've just been playing very clean since then. And in this stage as Groomify, with this style of draft, like, you already said it. There's a lifestealer on your side of things. He's well and truly very far away from that Radiance build-up. And even with the Radiance, it's really not going to help that much. As Abed now going to kill off Young God by himself while he's farming Ancients.
Getting max value from that ward right before it expires that Abed planted himself. 8-1, 6k lead. Even if you hit this Radiance timing on Akari, like we talked about it again, right? Like, the lifesteal just doesn't feel like it's ever enough damage. You get into the Radiance timing, you get into Yags. It's nice. The mischance up against Monkey King and Gyrocopter is pretty good. Is it good enough? Probably not. Is the damage output of lifestealer great enough? Certainly not so, especially as armor builds up, as it is still physical output. And I'm not sure if Young God has room to go for full damage on the Dawn. Right? It's been a slower game for him. We haven't seen a Solar Guardian up. If you were going for damage-dealing Dawnbreaker, you'd go for like a Echo Saber, Harpoon, Desolator if you were popping off. He's having to go back into the Blade Mail, Sanjin Yasha for a little bit sustain, maybe the Ags as well for more miss and heal. And there's just going to be a lack of damage. Perhaps Key with the Diffusal? Maybe into a little bit more. Say an Ags timing could be nice in the Pango with a Blink. If he can get to that point, we'll have to see. A bit of a smoke out, a little bit of a blind smoke with no wards, but Palos is a good target.
They don't have Finger though, John. I don't think they can really try to blow him up, although maybe they can. Palos on the high ground does go down. That's a nice kill. Young God's going to have to sacrifice himself for this one, but I think they'll find that well worth it. As Young God will indeed die to Q. Play hard, trying to get away is going to be alright. They could not get him in time. So a very nice kind of gank attempt here from Groomify, and certainly a very worthwhile trade.
That's what they need. Just getting lucky with that smoke movement out. Again, no forward wards to cover that, so had to guess a little bit. They do have that 1 ward by the outpost. That doesn't really give too much, except, well, maybe walking to that direction very far out. 9-2, 6k lead still holding for Aurora. Despite losing Palos, he's not going to be held back too much. He's not too far off from Ags, just lacking 2 parts at this point. Into BKB. His Gyrocopter is going bigger and bigger.
Let's force the Rage TP away from Akari. Immediate TP down bottom from Abed. Meanwhile, mid lane, they are going to find themselves a nice freebie here. I say freebie. It will be. Anyway, I thought Jabs maybe missing that chain would have cost them, but not quite. Meanwhile, Abed's here once again. And this is the thing with Monkey King. That Simian stride, it just makes it so you can't really keep track of this damn hero anymore. It's just ridiculous.
It's just a little bit too much. But I guess, you know, I was thinking back as to why Simian stride didn't get nerfed as hard as I'd expect. It's because Black Myth Wukong's a game like, you know? It ties in thematically.
Wait.
People who want to play Black Myth would play Monkey King.
Rolling Thunder and TP away. I still haven't played that game, by the way, John. I heard it was very good.
Either. I've had a lot of people tell me I should play it. I'm like, I don't know, man. You and I, you know, I know what we're into now. Balatro.
Did you finish Elden Ring? Oh,
Let's
John.
not get ahead of ourselves, Mikey.
John.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves. I spent like 20 hours in it. I'm not done, and I'm just confused where I am, okay?
Lucifer.
Just very confused.
Lucifer looks confused here, John. He's been hexed up. That's a bit unfortunate. He's going to get caught right on the tail end of that TP. Did you finish any of the Souls games?
No. I was playing Dark Souls 1 until Elden Ring came out, then I jumped to Elden Ring, then I believe I've played to the halfway point, I'm pretty sure. And now I just forgot where I was. I went back
John.
south into the Scarlet Rot area, and, you know, I don't know. What I do know is Roshan's being taken. This is not going to take long, of course, when you have a Shadow Shaman. You can do everything. Wards being dropped, damage out from Palos, no contest coming out from the side of Groomify. And secondary life up for Palos with his Ags timing lining up. Gets a little bit devastating for Groomify. I'm trying to think of their pathways back. I mean, the Radiance for Akari is one part off, 1,000 gold away. That's it's a start of something, but not quite enough to really force back the side of Aurora. You've got the Ags build up for Ki, along with the full Blade Mail up for Young God. It's just a matter of how do they actually start these fights. If it's down to the roll from P, the coordination has to be there. I think the ideal circumstance for Groomify is a Rolling Thunder into a great Solar Guardian, but Aurora don't really present good opportunities for them to kind of chain their spells like that altogether. Aurora's just been... They're the ones taking initiative. They're the ones across the map. Look at these wards from Aurora. Nice and aggressive up top, hugging across the river. They don't give a damn about their side of the map at all. They're just looking to pressure in, push in with these supports. With no real commitment and drain some farm away. Whereas Groomify, they're stuck in the dark. They have one ward watching the gate at the very least for sneaky movements across and a very awkward ward on the ramp in the triangle. But they're just forced to farm across because they don't have info. If they had info, they wouldn't even be able to play off the back of it all too well, considering this draft and their tempo right now.
Mid-tier 2 tower now under siege. Of course, you've got a Pos 5 Pugna, so it's nice and easy to just take down these towers slowly but surely. Palos will move in and just make it a lot faster of a process here in the Gyrocopter. And of course, 3.5 minutes on the Aegis. I mean, they've got nothing to worry about right now. If there was to be a fight, Palos has got so much damage as well on the Gyrocopter, just with the Chrysalis Ags and the Falcon Blade. It's going to be a bit too much to deal with, I think, for the side of Groomify. And so they'll slowly watch their T2 tower go down. Nothing they can do to really defend this. Even their top tier 2 under siege. Q's just dropped the Serpent Lords. And of course, there's nothing to defend that either.
No.
Make matters even worse, John Jabs has got the full Ags up now. So, if you were intending on killing Jabs, chances are you just can't.
This can't be. The barrier's going to be a little bit too big. And Jabs has the confidence to go right where Groomify is playing. Knowing that with the Ags, just not going to get blown up. I do want to point one thing out here as well, Mike.
Oh, hold on a minute, John. Akari is going to rage TP. He is okay.
Playing on edge just a little bit. I want to point this one thing out. You looked at Ollie recently, Mikey? He's been buying all the blood grenades. I love this. This is high-end Pugna gameplay. Just literally every single time blood grenade's up, he picks one up. Just more HP. Just a nice slow that plays really nicely with decrep. It's actually quite crazy. This is the first time I've seen anyone consistently buy blood grenades past 10. But on a Pugna, it makes a lot of sense, and it's been paying off well for Ollie.
Yeah, I mean, I think the only other person I've ever seen buy this many is maybe Insania. I'm pretty sure Insania was the guy who said that this new blood grenade item was like one of the most broken items he's seen. And I totally agree. I actually think no matter what stage of the game it is, they're actually quite useful. Especially for your Pos 5 who's not 6-slotted anyways. Lucify, Certainly not going to be 6-slotted anytime soon on the Lich, because he's dead again. And that bottom tier 2 tower, it is as good as dead.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
That's all outer towers gone at 19 here. Aura still have a minute and a half on the Aegis. I really don't see much stopping them from going high ground either, even though it's like 20 minutes in. They've got Serpent's Wards ready, they've got Nether Blast ready. They're probably just going to wait for this Tormentor first and take care of that.
Play hard,
And-
be careful, sir. Play hard, he's trying to move in.
Okay.
Okay, he throws a finger onto
great.
Ollie and nothing happens. Now Jab's wanting to go for the kill. Akari showing up. Jabs,
Dire's
you'll leave him alone.
has been killed.
That's a bit sad. I mean, Ollie, I think, was even decrepified. Like, he decrept himself, and it still just did nothing. That finger?
No.
That's a bit of a shame.
Under attack.
Onto the
It
tier
is,
3
isn't it?
tower.
He's got that casual cloak, now he's got the full Glimmer Cape. And again, this siege is just so low committal. 40 seconds on Aegis, just wards down, plus Nether Blast, and can you really stop this? Hey, they have to find a way somehow, but
I mean, well, there goes Play Hard, so he's certainly not going to be helping with the defense, as they do at least get the Aegis of our Gyrocopter. But Palos, I don't really think he needs to back off here. Abed's showing up. Quee's going to roll in with the Infested Lifestealer, trying to find himself a target, but Quee doesn't know who to target, so he's out of there. Meanwhile, Jab's just casually in the base, waiting for them to come back. And yeah, I mean, this is kind of what we were saying, right? Like, you've got an Infest target on the Pango, and the Dawnbreaker, but it doesn't really mean much when you've got no farm. As Palos will hand the tips over to Akari. And there goes your first lane of barracks. 21 minutes in, it's gone.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Palos! Just a refresh on to the class what tanga means. Tanga means dumb.
Oh.
As tanga. Yes, good pun from our friend Paluz.
Wait, Astanga means
Also-
dumb or Tanga means dumb?
Tanga means dumb, and you know he goes by Asta, so there you go. Just like
Ah.
Palos means nothing, but he goes by Paluz. So you know, just a
Very
little bit
good.
of banter from Execration Paluz.
Thank you, John.
And this makes it's always poetic whenever Asta Karma decides to all chat, and then he gets hit by it back because hey, he went by Karma. So Karma always strikes back. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy for good old Karma here.
It is. Fate loves irony, Jonathan. As I've learnt the hard way throughout my lifetime. Groomify. Akari's going to show bottom lane. I would not really recommend it. It doesn't seem like Aurora are too interested in jumping him, though, surprisingly enough. They'll just leave him be, as Jabs will just casually kill Lucifer on his own. Poor old Lucifer just can do nothing about it, as Akari's still pushing the top wave, but they're completely ignoring him. They're just like, guys, let's go mid. Who cares? What carry?
Yeah. Oh. Yeah, it's
Jump
again,
in,
even
Jabs.
if you- Woo.
He's in already. He wants play hard on that lion, and he might actually just have him. In fact, he will not. Akari, meanwhile, almost getting blown up by Jabs. He'll go for the timber. There's your cluster, whatever the hell it's called, cluster cuck. And, well, with that, it's onto the mid lane.
What a great spell. What a
I realize
great
I
spell.
mispronounced it again, by the way, Jonathan. I said something inappropriate. Cluster cluck is what I was meant to say. But Valve knew what they were doing with this one. They knew by that
They knew.
name we were going to mess it up over and over again.
Yeah, it's just funny in all of the games we have that, Mike. It's in the Groomify game. It's, quite a day of days here, Mikey. For all the things we have, we're saying words as Jabs goes in again.
Here I am trying to avoid the F word. Hold on a minute. John Akari's moved in, trying to go after Ollie, but Ollie's literally taking 0 damage as Jabs will just find a double kill here, moving in onto the lifestealer now. Akari, can he escape from Arbet? The answer is yes, he can, but he probably should leave that Wukong's command. Akari, this is a bit dangerous, sir. Solar Guardian, not going to help. Jabs has got him. Meanwhile, Arbet to jump in with the BKB out. Quee dropping low. They'll try to gaze up Jabs, but it won't matter. Jabs will find another as Young God trying to deal with the MK, but can't do it. Midrax is down. Palos doesn't even want to bother with the top. He's going straight for tier 4s.
Yeah, I mean, you've got a dominant lead here. Groom5 really don't have much leeway to play their game at the moment. and it's really not much to stop it. Your Lifestealer is really not achieving much. He's had a slower game in the Pango than I think they'd want, although he does have that Ags and Diffusal timing. It just doesn't feel like there's damage to fall through from it. Or a little bit of a reset, as you can get done with a Pugna, of course. Just get your mana topped up, your HP topped up, and they smoke in the back. One last shove. That's all it will take here, it feels like, for Groomify to tap out.
Akari, sir, we've talked about this. He's running, or he's trying to hit jabs at the very least. Jabs will be alright. Aurora, they have Serpent Wards up again if they want to go. Palos has actually retreated though, but he does go back for a Satanic. So, I mean, if Palos just wants to end the game, he probably could just do that right now.
I think he could. Being a little bit measured. The rest of his team is more objective-oriented as they're sticking together. Again, very low committal push if they do decide to commit. Maybe gunning for that next Roshan first, 40 seconds away. The scan is out a little bit early from the Dar end, considering maybe expecting Palos to go for it solo. Again, just one last poke. They can find an angle in with a smoke. Could be the beginning or just straight up the end for Groomify if they're not careful. They've got the Infest on key, but it really doesn't feel like this Radiance Infest is doing much, if at all, in this game.
It really isn't. It really is not. Tier 3 tower is down. Final lane of barracks. Alright, it's going to be like the perfect initiation, and even then I just can't see it. Rolling Thunder is going to be channeled. He's going for the back, trying to find Ollie once again on the Pugna. They are going to catch him. Ollie, still going to be hexed up here by Q. Will be safe for now, but eventually will fall. Palos in the meantime, moving in as Play Hard does die. Now Abed, he's got Q in the Wukong's command. Kui will be alright. Akari in the meantime trying to TP out, gets hexed up by Q. And Akari, he'll go for a run, but it's not really going to matter. He's down. And it might just be time to call it, boys. I mean, it's definitely time to call it. There's no buybacks left.
Nope.
Ultra kill. Now for Jabs, do we want to buy back on this line? Do we want to give a rampage over? Play hard? Oh, play hard, don't be like that.
Come on.
Oh, play hard.
Aww.
That was disappointing, play hard. That was very disappointing.
They tap out after. Not the way I mean, look, it's 25-3. There's really no angles back for Groomify. Their draft had some interesting ideas. I just don't know why the Lifestealer gets picked up into the Timbersaw. I think theoretically, again, in lane, it's kind of fine to force out that value point in reactive, but even then, it didn't seem to bother Jabs whatsoever. And I think for the side of Groomify, they're going to have to look back at that draft. This was definitely just a little bit more of a drafting issue. The Lifestealer just makes no sense. We see it every now and again. It just doesn't feel like it achieves anything. You get Radiance, you get Ags, so what? We didn't even hit the Ags this time. It just pales in comparison to other cores who have stronger lane presence, faster flash farm potential, and higher scaling. Lifestealer is none of that right now.
No, it is not. I definitely think, if anything, we probably should stop seeing Lifestealer against Gyrocopter, because, I mean, I just haven't seen it really work at all. So it's definitely back to the drawing board with their draft, try to figure something out. I mean, obviously, again, like, Aurora are the heavy favorites, so even with a better draft, like, you're still going to have a very hard time trying to pull a game off Aurora right now as Groomify, but I still have faith. I think it was just too one-sided in game one, and I mean, Aurora's the kind of team where if you give them a good draft against your bad draft, then it's going to be really hard to win. In fact, probably impossible for Groomify. So hopefully the draft next game around does prove to be a little bit better, you know? I guess it's easy for us to say that because we're sitting here casting the game and not playing it, Jonathan, but certainly the LS, I feel like as soon as you and I saw it, we just kind of knew things were going to be quite bad for him. Apart from that, though, of course, Aurora playing a pretty clean game. Pretty fast game, and yeah, I mean, if things keep up, Jonathan, we might be in for another long break, but for now we'll be in for a short break as we are going to head to that break, and right after that break we'll be back with game 2 between Aurora and Groomify.
I set you free, I breathe you in, but all your sins won't disappear. You can see it's true that I want only you when we'll break free together, you and me. Take me in your arms and let us rise high up to the stars where we can fly. So come with me and pray. I want you to play my games and fulfill my black desires. So break my heart and leave me. I only need your body. So I'm saying I'm in love with you, but I don't care much about you. Where you've gone, I would find someone new. I cannot lose. Fall into my arms and let us rise high up to the stars where we can fly. So come with me and pray. I want you to play my games and fulfill my black desires. I'm playing in a hidden world, forbidden love will be absurd by you to reveal my black desires. So come with me and pray. I want you to play my games and fulfill my black desires. I'm playing in a hidden world, forbidden love will be absurd by you to reveal my black desires. Can you hear the voices calling? Longing for your dirty souls, the wolves are hauling. Can you hear the voices calling? Do you feel how they are dragging? Waiting for a second to push you to your limits, growing stronger, feeling better. But do you feel them? Can you hear them say? Cross the line. Since a little dark in here, trust me, you have nothing to fear. Take the start. Follow, leave it all behind. Welcome to the other side. Do you feel how they are dragging? Do you feel them? Can you hear them say? Do you feel how they are dragging? Can you hear them say?
Serotonin slightly made. Sequin in the light. Embarking your energy. Riding through the night. Serotonin slide on over here by my side. Stars up in your eyes, desire. Caught up in this chemical high. Angel, can you take me high? I'm on fire from the dopamine. You're all I need tonight. Promise I'll give you all of me, darling.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're here for our second game of this best of three series in these close qualifiers for SEA between the side of Aurora and Groomify, and it is MLP Dota and Drenix Fire. Jonathan, game one was a little bit of a one-sided affair. I mean, that's probably the nicest way I can put it. What was it? It ended in like 25 minutes. Aurora complete domination over Groomify in that game one. Jonathan, you're a man that likes to see the light in everything. Tell me, where's the light in this series for Groomify? Is there light, Jonathan, or are we completely surrounded by darkness here?
I don't know if this is the best silver lining method. At the very least, it probably won't last too long. The pain and suffering will end soon. That might be the silver lining. Look, I'll give it to Groomify. You have Young God playing a role that in his entire professional career he hasn't really played. He's switching it up in this qualifier. And up against Aurora, up against an offlane like Jabs, a safe lane like Palos, role switching at this point is just kind of crazy. And I think you have to factor, like, again, the drafting is just a little bit off coming out from Groomify. This Lifestealer pick just makes no sense. So I'm keen on seeing if they can course correct very hard, because I feel like they're drafted in no favors here on the side of Groomify. If they hand an actual win condition for Akari, we could have seen maybe a little bit more of a competitive match. So we'll have to see if that adjustment is made and what sort of a gameplay Aurora will want to bring out, because it looked like a very stock standard Aurora game, very calculated, very patient, lots of early aggression coming out from Abed after he pops off in this mid matchup. And I want to see what sort of bans we actually see from Groomify as well, because that feels like one big factor. We'll take a look at the draft shortly here, as we do have it underway. We see the Medusa being banned out by Aurora, and that is something we've seen Asta or Akari kind of play quite a fair bit in his open qualifier games and quite a fair bit in his pubs as well. Again, taking care of these keys of success now. Aurora just basically locking away Akari from what he's played. Bristleback as well. Maybe stuff like, I don't know, Terribly TA could be something they consider banning as well up against Groomify. For Groomify's part, pretty bog standard. Alchemist gone, Nyx Assassin gone as well to prevent all of those shenanigans with the Scurry or the Scuttle. And again, it's still rather open. Shadow Demons look pretty amazing if you do allow that through. The Timbersaw of Jabs feels like Aurora doesn't really care. Just first phase pick it, and they feel good. There's stuff like the Monkey King, the DK. You have to be concerned about Palos and his Gyrocopter, which also is just a strong comfort pick for Aurora. There's a lot for Groomify to have to consider going into the draft, and they're taking their time now to figure out which to prioritize. Also stuff like Morphling, pocket picks for Palos, like say Faces Void. There's a whole bunch of stuff. They'll take care of the Dawnbreaker first, taking care of some of that off-lane presence. The global presence tends to just do a lot, although it didn't do quite that much in the last game, but I don't really fault Young God for that. More that there was really nothing to play off the back of a Solar Guardian. And the DK as well. So they leave all of those jab options open. They leave all of the Palos options open. Gyrocopter first pick, Timbersaw first pick are relatively safe. Heck, even something cheeky like a Terrorblade first pick could be something Aurora could experiment like we've seen from Boom and, again, the Wallahia qualifiers. That is something Boom really enjoyed to do. Heck, even in some of the Dream League qualifiers, I think that's something that Boom was known for. But they'll play it safe. Doom doesn't reveal much, does a lot up against probably the Morphling that's left in the pool. If you want to go that way for Groomify, you have a solid answer from the offlane there. I don't want them to do this, but there is room to flex it as well if you need into Doom support. Very, very rarely seen, but we have seen it once or twice. And, you know, Aurora can be one of those teams that says, hey, look, Jabs wants to play this. You run this on support. And they'll be like, yes, sir. And we could end up with that.
Absolutely, a Groomify. They're going to go straight for a Gyrocopter this time. So they do go ahead and prioritize the Gyrocopter pick, which we do tend to see a lot of right now. Fair enough. I mean, maybe they feel like the Gyrocopter was just too strong last game around. I think Palos just played it very well, and I just don't think there was a good counter towards it, quite frankly. So we'll see what they can do here. Groomify, at the very least, they do secure a pretty strong carry this time around. Unlike last game where, you know, the carry pick was arguably quite questionable. At least this time you can make the argument Gyrocopter's never really bad.
It almost always fits in. I'm wondering now if Groomify will ban out the Morphling. Because one, Aurora has the Doom. Number two, you have the Gyrocopter and Groomify. Palos could just opt for Morphling if Groomify leave it in their last ban. So they'll have to kind of consider that as well. Don't want to be caught off guard by having to play Gyro into Morphling, which will never feel good. Banned a Bounty Hunter on Aurora, along with the Undying, some surprise support bans, but these are supports that really enable that early snowball. So Aurora just don't want to give Groomify room to kind of try to get things going early on in lane and try to scale off of it. For Groomify, I mean, again, like if you don't ban Morphling, Aurora, they protect it with Doom. Palos, we've seen him play a lot of Morphling before. I'm sure Palos would just want to keep playing Gyrocopter, so hey, guess what? Next best thing, just play Morphling. And you will eventually just be Gyrocopter, and there you go. You ban it out.
Smart choice. Groomify, second pick to be made. Keep in mind as well, you do have other position 1 options that we saw earlier from Boom Esports. Like you got things like Terrorblade, which can be flexed. I mean, obviously probably not flexed here with the Doom, but Terrorblade seems like a pretty good option as a carry against Gyrocopter. Just high base armor makes it very hard. I have Skadi build up, obviously makes it so Satanic doesn't do too much. We've seen it many, many times. Obviously, Jackie had a very good time last series in Game 2 with that Terrorblade. See if they do want to think about it. For now, Groomify going to go for a Shadow Demon pickup, which isn't all too surprising. SD, very, very potent at the moment as a support.
Yeah, I like seeing that for Groomify. It gives them a great way of building up early stacks for the Gyrocopter. Gyrocopter illusions are all right to have. You have a nice save as well. You have a great way of piercing through debuff immunity with your Demonic Purge, and you can just kind of get control down that way if need be. I like all the solutions the Shadow Demon presents up against what Aurora potentially could bring out. I'm very curious about that. Pause. One choice for Aurora. Outside of that, maybe you start to gun for some supports. You know, the Shadow Shaman still looks pretty good if you wanted that. Lion doesn't look too bad as well, especially in taking care of those Shadow Demon illusions. If you are concerned about that, a Lion Doom lane is not the worst lane in the world. Maybe not the most active in the world, but certainly a fine lane, especially if you get a good creep for your Doom later on into the level 3 timing. So relatively open as well for Aurora. There's some stuff as well, right? Like we were seeing it in the last series. Batrider support could be something Q dips into. Loves his Batrider, of course. Batrider Doom lane is still relatively good. Into Shadow Demon, usually not a concern as he tried to target Shadow Demon anyhow. We'll go for the Lion instead. So a way to clear the illusions again. Lane with Doom is fine. There is still flex for it to go on to 5. We've seen a lot of 5 players start to pick up the Lion in that lane. And there's still room for the Batrider if you want it here. So I like this from Aurora. Doesn't reveal too much. Good burst damage on hand. Good control. Illusion clear. And again, some flexibility to allow maybe something like a Batrider if you want that. And to go with Phoenix instead. So nice steady burn. Gyrocopter can take care of the egg, but you know, Fire Spirits early on at least can put a stop to that. And we have seen what the Phoenix can do in lane. This is another strong support for Ollie to pick up. Great Blood Grenade hero. Lots of damage output. And just, I'm wondering what they tie in on the safe lane now for good old Palos. But this already looks pretty damn solid. I'm wondering if Groomify will want to find ways to counteract the egg. Nah, just into the Magnus, which has been ignored for a few games now. But we have seen the Magnus again. The power of the RP, the skewer backs, all of these repositional spells are great. You end up with a Magnus Shadow Demon lane reminiscent of her first series. And there is a lot of play there if you can kind of hit the level spikes you need to get the skewer backs.
There absolutely is.
5 seconds remaining.
See what they want to follow up with here, Groomify. They still need another support. Might just be the way to go. Pick up a quick support. Keep your mid laner is a secret. Is Ogre Magi going to be the support we're looking for? Which obviously, again, Ogre's been very popular. Bloodlust with Gyrocopters, very, very nice. So it kind of fits the bill here for Grimify. Aurora, on the other hand, will go right into the Arbed Puck.
I like seeing this. You don't have the hardest control from Grimify. You have Disruption, you have Fire Blast. Homing Missile doesn't really count as a great spell to lock in Puck. And RP, which is easier said than done. So I like this kind of game for Abed. It doesn't feel like he's going to be under too much pressure. He has a lot of ways of playing. He can protect the egg with a Dream Coil. That's your control now to kind of tie into this teamfight potential for Aurora. And it's kind of the same story almost as the Monkey King last game. There's a lot of early presence the Puck will provide. Maybe not as threatening as a Monkey early on with no items. Just double Wraith Bands and Power Treads where you're seeing Abed make work. The Puck does require a little bit more investment. Probably just a Witchblade Blink where you feel ultra comfy on the Puck. But even then, some early opportunities can present itself. And they have a lot of leeway in just banning out to protect. Grimify have to take care of the Spectre, have to take care of the TA, high scaling heroes. They leave that Terrorblade option you mentioned there open, Mikey, so that could be still something Palos dips into. And surprisingly, even though, again, I don't think Faceless Void has been in the best spot, you do have a Phoenix tied in, a Puck that can somewhat play into Chrono. It's not the worst Faceless Void game if you really wanted to gun for it on Aurora as well. So that could be a surprising last pick. Again, Palos just recently played a couple of pub games. Nothing really in official matches, but I just want to see like Chronosphere or perhaps Time Zone. You know, I'll always try to sell that.
I mean, you never know, John. They might give you your dream here. We could see it. It's available if they want it. Aurora one ban to go before we can see if we are going to see our favorite time zone, Void rather. We're going lifesteal. Okay, so now Aurora are going to make us look stupid, John. Right? Because the better teams chosen lifesteal are against Gyrocopter. So now we're going to look like idiots this game, aren't we?
That we are. Look, I know. We talked about the matchup into Gyro. I feel like all that still stands.
It does.
Aurora's just really confident. Like, Palos must be really confident. He does not care about what Asta or Kari might bring out here. And I can't fault him. I think the Lifestealer Phoenix lane is a little bit better, to be fair. It's a very tanky lane. Lifestealer plays off the sustain of Phoenix Sunray quite nicely. And I'm wondering if Palos actually shakes up his build. Like, maybe still go for Radiance, but like Armlet Radiance could be a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more early presence out there into something like the Ags, if his lane is fine. For Grimify, it's a matter of kind of making that choice now with this Magnus. Are you going to be running it on off lane or mid? Magnus into Lifesteal lane is actually not that great, especially if Palos just holds on to his Rage. You don't really have the skewer back potential. Lifestealer in a melee matchup can trade pretty nice, especially by level 3 or level 4 if you get the value point in Rage. So it kind of works fine into the Magnus lane. Magnus mid against Puck is also not particularly amazing. So we'll go for the Earth Spirit to just have that better lane on mid. And that is some solid catch now for Key. In fact, they're going with Young God Gyro. So are we getting an Akari off lane, or are they role switching? And Young God say, hey, look, let me carry. Well, what's going on here?
I mean, that might be the impression I'm getting. Young God might have just been like, guys, let me take care of it. You know, Akari, go to the off lane, sir. I'll carry the damn game. I mean, it's fair enough. You know, so game one was too one-sided. I think you've got to switch something up, and we did make the comment that we don't believe the draft's going to change much. So maybe this is the way to do it.
Yeah. Shifting gears, I think, again, the same points still stand for Akari on the offlane Magnus into Lifestealer. It's not the smoothest time. At the same time, Palos is holding at Unfettered, so he's not quite going Rage. Perhaps that does give you an opportunity to still play with the skewer backs. No, he switches back. I thought we were going to get something different from good old Palos, but just going Rage.
Sadly not, John.
Unfettered's such a nice sounding one, too. You know, it's like, it's not great, but it has such a fancy name, Unfettered. He's unfettered,
nice
Michael Phoenix.
What does that even mean? I've never heard of that word.
Unchained. He's unbound, unchained, unburdened by anything, you know? Unfettered, I think.
Okay.
That's the vibe.
Oh, you think? I mean, you're saying it so confidently, I believe you here, John.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, I'm not a walking dictionary, but I will say that's what it means in my head.
Okay.
I don't think it's specifically like the dictionary word for word description of it, like Merriam-Webster. I don't have a chip in my brain yet, Mikey. Soon. I'll be joining the post-human collective someday. We will all be connected in the cloud, as they say.
It's going to be amazing. They'll never spy on us, Jonathan, because your thoughts are so dark. I don't think they want to view into what's in that mind of yours, John.
You know how everyone has just one agent watching everything you do? Sure, my guy's like, Jesus Christ, what's wrong? Thinking, oh God, I can't watch this. I can't. Oh,
question marks.
Being all chat. Yeah, Paula says, wide roll switch, off gyro mode Tino. Is it actually? No, we're not getting something that spicy.
It's cheeky. He's baiting them a little bit here, John. Trying to convince them otherwise.
There's
no penalties for lying. Yeah.
He's asking if they're having fun with him. You know, are you tripping with us? You messing around with us? Just Motino, says Akari. All right.
That's nice.
See if this shake-up is enough.
What's the excuse for this pause? Oh, never mind. We're good.
Nothing. There's just no excuse. It's just go sorry. Just sorry.
Interesting.
You know, if I held a tournament, the players would be forced to play with keyboards without the F9 key. Straight up. No pauses. Door? Well, what does that matter, Lucify?
You know, that's like a Shopee delivery or some sort of deliveries coming in, you know?
What did you expect?
The order is in, Ricky. That's a fast pickup, all right? You know, maybe not the door. A little bit too quick. I don't believe that one.
Yeah. That one did not make too much sense, no.
Could have been the door falling over, the door failing to close, the door not locking.
The door just collapses. Oh, here we go. Jonathan, they've smoked up as 4. Still dots coming out from Palos. He's not too happy. I don't know what Akari said there, John. He said Melanwara.
Saying red-white. He's asking if there is or there's none. Red or white. I have no clue what they're... I think it's a game? I don't know. Ari loves to chat.
He sure does. A wrap around here from Groomify. We saw this earlier, but it didn't really pan out. This time they could run into Palos, but I don't know if they'd actually have enough damage. Palos will actually just run into them. Takes a few hits. Here comes some... Oh, and there's a skill play. Akari's got it. That's a win in my books, Jonathan. Obviously, he has TP, but it's all about the mental win. And that's what he's got. His Q. Earth spikes up. Playhard might actually die for this.
Oh.
TP. He's alright. But he TP'd to the tier 1 tower, so this is going to be a bit of an awkward start for poor old Playhard.
Not going to feel like the best. At least wasting the TP of Palos could lead into some shenanigans soundline. We'll see if that's going to affect anything. Shouldn't really. Taking a gander at that mid, you've got Kui on the Earth Spirit up against Abed on that puck. This matchup shouldn't be too rough for Abed, but it's a pretty fine matchup for Key anyhow. He's got the kick. He can just keep farming up. He's got really good right click if he does close out onto Abed. Decent enough armor to try and trade, although not the highest in the world. Oh, they do find a Phoenix.
Okay. Didn't quite catch how that happened. Ollie does get caught though. I imagine it was just a disruption with some right clicks from Akari and a skewer back, and it turns out it does prove to be enough. So first blood already the way of the Magnus, and that's a lovely start here for the side of Groomify.
A much better start than we were seeing in game 1. Of course, they also got first blood by killing off the Q last time around, but this sets a better tone. Up top, no trades coming in. Just free EXP coming out for Play Hard and Akari. That TP back onto the tier 1 paying off now for Shadow Beam. Still having a gander elsewhere. Of course, you've got Jab's Q laning up against Young God along with Lucify. And this is a very straightforward lane for Young God. You've got good reach to constantly poke out at Jabs. There is some opportunities here for Q if he lands an Earth Spike into a good rundown of the Infernal Blade Scorched Earth. But the counterplay from Young God is fairly high. Lucify does hit that level 2 spike. So he's got the level 2 Ignite. Not a lot of damage to come in with that one. And that is enough to give good spacing out for Young God. Kill threat is high if you overcommit. So again, Rocket Barrage is there. You've got the Afterburner for Young God. The chase down isn't too complicated. I mean, that does mean maybe a more passive lane for Aurora down bot. That does leave some room for Q down the line to rotate, as a line would want to, but it depends on if he can actually soak up that EXP to feel comfy in making that move onto mid to help Abed at the 5-minute mark.
We'll see if he does. But for now, smooth sailing for both sides. Groomify 1 kill ahead. In fact, they get a skill back play onto Palos now. Palos gonna open wounds up and go after Akari for a little bit. Playhard was not around, so maybe had you had the Shadow Demon, you might have been able to hope for something, but he does have level 1 rage anyway, so chances are you probably couldn't get much. They're gonna try though. Disruption out, Shadow Poison, but there's your rage committed here by Palos, and he's gonna be okay for now. Though Akari still circling, but will not really be able to hope to commit. Playhard, however, still spamming up the Shadow Poisons, does get 4 stacks. We'll get a 5th one, but it's not enough. Skewer play is not going to land either from Akari. So Palos really playing on the edge with his life there, but understands that he was going to be fine no matter what.
A little bit risky, but just going for the burst on the life steal can be a tough call. Level 3 is up. Palos is still playing relatively close to the lane, but they don't have the mana to continue that harassment.
He's still life stealing up quite nicely with the open wounds, but does have to be very, very cautious. Playhard does have another healing Lotus as well, so he definitely can acquire the mana if necessary to keep this harassment up. In fact, Palos dropping low again will turn back around onto Playhard, just trying to lifesteal a little bit before he does walk back the other way. Yeah, certainly a bit of a difficult start here to the top lane for Aurora. Which again, kind of goes back to the fact that you're playing lifestealer. Like, it's not really the greatest laning hero anymore. It used to be pretty good, but not so much anymore.
Certainly not. We're going to have to slowly try to build up for Palos. I'm very curious about his build again, if he's opting for Armlet and breaking that Radiance Rush. He's dropping low still.
He does. Palos actually goes down this time around, and Akari immediately hands over the tip and the tongue, which I know means dumb now. Thank you, John.
Yeah. Very nice. Akari. Now, Karma bites back. Good old Ask the Karma. Yeah. measure your words just a little bit, especially as you're on Magnus. Get all the rise, but know a thing or two about measuring words there. But a good start for Groomify nonetheless, right? 2-0. They've got a great lane start on Young God and on Key, and you're getting that pop-off for Akari. So things are looking good early on. The side of Aurora wants into maybe a slower go. Slower than they'd want to. Right? Like, Abed's not able to pressure onto Key as much. It's been free farm for the Earth Spirit. 5 minutes in, your rotations for Aurora. I mean, Phoenix probably not the best, but certainly looking at Q, if he can leave jabs, it's just they've not been able to really get as much in terms of pullbacks and farm here for jabs. So he's still stuck at level 3. You are at 3 as well for Q, and he is pocketing that skill point. He'll try to make a move now. No wards to watch this line movement out, so could be some sort of opportunity, but you don't really have the healthiest mana on Abed either to look for a straightforward kill.
I mean, they've got to at least wait for Kui to hit level 6, and he will do so after this creep. So now you could really hope for an attempt. I mean, assuming Kui has some help coming. Q's not going to find an opening onto the Earth Spirit, so Kui's going to be okay. Abed's just interested in the power rune anyway at the 6-minute mark, which is coming up in 5 seconds. Kui's going to try and steal with Lucify. They'll hope to get lucky down at bottom. Ollie's going to guard the top, and it is going to spawn bottom. So Kui does find himself an illusion rune. Not the most important rune, but more importantly, you're just denying it away from the puck, which is what really needs to happen.
You're doing a great job of just stalling this tempo on mid. And last time around, we saw Abed run away with the lane. This time, I mean, he's caught up in CS. Still up there in net worth, but certainly doesn't have as many opportunities to rotate just yet. A little bit slower in the side lanes for Aurora, which is a big boon to Groomify. Akari is starting to find his groove. Already has the power treads up, has the bracer null for a little bit more mana and strength. And they are still applying that pressure onto Palos. Mind you, Palos has been trying to mitigate some of that pressure, but this lifestealer is off to about as good as the start as we saw in the last game. Bottom net worth once again. Gonna be a long process to recovery, and Palos is not breaking the mold. He's just going back to the Radiance.
Meanwhile, though, Young God is being chased by, or rather, Young God is chasing Q down. Q is trying desperately to get back towards his base. Eventually, he'll get there, but it won't matter. Young God does secure the kill. They'll take the Wisdom Rune on Abed, though, so they miss out on the Wisdom. But they do get a nice cheeky kill. Problem is, you do have to chase quite far to get that. Like, that's probably a whole creep wave you just missed. Maybe even 2.
Does stall out your flash farm and the gyro just a bit, but I don't feel like it's hurting them too much on the side of Groomfly, right? Like, it's just forcing Aurora further back, further away, slowing down this tempo that you want to come out on jabs. You're feeding off of these kills for the Gyrocopter quite nicely. Falcon Blade set to come out soon. Then it's a matter of the Chrysalis and Ags build up. You tend to see they get some good D wards as well up top. Lucify taking care of the Obs watching, or the Obs watching up here. He's clearing out their own ward just in case. And they're starting to make moves onto, again, Palos. Just pressuring this life stealer. Good read from Palos to just back off instantly. So, not going to be held into the gank, but there's just no movement from Aurora. And their draft with Lifestealer and Doom is a little bit slower if your puck isn't set to launch off just yet. Abed does have a nice amp damage rune. He'll try for a smoke play up top for this tier 1.
A little bit low on mana, but he does have enough for the Dream Coil, and going for the bottle refills. They're going to run into Play Hard. Disruption will be out from Play Hard onto the line. Dream Coil committed onto 2. Here comes the cavalry, and they've got the Doom out onto Young God. That's 2 down already. Here comes the Earth Spirit, but it won't matter if Quee doesn't have some help around him, and he certainly doesn't. Akari was trying to move in, but it's all too late. 4 down, triple kill for Abed. The only survivor being Akari, who managed to run away. And it's a bit unfortunate for Akari, John. He had Skewer on cooldown, so he couldn't break the gap quick enough to try and RP.
Just not finding that timing. And again, a great movement out from Aurora. We were talking about them lacking a little bit of movement out. They find the right rune. Managed to get some big set of kills, because this game was kind of a little bit too slow for them. They get some good activity from Paulus. He gets a good infest to save. And Doomfly have to watch himself. If they start bleeding out these kinds of kills, then the game can easily tip right back to Aurora. This is also buying so much free space for jabs. All of that attention up top means your Doom's free farming down bot. You can just devour, clear out the creep waves, play in the camps, and slowly build himself back into this game as well. So, find everything you could ask for on Aurora. Your tier 1 is still set to fall at 133 though. Just one quick shove from Groomify can start to open up that top lane by a massive amount.
Coil out again, top lane. They've got the mag another time. RP, pump faked, does not get it off. Silence was there from Abed, and that's going to be a death for Akari. He may have gotten away last time, but not quite this time around, as Abed's starting to become a bit of a problem here, John. Top net worth on the puck, and already is he just dominating across the map.
And we talked about this puck game for Abed being really good. They just lack that hard control. It's very hard to lock him in with the supports you have. Maybe you could try to set up into Disruption and Roll. It's probably your best bet. Or just trying to clip him with Fire Blast seems like a very tall order. Trying to clip him with RP without the blink is also a very tall order. And it's free pickings for Abed. I love that he skipped his Power Treads as well. Just straight for the Witchblade. Straight for some damage and sustain. And it's been doing a lot of work. Like, he gets away with 2 kills. A lot of kills actually up top for his effort. And they still buy the space around the map. Talos inching towards the Sacred Relic now for the Radiants. Again, just a free game for Jabs, although he is under pressure now.
Certainly is, Jabs. A lot of danger, a lot of heroes incoming, and Jabs will go down. So a nice trade across the map. Groomify able to find something for their trouble, and Jabs, his net worth's quite low at the moment. So, I mean, kind of just holding him back here on the Doom, always going to feel quite nice. Does it bother Aurora? I don't know yet. Because Abed's top lane again. It looks like he wants to hunt down Akari another time.
Yeah. Also managed to get forward vision onto the stacks. Looks like Abed's just going to slowly try to poke at it. Not quite enough damage to really fully clear out. He can eventually do so once Ollie managed to swing around with some magic damage on his own. And that's going to be a lot of gold sapped away from the side of Groomfly. They'd want to clear that out with Akari. They'd want to clear that out with Young God. If Abed finds this and catapults his game, it's going to be a little bit of a problem. Yeah, they're just set to do so. No wards, no vision, no read from the side of Groomfly that the stacks are slowly being chipped away at.
That's concerning.
They do manage to find a tier 1 bot, but in exchange for all these ancient stacks, probably not the most worthwhile thing in the world to trade away.
No, certainly not. Again, Abed going to be very happy as Palos just casually takes the tier 1 top tower on his own. Siege creep proving to be more than enough to get that done. Of course, Q is in the tree line just waiting for somebody to rock up. Does have the finger available, so plenty of damage on hand from Q. Thankfully, Akari does back off, but now Akari realizes all the stacks have been taken. So, pretty bad news here for the boys. Not exactly what you'd want to see when you walk back into that triangle. And, well, again, I think, you know, the one saving grace is your Gyrocopter's still having a very good time. The problem is, Palos is pretty much on parity when it comes to the farm game. He's just about 250 gold behind.
Which is a very different story from what we saw from Akari last time, where his life stealer was about 1,000 gold behind at this point, maybe 500 to 1,000 at 12 minutes in, and that's just set to widen. And the fact that Palos is keeping up, he's going to have this Radiance timing a lot quicker than Akari did, means that there is some presence from the life stealer early on here. And the only hero being really hurt right now is Jabs. He's had a rough lane, he's still going through recovery, but he does have Devil's Bargain. Sell off the drums for something bigger down the line once the charge starts to sap away. And a little bit of a slower tempo here for Aurora does equate to a lot, right? Like your puck starts to hit some big strides as soon as this blink is up on Abed. A very slippery hero just gets even harder to pin down once that's up. The side of Groomify does have their own blink up on Akari. So the blink RP is there, even just the blink skewer back can be quite massive here. Get your blade mail timing now on key. The front line output of the Earth Spirit also is slowly hitting that point where it can do a little bit more, but I feel like it's down to Groomify to actually commit. They are moving around with a smoke now, with Akari. See if they can get a good blink reveal off. They're not making their way up top to Palos, who just forces the TP away from Lucify. They're not going for that tier 1 tower, which is very close to dying. Maybe trying to get a bigger kill onto someone like Abed, but man, this puck is a little bit slippery.
It's not going to be a very easy target if you're trying for the puck at the moment. Blink is up on Akari though, so that you do have some initiation, but again, it's still going to be quite challenging to try for the puck. So they are going to move up top, see if they can find Palos. I mean, Palos isn't necessarily the easiest kill either, because you can always infest and run. But I dare say he's probably a little bit easier to kill than the puck right now, but well, sadly for Groomify, they're going to find nothing. Just end up backing off, not seeing the opening. And that's a bit of a shame.
And they spent so much time in that smoke, there was just enough time to scan out an Aurora. They see that movement into that top jungle. Played a little bit safe on Palos. Still having that free ride into the Radiance. Still hanging fairly far forward, all things considered, but not really going for the commitment yet. Akari's pretty far back. Maybe hoping for something bigger from Key.
Here we go. They moved in. RP committed, but he got the rage off in time, so there's not much damage you can get off right now as Q's going to join in, and so will Abed. They've brought the whole team over. This is not the fight Groomify agreed to. This is not what they originally wanted. This is really bad as Lucifer is going to get fingered down. The Earth Spirit probably not making his way out of this one. They'll even find Play Hard on top, so 3 for nothing. And Palos, props to him, John, that rage coming in clutch. I mean, sure you get the RP off, but once the rage was popped, there was no follow-up damage.
They really need to follow through there from the Earth Spirit, from Key. A kick back into a much more forward position where you could start to apply that damage on Young God. They just couldn't get that spacing. Off the back of that, you get that full Radiance now for Palos. They did have to pop all of their own big ultimates, but they do still have Infest, which does allow this Life Stealer to still play forward with not much of a care. And Aurora build themselves up a 2k off of that botched fight from Groomify. For Groomify, they're going to be waiting a little bit more until RP's back up. Don't manage to steal as well in Kari, so a nice Arcane Rune for Abed. Keep playing poke here. And they still send Jabs back bot, rushing into the BKB. Only really one part away now, just lacking the recipe gold. And once that's up, Doom's going to be feeling a lot safer to join his team. In this case for Groomify, it feels like all the pressure's there on Akarius. He does manage to get a skewer back.
He does. They've got Q, but Sunray's actually keeping Q decently alive, but here comes Young God. Young God will get the job done. Keep in mind, this is all for a line. You know, it's kind of concerning how long it took them to deal with that line, but they'll get it done eventually. Can they take down this mid-tier 1 tower? Abed's going to be around to try and slowly defend, but it seems as though Groomify, they're going to try and commit for this. Here come the TPs. Palos is going to join in. He's got the Radiance up now. Dreamcore committed from Abed, catching out 2 targets. Young God needs to get the hell out of there, and so will the rest. His Jabs will also join, but it's all too late. Everyone has successfully escaped.
that doesn't really cost Aurora much. It's the Arcane Rune pop for Abed, so the cooldown on Dream Coil is just so damn low. Doesn't really care. They know they can just afford to sit back, kind of reset just slightly. Young God's not in a very healthy position to rejoin anytime soon. And they're going to have Doom off cooldown for jabs at least in relatively short order, so they can't afford to keep going. They've got that blink up on Q, and he is actually infested up. Just need an angle in.
Well, they're going to find Lucify. Finger will be committed, of course. Q will happily take the stack for himself. And that'll be your mid-tier 1 tower now for the Radiant, probably going down, sadly enough, for Grimmifiers. Well, they are going to glyph up, but I question how much of a difference that's going to make, as nobody's around to defend this. It seems like they're going to get away with this quite easily. And keep in mind, Palos, he got a much earlier timing on the Radiants than we saw last game for Akari. So Palos, chances are his farm is set to escalate. And I also appreciate that he is going for SNY rather than rushing an Aghanim Scepter. Can I just say?
Yeah. Again, like, this whole idea of disarming Young God is nice. It's just, there's no output. Really no output to speak of. You're not at that point where Abed can just right-click away as well. But just having his own presence is going to be nice and big for him to kind of ride through. I think the big timing for Groomify, though, is going to be this Orchid timing on Akari. That's when things start to get a little bit interesting. And it's rather interesting, Young God also did not opt for Ags on Gyrocopter, right? He went SNY into the Dragonlance, which he disassembled for the SNY. It's a little bit different than what we've seen. It also impacts his farming pace just a tad bit. He's still ahead. But with that Ags, you'd normally tend to be a little bit more ahead with how fast you farm up. See if Groomify starts to play off of this. As they are smoked up. They do have that RP ready. They've got the Magnetize ready as well, and they find themselves a nice tier 1, but they need more. This is going to be a big reveal on the Orchid of Akari. If they get the jump on Abed, could be a nice kill.
Could be. Smoke is there. Abed gets the phase shift. Skewer's not going to land either. And now they want to turn around. Abed, he gets a nice dream call. He's found a few targets. Akari's immediately bursted down. And Lucify, sadly, is also going to be joining his buddy. And Aurora, they are just reacting way too quickly. As Ollie now already up with a Yule Scepter, gonna find a third. Every single attempt Grimify try for, it just ends up falling flat. It's really upsetting to see.
It's just difficult. They had a good defensive ward on Aurora, right where the smoke breaks, so there's enough time for Abed to just respond back, just dodge away. And outside of Groomify, I mean, they needed that Orchid reveal to be big. They did manage to get use out of it from Akari, but doesn't really pin anyone down. And I think, again, going for this tempo build on Young God with SNY and Chrysalis over Ags, it could be the one thing that costs them. Because again, your lead on Young God is not that big. It's 1k up. It's starting to get closed up here by Palos and Abed. Even Jabs, who again had a bit of a slower lane. He could divert back for the Ags, of course, but right now, Young God's actually queuing up the BKB. Opting for a very fight-oriented gyro, but fight angles aren't that clear.
They'll get the Orchid onto the... oh, what? No. I mean, Palos has completely baited him, but it's a pretty rough, as now Palos going to go for the man fight against 5 heroes. He just doesn't care. Gets the infest. See you later, boys. Thanks for all the used spells. I mean, it kind of...
That is...
It kind of goes to show you how bad the game's gone. I think Akari understands he needs to get any kind of RP he can right now, but yeah, not like that.
Yeah, it's pretty ugly right now for the side of Groomify. 6-12, 5k lead for Aurora. To be fair, it's not doom and gloom in terms of the net worth advantage. Still, this could be doom and gloom.
Yeah, this is pretty bad. Quee will go down, and sadly, Jonathan, they have got another one of Groomify's members, as Playhard will also go down. And obviously by sadly, I mean sadly for Groomify. Aurora are very happy.
Oh yeah, they're just sailing through this game now. After seeing that whiffed RP, I'm sure Palos is having quite the laugh himself. I'm sure they're all kind of just giggling off of the expense of Groomify. A bit of a stressful time for Groomify. The one thing they do have is into high ground. There's always skewer back plays. You've got the Gyrocopter, who can become a massive turret once the farm is up. Who again is sitting away from the Ags. Bit of a Tormentor take from the side of Aurora. Nice and quick for them to find with the sustained jabs that Ollie's providing them here from the back. And get themselves a nice freebie here for Ollie as well. So additional healing coming out onto our Phoenix. And one thing to note as well, Ollie did go for hotspot, which we don't normally see nowadays. I think maybe last year it was kind of Cuckoo playing a lot of a hotspot Phoenix when he was on Cuckoo / TNC. Then we saw them all going for Dying Light. It is nice to see the hotspot. I feel like this is still a really good facet in the right game, and with how Ollie's been spacing himself, it's been feeling amazing with all of that healing coming in. Like it almost feels impossible for Groomify to even consider a burst play as long as this Phoenix is in the backline. Again, your backline jump from Groomify, it isn't too bad, but it feels like you have to throw out P and Akari on the same target to just find that burst at the moment, which leaves a lot of room for Ollie to just play.
I mean, Ollie has been making it look pretty impossible to actually get these kills, that's for sure. And Ollie has gone for the 4 blood grenades again, by the way, John, which, I like it. I really like it. I think it's great. Even just the plus 200 HP, right? Like, is that not worth?
It is. Oh, ooh. It's a little bit off in the timing for the Infernal Blade, sadly, but it's just such free real estate for Ollie. It's so cheap for 200 HP as well. And that little bit of DOT. Just a lot of utility. I hope it doesn't get nerfed. I'm a big blood grenade enjoyer. We'll start to go into the Roshan here. Nice and, maybe not the quickest, but nice and steady for the side of Aurora's Groomify. Same issues as last game. No vision in this area. They do have a forward board by where the tier 1 was, but nothing to really watch Roshan. And even if they did, outside of a big RP, I don't know if you can follow through cleanly. So Roche will just go down for free. We'll have a secondary life probably for Palos here. Some pings coming out onto Abed while he's solo, but I don't know if you can even find that kill.
It looks rather challenging. Abed will get away. Playhard's going to miss out on disruption as well. And while all this is happening, of course, Roshan is still going down. So it's a bit awkward for Groomify because they could think about taking the Roshan fight with their draft, but they don't seem to know what's happening. So now Palos with the Aegis up.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
SNY completed. I suppose at this stage he could consider going for the Ags if he really felt like he needs it. I don't think he does.
Dire's middle tower.
I think he could literally build anything right now and it would probably work. Here we go. Palos. They're not going to bother with the lifestealer. They have no faith in being able to take him out at the moment. Not twice.
No. Certainly so. Just such a hard target to go for. Unless you can, again, kind of get a good isolation play going, but easier said than done. Free reign for Aurora to just kind of siege in. They've got some good wards to protect this kind of siege as well. The sneaky cliff ward coming up, which is within sentry vision, but not a very easy one to spot in that sentry anyhow. And a nice ward watching right by the camps down bot as well. So very well protected to just keep playing this area. Groomify finding what farm they can. Are slowly approaching a full Daedalus timing for Young God as his BKB flies in. We do have some protection for the Gyro. Eventually damage starts to come in as well. Doesn't quite have as much stats as he would have with his own Ags, but maybe just going for this more fighting build can start to pay off as the high ground starts to open up. Mind you, again, you don't have that saving grace with, say, a Satanic Sustain with the Ags until that Ags is up. It's just not quite that be-all and all Gyro. 6-14, 9k lead for Aurora. Abed now working into his own Octarine as well. His uptime in just spamming out his spells is going to be that much higher, and it's just so much harder to catch him. Almost feels like you'd want the Sight of Vice or something here, but you don't have the gold to really opt for that yet. They are clumped up looking for a fight. Full BKB up on Akari flying out as well. Double BKB timing or triple BKB timing online. You could try, but it's just this Aegis makes things complicated.
They're going to try. RP out. They've caught him this time. In fact, they caught 2 of them. Can they burst down Abed? He gets the Yules in time. He does not get the phase shift, though. That's a great setup here from Akari. Ollie even dropping himself, but looks like he is still okay. But that's what you love to see. Sure, it was a pretty hard RP to land here for Akari, but it makes all the difference.
And they managed to utilize their ward well. This is a ward that they've planted some time ago, half duration left, about 6 minutes ago, 3 minutes ago, and they managed to play off of it. That's exactly what they need. That's what was missing in the last game as well. Still, we're looking for some punishment here.
They saw mid lane, play hard, not the biggest kill in the world, but they'll take it. Palos with a full BKB available now on the lifestealer, so he's become incredibly hard to kill. I mean, mind you, he's still behind this gyrocopter. Like, Young God's still having a great old time in terms of the farm department. Almost at that dateless timing. It's just, yeah, I question whether it's going to be enough here against Palos, who's still keeping up in terms of farm parity very, very well. Which shouldn't be happening, but it is. Meanwhile, Kui actually finding Arbit.
What did you expect?
That's another big one.
That's a big one. I mean, they last time off the back of the RP, this time not even necessary. Abed getting punished hard, and that does swing the gold back a severe amount. Palos by himself on mid, starting to drop a little bit low on the shove as well. And this is keeping Groomify in the game. If they can keep finding punishment like that, this could complicate things for Aurora. 4K lead still nice at 28 minutes, not massive by any means. Palos just running up here.
They force the BKB up. Keep in mind though, you've got plenty of damage here with Young God, just with the right clicks alone, and he has to actually go for the Infest play to get the hell out of there with Q. I mean, sure, this lifesteal is huge, but you've still got to be a little bit concerned about Young God. You can't underestimate the right click of this gyrocopter. Not yet.
Extremely so. Side of Aurora just bleeding back quite a fair bit more than they'd want. Again, there is still some good play potential. The Octarine for Abed still not too far off, but there's that dateless timing we've been talking about with Young God. He is still going back into Satanic with no ags yet, but are starting to see the output of this gyro. And they are starting to apply some map pressure. They're starting to cross the river a little bit more on the side of Groomify. Although,
jump in. Palos, Dream Coil, gonna catch two of them. That'll be Lucify gone. Abed still having a gander, seeing if he can find Young God, but does not get so lucky. Keep in mind, I mean, 10 seconds off from the Aegis, they're not going to be able to get too much done with it. So with that, I think Aurora, they're actually in a position now where they've got to kind of maybe sit back a little bit. But I say that, they are grouped up top, and it looks like they might start pressuring the Young God. I mean, there was a blink up on Q, but he's not going to make the jump in, just in case, because Young God was right by the T2 tower. Plenty of TP rotations could come in at any time.
A little bit surprised by the lack of vision from Aurora. They've got some cheeky wards protecting their top. One forward ward down bot. Nothing watching like the triangle area. They are going to try for a smoke out. They've got that Doom ready. Just need a target here from Jabs.
Purge is out, but Jabs has jumped in. Playhard, of course, being targeted first as he does go down. Jabs does pop the BKB a little bit on the earlier end, but it doesn't really seem to matter so much. They'll still find a nice, easy Playhard kill, and Groomify, they don't really want the fight. Not at the moment, anyway. I think that they're just more than happy to continue buying time for Young God to get the Satanic up before you really get going.
Just stall out for that win condition to get bigger. There's no pressure to play too fast. I'd say, like you mentioned here, Mikey, Aurora might be the ones under some pressure, because it comes back to that point of Gyrocopter versus Lifestealer. Right? Yes, you're keeping farm parity to an extent here on Palos. It's keeping him up actually quite nicely, all things considered, but how do you start gap closing onto Young God? Especially when his BKB's going to pop on. It's still a fresh BKB as well. Still at 9 seconds despite farming it up earlier. You have a lot of things you have to figure out here on the side of Aurora. You do have at least have the full basher up in Palos, so it could help in pinning someone down, but Abed is being targeted once again with a smoke. They managed to get on top of him again. Could spell trouble for Aurora in some follow-up fights. Even with that full Octarine up, it does look like Groomify will just take things slow. Again, they don't want to throw away the swing back either. Roshan could be the next big objective we wait for instead. A minute until that respawn timer is back up. On the side of Aurora, they've got the gem at least to help start to deward. And the map vision is starting to get pretty dark on both sides. You don't really have the forward information for either side to make these big plays. But Aurora seem to be set to at least start staking their claim down bot. It's going to be more than likely a daytime rush. Groomify will back-to-back smoke through the gate. This could be interesting.
See if they can make this one work. They really want the fight. Kui will roll back towards his team. Aurora seems to be pretty well aware that something's a little bit wrong here. Be very, very patient to move on to that creep wave. Just letting Arbit take care of it, and it seems like Groomify actually going to back off. They'll go through the twin gates once again. Lucifer will reveal himself. Can they at least catch him? Yes, they can. Sticks around to throw a quick ignite out, and it does cost his life. Palos? Oh, yeah, they still want the fight. They're going right through the Twin Gates again. By the T2 tower as well. They're trying to find out where Groomify have gone. And for now, though, Groomify looking pretty safe. Palos will eventually run into Qui, but everyone's out. Groomify, they're okay.
They are. A little bit of a longer Roach respawn as well. 2 minutes left till that thing is back up, and it's not going to spend too much time down bot. Side of Aurora are still not willing to let that objective go. So again, going through the gate. Need some bigger pickoffs to really feel comfy in finding anything else on the map. Top tier 2 could be a pain for them as well to have to contend with. And we're hitting big strides still for the side of Groomify. Young God going straight for the MKB. Gonna have a way of piercing through, at very least, all of the evasion coming out from that Radiance on Palos. Much more consistent damage for a Gyro once that is up. Still waiting for the full Shivas that he has been queuing up for some time. And you will inch yourself into that Kaya Yasha for Akari on the faster cast point at least. So game somewhat simplifies for Magnus in terms of trying to lock in that puck of Abed. So let's see, it's starting to boil into a game of execution, and so far Groomify have been executing well. Aura's been presenting a couple of holes. It's led to this game stalling out a fair bit, and it's led to, again, a little bit of a swing back. Not in a massive sense, for sure, but some opportunities for Groomify to prolong the game and build up their resources. Still a minute away from Roshan. This cheeky ward from Groomify is still keeping some good vision onto Aurora. Right, like every time they dip down the ramp and take a gander, Sentry's right outside of range of it. So they know Palos is hanging around the cliff. They know that they're somewhat setting up for Roche, that it's going to be the next big objective, and it leads to this clump up for Groomify. Might be able to get something done. I don't believe they have any smokes left, as they did back-to-back smoke a while ago. There is one on Play Hard. And they still have an opportunity to sneak in.
You do have an MKB now on Young God, but he spent all his gold for that. No buyback available here for the Gyrocopter, but at least he won't have that evasion issue with the Lifestealer now. Abed's got a full Parasma up, so plenty of damage now available on the puck as they are moving towards the pit, but Palos is casually waiting. Akari gonna jump in, but Rage was immediate as Akari now gonna pop the RP, trying to go after the Lifestealer. They'll jump in with the Doom out. Palos still completely alive for now, goes for the Infest, and he has made it out. He gets into jabs. Young God at least finding Ollie in the meantime. Is Young God forced to run away? Very low on HP. Still can... Whoa. Oh no. Whoa. Gets fingered by Q. Akari trying to fight. Will find jabs, but it is at the cost of his own life. And of course Palos now can get right to work, taking down Lucify. Looking for Play Hard on top. They should have him. And he just TP'd as well, so Play Hard's got nothing. 4 for the price of 1. At first, John, when I saw that turnaround from Young God, I thought to myself, okay, he's going to pop Satanic. Then I realized he hasn't bought it yet. He bought MKB instead.
Yes. And that was such a great little Earth Spike finger out from Q. The heads-upness again, there were response time of Aurora. The instant rage out from Palos. All of these tiny things piling up to show you that difference in... honestly, at this point, almost like the caliber of team, the caliber of players, the synchronization of Aurora, just having Palos on hand for a couple of events at this point, it's really making a big difference. They're trying to cut through here with Key, but he's caught out.
He does. Dreamcoil is there. Qui's still trying to run, but the Yules will be out, and that'll be all she wrote for Qui. Of course, in the meantime, bottom lane is still being just forced in by Palos, who does take the T3 tower. Helps a lot when they've got double siege creeps available too. And here comes jabs. I mean, Palos basically uncontested until Young God's here. Akari does get a nice skill back with the Orchid out as well. Looks like Palos might actually be in danger, but gets the BKB off and has the Infest available. So gets the hell out of there, though you do lose Ollie. Flak Cannon proving to be a little bit too much. It's now jabs looking to turn around as a nice Earth Spike. A Ravage from Q. Onto the Gyro. Young God's down again. Q is just absolutely destroying Young God in this game too. Akari just doomed up. I think they just want to buy the time to get these racks. And I mean, there's still no buyback for this Gyrocopter anyway, so it's... You've got plenty of time. In fact, I think you've got enough time for Megas.
More than enough time here. No threat whatsoever for some time. Still have the Blink RP at the least, but they need that follow-through from Young God. And Q is going ham. And we always talk about it. Probably the best pause for in C. They've got to hold out somehow on Groomify. They want to have some hope. They'll pop their last Fortify. But Aurora, they're not scared. They've got the full AC up on Palos. He's got Infest back up again. They will play it cautiously on Aurora. They show a lot of respect for more heroes being up. They show a lot of respect for that skewer back, but Jabs
roll is there. They're going to try for the Doom, but nothing's really coming out of this as Queen now forced the BKB and just run, but Palos is right on his tail, hoping for some bashes, blocks the roll, and Queen is looking pretty dead as he does go down. Meanwhile, Arbit getting skewered into the fountain. Does he have a way out? No, he does not. A nice skewer back onto Arbit. At least getting a very nice kill into the park. And did they get a gem out of that?
Yeah. It's just
very
there.
Nice.
Prop on their fountain. Thank you to Akari for that quick delivery. They do manage to get the punishment they want. I mean, it did cost them a buyback on Key. Right? And it did cost one big buyback on their mid-Earth Spirit. But does hold back the side of Aurora. Meanwhile, for Aurora, I mean, to be fair, Roshan is still open for them on that respawn. They can cover their bases there once that is... once Abed is back up. But the side of Groomify could look for a steal. They've got the damage here with Yongat. They're in position for Roche. But so is Aurora. Not hanging too far back. They've got the egg. Doom ready in a few seconds. This could be a very dicey fight for Groomify if it doesn't pan out their way.
Well, Young God, he gets started, but it's a bit of an awkward Roshan to try and start. They do have RP up at least. They're going to have to try and play around that big spell usage here for Akari. I mean, Young God's got all the damage in the world if they can land a big RP, but Aurora are not going to make that easy as Q. Looking to slowly move in. Akari gets an RP off. He found only the Lifestealer. Doom committed as well here from Jabs right onto the Magnus' Lucifer. He's already been fingered down, so he can't really do too much anymore. Palos in the meantime moving on to Kui, but is forced to infest and run with Jabs, as now the chase does begin. Kui lands onto the Doom, but it's at the cost of his own life.
No buyback.
No buyback, and oh boy, it looks like another one as well. Akari's down. Young God literally just TP'd out. He did not want the fight. I mean, Kui rolled in, and this Jaro is just like, nope. Young God's just like, I'm out of here.
Too far. There's no way Young God can kind of help that chase down with how far that roll was. And again, it's such a risky play into this Roshan. I mean, yes, it's an opportunity with Abed down, but you didn't have that much long to wait from the respawn. You didn't have buyback on Akari. You forced the buyback on Key. And now in this tier 2 falls down to Q. Into the high ground they go. Last set of racks left here for Aurora to clear out. And Groomify. This could be the last few seconds of this one.
I mean, Abed's basically soloing Young God right now. Young God will be saved by the Glimmer Cape usage of Play Hard, but classic puck at the late stage with the Parasma up, but just so much damage. So here we are, tier 3 top tower now under siege. 2 heroes down with no buyback on the side of Groomify. And there's literally no buybacks left apart from Play Hard on the Shadow Demon. So you've got maybe one last team fight in you if you're Groomify here. Otherwise, you are going down to the lower bracket of these SEA close qualifiers. Mega creeps incoming. Abed is certainly not intending on making this any easier. So he just blinks in and takes out 1/3 of Young God's HP with that overwhelming blink. Disruption out. Can they hope for a skewer back on Palos? I mean, I kind of doubt it. They wasted the blink on Akari anyway. Still trying. Call down is there from Young God. Palos almost baiting them to skewer him in. Abed's going to jump in now. Right by the fountain they'll go. Young God dropping low. Gets doomed up and he is probably just dead. No healing for you, sir.
Oh.
They'll RP Palos. Palos gets caught. Palos is actually... Is he alive? Oh, he is? He's got the Ags. He jumps into Akari. He'll take him out in the fountain. Kui's trying to fight. Palos is just him against the fountain right now. They'll take him down. Meanwhile, the Ancient is still completely exposed, still dropping, almost down the siege creeps. Somebody take down the siege creeps.
Oh no.
Oh no, like the siege creeps.
It can't end like this. It ends. What? Oh,
Didn't someone just call them dumb as well? Oh, oh, that's amazing.
Paulus comes in and just says throne. Oh my lord, what a way to close out. Aurora just toying with him, fountain diving like maniacs. And Groomify, you know, props to them. Game 2 looked a little bit more competitive, right? Like it looked a little bit closer.
Yeah.
There's an interesting build from Young God, skipping the Ags, going for the Sanjin Yasha Dragonlance build up with a Crystallis on the gyro instead of the Ags rush that we typically see. It didn't really lead to early aggression from Young God, to be fair, but he did still manage to scale up. It's just that Aurora shows us why this Lifestealer could be good. If you do manage to end up with a good lane, the hero hits a Radiance timing, it can be really hard to hold down, and props to Palos. He played his mind out there. The Rage timing was always on point. He managed to see this relatively telegraphed movement in from the side of Groomify, and was such a hard target to pin down. Him and Abed were just very hard until, you know, Abed got a little bit crazy, jumping into a lot of heroes at once. But Aurora do make it true. Mind you, for Groomify, look, Aurora, Talon, Boom, again, are probably the top 3 teams people are expecting to make it through all the way in the qualifiers. This stack is relatively fresh. You've got Young God and Karma kind of switching roles. Like, there's a lot going on, and there's a lot to figure out. Aurora is not the opponent you go into to figure things out, right? So it's just a tough opponent to kind of try to find your identity as a team. Maybe in the lower bracket they have a better time, but all things considered, this isn't too far off the mark what we'd expect from Aurora here.
Yeah. No, absolutely not. I mean, certainly a very kind of one-sided affair, and Aurora were definitely the very heavy favorites going into this. Of course, we do have one last series coming up between Boom Esports and the Mongols in the upper bracket semi-finals. However, it is going to be a roughly 2-hour break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back in about 2 hours for our final series of the night.
Burning up all my desire to be great. I gotta just open the gate. All I need is saving from hitting the pavement. Understand it when I'm impatient. That only I give to me. All I need is a little love in lonely places. The strength to stand fear in the face. That only I give to me. All I need, understand it when I'm
Yeah. about one. You told me I was different than them. Now you got yourself another man. I hate to see you out with him. I guess I'm a little I'm sad about it. I can't let you go. Losing control of me. But when I'm sad about it, I'm sad about it. Tears that so we should be floating to wherever we're going. 'Cause if the sky is an ocean, then we're going slow motion. So we should be floating to wherever we're going. 'Cause if the sky is an ocean, then we're going slow motion.
I pack my suitcase, headed out the door. I keep my shoes laced. 2,000 miles away from home. A couple dollars in my pocket, never stopped the boy before. I load my bags and hit the road.
Miles past, turning back, found my track, face the fact she a cold one. Never gonna settle for none. Stay up every night till I won. Don't want a slow rise now. I'm confident opulence isn't a long ride out. When I look back now, I'm astounded. A quiet boy from old age, but always felt the world was a stage, yeah. I celebrate one last late night. My whole life, it stayed.
I pack my suitcase, headed out the door. I keep my shoes laced. 2,000 miles away from home. A couple dollars in my pocket, never stopped the boy before. I load my bags and hit the road.
I'm headed to LA. Headed on my way. I'm headed on my way to LA. Headed on my way to
Couple thousand miles, throw it on the dash. Shit, the 10,000 hours, can't let them pass. Yeah, well, I was putting time in, you was pulled up wildin'. You always had shit to say, now when I see you, it's silence. Thought I'd have a Grammy by 25. Commas after commas next to dollar sign, yeah. To remind myself why I'm living this life. Look at all the late nights, it'll all come in due time, yeah.
made for the fight, for the pain and the climb. Tied to the life I chose. Stay through the night, another day, not a dime. Race against time. I couldn't just lay by and wonder what I could have made mine. I'm closing on the moment, no one's gonna hold me down. From getting
I pack my suitcase, headed out the door. I keep my shoes laced. 2,000 miles away from home. A couple dollars in my pocket, never stopped the boy before. I load my bags and hit the road.
Think about it every night when I close my eyes. You're on my mind. I try to quit a million times, but it takes me high. Like you're so divine. You give me happening. I need you like medicine. You're my everything, everything. And when I think about us, sweet lullabies, I wanna keep this moment here forever, no goodbyes. And when I think about us, sweet lullabies, I wanna keep this moment here forever, no goodbyes. Think about it every night when I close my eyes. You're on my mind. I try to quit a million times, but it takes me high. Like you're so divine. You give me everything. Don't know what's happening. I need you like medicine. You're my everything, everything. And when I think about us, sweet lullabies, I wanna keep this moment here forever, no goodbyes. And when I think about us, sweet lullabies, I wanna keep this moment here forever, no goodbyes. No goodbyes. And when I think about us, sweet lullabies, I wanna keep this moment here forever. No goodbyes.
Oh, I don't know how to put it together. Ever since I found you, my life just got better. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had. Than anything I ever had. I've been getting so high, I can feel it. I can feel the gravity is pulling me away, pulling me away. Ooh, that day that boy walked my way. Won't forget his pretty face. It was like we both had something to say. Yeah, but as soon as I saw him, his fine ass was gone. Think I should have followed him home. I'll put my number into his phone. A moment in time, so divine. Hope I see you again. Hope I see you again. A moment in time, so divine. Hope I see you again. Hope I see you again. You're looking so good, made me wanna know you. Feeling the groove, and I got to show you. Come back, better come back. Want you to know that you're looking so fly. I wanna get to know you, but you better be mine in just a moment in time. Oh my, boy, you better come back. A moment in time, so divine. Hope I see you again. Hope I see you again. A moment in time, so divine. Hope I see you again. Hope I see you again. You're looking so good, made me wanna know you. Feeling the groove, and I got to show you. Come back, better come back. Want you to know that you're looking so fly. I wanna get to know you, but you better be mine in just a moment in time. Oh my, boy, you better come back.
You'll be free when I set you free. I breathe you in, but all your sins won't disappear. You can see it's true that I want only you when we'll break free. Together, you and me. Take me in your arms and let us rise high up to the stars where we can fly. So come with me and pray. I want you to play my games and fulfill my black desires. So break my heart and leave me. I only need your body. So I'm saying I'm in love with you, but I don't care much about you. When you've gone, I would find someone new. I cannot lose. Fall into my arms and let us rise high up to the stars where we can fly.
dragon, waiting for a second to push you to your limits, going stronger, feeling better. But do you feel them? Can you hear them say?
Welcome to the other side. Welcome to the other side.
Serotonin slightly late, sequin in the light, embalming your energy, riding through the night. Serotonin slide on over here by my side, stars up in your eyes, desire, caught up in this chemical high.
Dopamine, dive, love, take it higher. Serotonin slide, chemical high. Dopamine, dive, love, take it higher. Serotonin slide, chemical high. Dopamine, dive, love, take it higher. Serotonin slide, chemical high. Dopamine, dive, love, take it higher. Secret in the lights, empowering your energy. Riding through the night. Serotonin slide, 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 slide. Serotonin slide, 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 slide. Serotonin slide. No way I'll forget the first time with you. And baby, you make a moment every time I lay eyes on you. But do we care? Do we dare? Keeping this going. Let's live in the moment, yeah. Now we know it's all love between the two of us. Every time I try to find,
Try to avoid it, but I was stuck. You turn up the heat when you back it up.
try to stop the flame of love.
Never discipline melts away.
It isn't enough to wish for change. You either give in or pull away. We have the will to choose our fate. Whether it's wrong or right, I'm holding on for life, for the ride. The day we woke up, lying in a pool of shame. Tears and makeup printed on the pillowcase. It's hard to apply restraint. I'm trying to stay away. It's so magnetic. Ooh, I gotta have it now. Let's keep it a private thing. I'll give you a secret name. Let's build a life on a lie. Every time I try to find,
Try to avoid it, but I was stuck. You turn up the heat when you back it up.
try to stop the flame of love.
Never discipline melts away.
It isn't enough to wish for change. You either give in or pull away. We have the will to choose our fate. Whether it's wrong or right, I'm holding on for life, for the ride.
Talking my, I've been working all year, getting by. Looking for the high, taking all my time. Breathing a new life, feeling fine. Like I don't gotta be something society wants me to strive to be. Got my own energy. So magnetic in the spotlight. Shaping my own world with my own mind. Don't talk about me unless you alright. You gon' see I'm finna real free, protecting my energy. Gotta protect my mind. I'm breathing in new life. It's time that I realize what feels good ain't no changes, I got me a new strut. No more settling, I'm running out of good luck. Never chasing, I attract, I'm busy going up. If you see me come correct, then keep it on the book. Get it, how I live it, that's the motto, how it goes. No more reaching, introducing, hit the lotto, I'm the one. Not denying myself anymore, I'm done with it. Sky is the limit, I'm living like widow. Energy, energy, feeling free, energy. Gotta protect my mind. I'm breathing in new life. It's time that I realize what feels good ain't always right. I'm feeling good, feeling free. Feeling good, feeling free. All I need is me and my new energy, and my new energy. Feeling good, feeling free. Feeling good, feeling free. All I need is me and my new energy, and my new energy. Feeling good, feeling free. Feeling good, feeling all I need is me and my new energy, and my new energy.
Took too long for me to feel, yeah. Tell me why you on your knees, yeah. Not my fault, I had a dream, yeah. Kicking off the covers, I'm too hot for this bed. Give me space, I need to breathe, yeah. Give a face, giving it beautifully, yeah. Yeah, it's just me and my clique, yeah. We might be the hottest, but we let you in. Angel energy, let you sit with me. Angel energy, angel energy, angel energy. We got sympathy. Angel energy, angel energy. Take the time to breathe and rest. Let yourself feel the best. Feel it all so deeply, so deeply. Divine with how we be, yeah. Aligned with everything, yeah. More than a dream. Vulnerable and strong, yeah. We feel everything. Angel energy, let you sit with me. Angel energy, angel energy, angel energy. We got sympathy. Angel energy, angel energy, angel energy. Let you sit with me. Angel energy, angel energy, angel energy. We got sympathy. Angel energy, angel energy.
Never pressed, but I got the juice. Taking the lead, that's just what I do. I made mountains move with one hand tied, and still this world ain't satisfied. Everywhere I go, they stop and stare. I tell the truth, I take it there. Call me vicious, persistent, overzealous, that's fine. Main character energy, I stay taking what's mine. You need a foot on the gas, open my
my name on the line. Main character energy, I'm just taking what's mine. And it's written in the stars, I'm a king like my sign, yeah. Raising the bar, the jaws drop like a surprise. Don't be mad about it. Don't be mad about it. I don't play the game, nah, I make the rules. Cards close to the chest and I don't play no fool. Don't be mad about it.
Look, yeah, my name stay in the mouth. Legs got broke, they said cast her. I'm the 911 response in a disaster. I don't ask, I just take. Treat the world like a man, I just blow him away. Yeah, I'm a #1 fan. Don't need a bark, I'm a bite. Switch me on, dark need light. Don't need pity, don't need spite. I just plop, plop, plop on sight. Could take your girl in 2 seconds. I just flash her a smile. I make petty look pretty. They run an inch, I run 3 miles.
You need a foot on the gas, I'll put my name on the line. Main character energy, I'm just taking what's mine. And it's written in the stars, I'm a king like my sign, yeah. Raising the bar, the jaws drop like a surprise. Don't be mad about it. 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 I don't play the game, nah, I make the rules. Cards close to the chest and I don't play no fool. Don't be mad about it. Don't be mad. Don't be mad. Like a moth to the flame, I'm attracted when the doubts start saying my name. I can go there easily, and it's hard to maintain, 'cause I know it's not the world I know, it's me. Believe in every little thing I hear, and no, I ain't no stranger to the fire, burning up all my desire to be great. It stays coming in waves, and no, I ain't no stranger to the fire, burning up all my desire to be great. I gotta just open the gate. All I need is saving from hitting the pavement, understanding when I'm impatient, that only I give to me. All I need is a little love in lonely places, the strength to stare fear in the face, that only I give to me. Now I'm running this race, yeah. Stallions couldn't catch up to me. I'm running till I get first place. I'm running till I get everything, everything I ever wanted in my dream. No, I ain't no stranger to the fire, burning up all my desire to be greatest days coming in waves. And no, I ain't no stranger to the fire, burning up all my desire to be great. I gotta just open the gate. All I need is saving from hitting the pavement, understanding when I'm impatient, that only I give to me. All I need is a little love in lonely places, the strength to stand fear in the face, that only
yeah.
I pack my suitcase, headed out the door. I keep my shoes laced. 2,000 miles away from home. A couple dollars in my pocket, never stopped the boy before. I load my bags and hit the road.
Miles past, turning back, found my track, face the fact, she a cold one. Never gonna settle for none. Stay up every night till I won. Don't want a slow rise now. I'm confident opulence isn't a long ride out. When I look back now, I'm astounded. A quiet boy from old age, but always felt the world was a stage, yeah. I celebrate one last late night. My old life ain't staying.
I pack my suitcase, headed out the door. I keep my shoes laced. 2,000 miles away from home. A couple dollars in my pocket, never stopped the boy before. I load my bags and hit the road.
I'm headed to LA.
Couple thousand miles, throw it on the dash. Shit, the 10,000 hours, can't let them pass. Yeah, well, I was putting time in, you was pulled up wildin'. You always had shit to say, now when I see you, it's silence. Thought I'd have a Grammy by 25. Commas after commas next to dollar sign, yeah. Remind myself why I'm living this life. Look at all the late nights, it'll all come in due time, yeah.
Made for the fight, for the pain and the climb. Tied to the life I chose. Stay through the night, another day, not a dime. Race against time. I couldn't just lay by and wonder
my shoes laced. 2,000 miles away from home. A couple dollars in my pocket, never stopped the boy before. I load my bags and hit the road.
Think about it every night when I close my eyes. You're on my mind. I try to quit a million times, but it takes me high. Like you're so divine. You give me everything. Don't know what's happening. I need you like medicine. You're my everything, everything.
Together, ever since I found you, my life just got better. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had. Than anything I ever had. can feel it in my blood, down my veins like a melody. I can feel it, I can feel it. So alive, floating high, I can finally breathe. I can feel the gravity is pulling me away, pulling me away. I've been getting so high, I can feel it. I can feel the gravity is pulling me away, pulling me away.
saying I'm in love with you, but I don't care much about you. When you've gone, I would find someone new. I cannot lose. Fall into my arms and let us rise high up to the stars where we can fly. So come with me and pray. I want you to play my games and fulfill my black desires. I'm playing in a hidden world, forbidden love will be observed by you to reveal my black desires. So come with me and pray. I want you to play my games and fulfill my black desires. I'm playing in a hidden world, forbidden love will be observed by you to reveal my black desires. Can you hear the voices calling? Longing for your dirty souls, the wolves are hauling. Can you hear the voices calling? Do you feel how they are dragging? Waiting for a second to push you to your limits, going strong and feeling better. But do you feel them? Can you hear them say? Welcome to the other side. Do you feel how they are dragging? Do you feel them? Can you hear them say? Do you feel how they are dragging? Can you hear them say? Welcome to the other side. Cross the line. Seems a little dark in here. Trust me, you have nothing to come in. Take the start. Follow, leave it all behind. Welcome to the other side. Serotonin slide with me. Sequin in the light, embarking your energy. Riding through the night. Serotonin slide. Slide on over here by my side. Slides up in your eyes, desire. Caught up in this chemical high. Angel, can you take me high? I'm on fire from the dopamine. You're all I need tonight. Promise I'll give you all of me, darling. Serotonin slide with me. Sequin in the light, embarking your energy. Riding through the night. Serotonin slide, slide, slide. Serotonin slide, slide, slide. Serotonin slide. Slide up out of here like we're tired, but really we just about to get wired. Loving at the speed of light. Your body I can help but admire. I'm on fire from the dopamine. You're all I need tonight. Promise I'll give you all of me, darling. Serotonin slide with me. Sequin in the light, embarking your energy. Riding through the night. Serotonin slide, 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 slide. Serotonin slide, 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 slide. Serotonin slide. Serotonin slide, chemical high. Dopamine dive, love, take it higher. Serotonin slide, chemical high. Dopamine dive, love, take it higher. Serotonin slide, chemical high. Dopamine dive, love, take it higher. Serotonin slide, chemical high. Dopamine dive, love, take it higher. Sequin in the light, embarking your energy. Riding through the night. Serotonin slide, 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 slide. Serotonin slide, 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 slide. Serotonin slide. No way, I'll regret the first time with you. And baby, you make a moment every time I lay eyes on you. But do we care? Do we dare? Keeping this going. Let's live in the moment, yeah. How would you know? This one alone. Between the two of us. Every time I try to find, try to avoid it, but I was stuck. You turn up the heat when you back it up. Try to stop the flame, never discipline melts away. It isn't enough to wish for change. You either give in or pull away. We have the will to choose our fate. Whether it's wrong or right, I'm holding on for life. For the ride. It's hard to apply restraint. I'm trying to stay away. It's so magnetic. Ooh, I gotta have it now. Let's keep it a private thing. I'll give you a secret name. Let's build a life on a lie. Every time I try to find,
Try to avoid it, but I was stuck. You turn up the heat when you back it up.
try to stop the flame.
Discipline melts away.
It isn't enough to wish for change. You either give in or pull away. We have the will to choose our fate. Whether it's wrong or right, I'm holding on for life, for the
Talking my, I've been working all year getting by. Looking for the high, taking all my time. Breathing a new life, feeling fine. Like I don't gotta be something society wants me to strive to be. Got my own energy. So magnetic in the spotlight. Shaping my own world with my own mind. Don't talk about me unless you alright. You gon' see I'm feeling real free, protecting my energy. Gotta protect my mind. I'm breathing in new life. It's time that I realize what feels good ain't always right. Making changes, I got me a new strut. No more settling, I'm running out of good luck. Never chasing, I attract, I'm busy going up. If you see me come correct, then keep it on the book. Get it, how I live it, that's the motto, how it goes. No more reaching in it, distance, hit the lotto, I'm the one. Not denying myself anymore, I'm done with it. Sky is the limit, I'm living life with no energy, and the energy. Feeling free, and the energy. Gotta protect my mind. I'm breathing in new life. It's time that I realize what feels good ain't always right. I'm feeling good, feeling free. Feeling good, feeling free. All I need is me and my new energy. Feeling good, feeling free. Feeling good, feeling free. All I need is me and my new energy. Feeling good, feeling free. Feeling good, feeling free. All I need is me and my new energy. Took too long for me to feel, yeah. Tell me why you're on your knees, yeah. Now my fault, I had a dream, yeah. Kicking off the covers, I'm too hot for this bed. Give me space, I need to breathe, yeah. Give a face, giving it beautifully, yeah. Yeah, it's just me and my clique, yeah. We might be
be the hardest, but we'll let you in. Angel energy, let you sit with me. Angel energy, angel energy, angel energy. We got sympathy. Angel energy, angel energy. Take the time to breathe and rest. Let yourself feel the best. Feel it all so deeply, so deeply. Divine with how we be, yeah, yeah. Aligned with everything, yeah. More than a dream, vulnerable and strong, yeah. We feel everything. Angel energy, let you sit with me. Angel energy, angel energy, angel energy. We got sympathy. Angel energy, angel energy, angel energy. Let you sit with me. Angel energy, angel energy, angel energy. We got sympathy. Angel energy, angel energy. Never pressed, but I got the juice. Taking the lead, that's just what I do. I make mountains move with one hand tied, and still this world ain't satisfied. Everywhere I go, they stop and stare. I tell the truth, I take it there. Call me vicious, persistent, overzealous, that's fine. Main character energy, I stay taking what's mine. You need a foot on the gas, or put my name on the line. Main character energy, I'm just taking what's mine. And it's written in the stars, I'm a king like my sign, yeah. Raising the bar, the jaws drop like a surprise. Don't be mad about it. Don't be mad, don't be mad. Don't be mad about it. Don't be mad, don't be mad. I don't play the game, nah, I make the rules. Cards close to the chest, and I don't play no fool. Don't be mad about it. Look, yeah, my name stay in the mouth. Legs got broke, they said cast her. I'm the 911 response in a disaster. I don't ask, I just take. Treat the world like a man, I just blow him away. Yeah, I'm my #1 fan. Don't need a bark, I'm a bite. Switch me on, dark need light. Don't need pity, don't need spite. I just plop, plop, plop on sight. Could take your girl in 2 seconds. I just flash her a smile. I make petty look pretty. They run an inch, I run 3 miles. You need a foot on the gas, I'll put my name on the line. Main character energy, I'm just taking what's mine. And it's written in the stars, I'm a king like my sign, yeah. Raising the bar, the jaws drop like a surprise. Don't be mad about it. 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 I don't play the game, nah, I make the rules. Cards close to the chest, and I don't play no fool. Don't be mad about it. Don't be mad. Don't be mad. Like a moth to the flame, I'm attracted when the doubts start saying my name. I can go there easily, and it's hard to maintain, 'cause I know it's not the world I know,
days coming in waves. And no, I ain't no stranger to the fire, burning up all my desire to be great. I gotta just open the gate. All I need is saving from hitting the pavement, understanding when I'm impatient, that only I give to me. All I need is a little love in lonely places, the strength to stand fear in the face, that only I give to me. All I need, understanding when I'm
Yeah.
I pack my suitcase, headed out the door. I keep my shoes laced. 2,000 miles away from home. A couple dollars in my pocket, never stopped the boy before. I load my bags and hit the road.
Miles past, turning back, found my track, face the fact, she a cold one. Never gonna settle for none. Stay up every night till I won. Don't want a slow rise now. I'm confident opulence isn't a long ride out. When I look back now, I'm astounded. A quiet boy from old age, but always felt the world was a stage, yeah. I celebrate one last late night. My old life ain't staying.
I pack my suitcase, headed out the door. my shoes laced. 2,000 miles away from home. A couple dollars in my pocket, never stopped the boy before. I load my bags and hit the road.
I'm headed to LA. Headed on my way. I'm headed on my way to LA. Headed on my way soon.
Couple thousand miles, throw it on the dash. Shit, the 10,000 hours, can't let them pass. Yeah, well, I was putting time in, you was pulled up wildin'. You always had shit to say, now when I see you, it's silence. Thought I have a Grammy by 25. Commas after commas next to dollar sign, yeah. To remind myself why I'm living this life. Look at all the late nights, it'll all come in due time, yeah.
Made for the fight, for the pain and the climb. Tied to the life I chose. Stay through the night, another day, not a dime. Race against time. I couldn't just lay by and wonder what I could have made mine. I'm closing on the moment, no one's gonna hold me down.
I pack my suitcase, headed out the door. I keep my shoes laced. 2,000 miles away from home. A couple dollars in my pocket, never stopped the boy before. I load my bags and hit the road.
Think about it every night when I close my eyes. You're on my mind. I try to quit a million times, but it takes me high. Like you're so divine. You give me everything. Don't know what's happening. I need you like medicine. You're my everything, everything. Sweet lullabies. I wanna keep this moment
together. Ever since I found you, my life just got better. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had. Than anything I ever had. Than anything I ever had. Every time I start to doubt if I'm good enough, looking straight in your blue eyes makes me feel better. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had. Than anything I ever had. Than anything I ever had.
Earth is suffering, trouble is rising, mountains are melting, there's gonna be nothing left to breathe. Raise the sirens now. Break the silence now.
time. So divine. Hope I see you again. Hope I see you again. A moment in time. So divine. Hope I see you again. Hope I see you again. You're looking so good, make me wanna know you. Feeling the groove, and I got to show you. Come back, better come back. Want you to know that you're looking so fly. I wanna get to know you, but you're missing me by in just a moment in time. Oh my, boy, you better come back. A moment in time, so divine. Hope I see you again. Hope I see you again. A moment in time, so divine. Hope I see you again. Hope I see you again. You're looking so good, make me wanna know you. Feeling the groove, and I got to show you. Come back, better come back. Want you to know that you're looking so fly. I wanna get to know you, but you're missing me by in just a moment in time. Oh my, boy, you better come back.
You'll be free. When I set you free, I breathe you in. But all your sins won't disappear. You can see it's true that I want only you when we'll break free. Together, you and me. Take me in your arms and let us rise high up to the stars where we can fly. So come with me and play. I want you to play my games and fulfill my black desires.
second to push you to your limits, going strong and feeling better. But do you feel them? Can you hear them say?
Welcome to the other side.
Serotonin slide with me, sequin in the light, empowering your energy, riding through the night. Serotonin slide on over here by my side, slides up in your eyes, desire, caught up in this chemical high.
Serotonin slide, chemical high. Dopamine dive, love, take it higher. Serotonin slide, chemical high. Dopamine dive, love, take it higher. Serotonin slide, chemical high. Dopamine dive, love, take it higher. Secret in the lights, empowering your energy. Riding through the night, serotonin slide, 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 slide.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here for our final series of the night between Boom Esport and the Mongols, and it is MLP Dota and X5. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. We're here for our final one of the night. Upper bracket semi-final between these two sides. Winner of this, I believe, proceeds through to the finals. What are you thinking here, John? Is this a close series? I want to say it should be.
I would expect it to be closer than most of the series we've had today, but I asked Bob his thoughts on going up against Boom, and this is what he said to me verbatim.
Okay.
I asked him, let's see, thoughts on the Boom match later. He said, good luck. I hope we win. Easy 2-0 for them for sure. And you know,
Okay.
Bob, he's not a dishonest guy. This guy's a very confident player. So when Bob is saying good luck to us, it's an
That's
easy
not a good
2-0
sign.
for them.
It's
It's
not
not
a
a
good
good sign.
No.
Not a great sign at all. I asked Boom what their thoughts were. I asked Mac, hey, Mac, thoughts on playing up against the Mongols? It's like, Bob Poggy, Bob Handsome. And that's all he had to say. So,
Okay.
Boom, at the very least, this should be a fun one. You know, you've got Mac versus Bob on mid, the big Mac, the big Bob Mac matchup, which I
You really
enjoyed
messed that one
watching.
up, John.
Yeah, I really did. But, you know, we're scrambling for it. And, you know, for the Mongols, this is also a bit of a shakeup. Just for context, the last qualifiers they played, Wallachia and Dream League, they didn't have Bob. They had Wonder Boy, and they didn't have Aumq. They had Chidori. So this is also a pretty big roster shakeup for them. And they haven't had that much time to play with these players because Aumq was still on Team Essence on Caterpillar in the most recent APAC Predator League, right? And the side of Bob, he was on Mid Avenue Gaming for a bit. So I don't know how much time the Mongols really has had to try to integrate these players in for all these big qualifiers coming up.
I mean, it worries me what you said as well. Like Bob saying it's an easy 2-0 for Boom. He did make the comment at APAC that he would easily 2-0 the team that he beat. I can't even remember who he beat, but he beat somebody, John, and you know got the finals for himself. So he was right then, and hopefully for his sake, he's not right now. But yeah, like you said, Bob's a confident dude. If Bob's telling you he's about to lose, it's probably not a very good sign. As we do have the draft opening, of course. Boom Esports, they do go for that Alchemist that we have not had the pleasure of seeing yet today. And the Mongols, they do go for that Phoenix pick, which, you know, John, these Phoenixes we've been seeing, that they have been proven to be quite potent. So I like these pickups. Surprising that Alk did make it through.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it a couple of times where Alchemist and DK aren't first phase banned. Sometimes it does get completely ignored into the second pick as well and gets banned in the second phase. But Boom Esports, don't mess around. Pick it up first. It doesn't have any real hard counters, right? Like normally you'd say something like Ancient Apparition. And that has not really felt like a solution, sadly enough. Even though I really enjoy the hero, it just hasn't felt great. So I'm wondering what the ideas are for the Mongols to try to counteract this. Of course, Boom, I mean, again, these guys have been sneaky with the draft. They've done stuff like first pick Terrorblade into Pause 4. I don't think they're crazy enough to run back the Alchemist 4. Again, I don't think we've even seen that since... we haven't seen it since SMG. They're still moving
John.
under gunfire, Mike. You know?
I miss those guys. I wish SMG would come back to Dota. I feel like we're the reason why they don't play anymore, John. I'll be honest. I feel like we just made too many jokes. We made too many jokes.
Look, we made some jokes, yes, but you saw the social media guy pop off, man. That was not us. You know, the mid one poses, you know, that wasn't me. I wasn't on that account. So, you know, props to them, though, for having a sense of humor. That was a pretty wild time, but I do remember a very dejected Yak talking to me, so it also kind of felt bad.
I mean, I'll be like, they're not around anymore, so I'll say it. I heard the social media guy actually got told off after that post that you're talking about, John. So, you know, not to make them look bad, but I heard they weren't too happy about that post, believe it or not. Anyway, the Mongols moving on. The Mongols second
a little tidbit as well. A little tidbit as well about the Mongols. I don't know if this is public info, but I'll make it public because I was told openly, and no one told me to keep it a secret. I do believe they have a trial coach, or at least a full coach right now, in the form of Mr. JL, who used to be on Execration. Guess what matchup they had earlier? You know, they did have I believe they did have the Mongols versus Execration matchup, and Mongols did come out of that one 2-0. And on paper, the Execration lineup isn't bad, right? They've got Akashi in, these 4 players together, Lewis, Tino, they've all played together for a while. So I think that one thing as well, having a prime coach who's had a lot of experience, who's had a couple of LAN experiences, can push this kind of team further. The issue is, again, they haven't had much time. Still, Primal Beast coming out. Boom, get the answer for Primal Beast in the Clockwork. You love to point this out. You cannot play a Primal Beast game into the Clockwork. Battery Assault completely ruins you when you're just trying to trample around, when you're trying to onslaught out, when you're trying to pulverize. Clockwork will just stop you at every step. So I like this pickup from Boom. It provides a very solid lane. Even a lane of like Alchemist Clockwork theoretically is not bad. You get the cogs out, you throw down acid spray, you get a pretty decent duration. Unstable Concoction with a minus armor. It's a lot of damage in lane if you can gap close onto a hero.
Yeah, it certainly is. Certainly is. Nice pickup here for Boom Esports. Third pickup, they will go into the Shadow Demon, which is another great hero against Primal Beast, whether it's for saving against Primal, or whether just disrupting Primal mid his spells, always very, very pog. And as you and I have seen, Jonathan, Shadow Demon has proven to be quite potent as of late, so not too surprising to see this hero does get picked up if it is left alone. Mongols, on the other hand, how do they want to respond to this, I wonder? Probably just with another support, I'd assume.
It should be. You have some prime supports left in the pool. Stuff like Lion's still there. I was checking out, I believe, Kishka and Catswave have been playing a lot of stuff like, say, Hoodwink, although I'm not sure if that really fits in here, but it could kind of work for what you'd want out of your lane. A little bit counter-synergistic with Prime Beast and Trample. But there are a couple of options, and they will just go for the Lion pickup that we were mentioning. Hard lockdown on hand, burst on hand. It's such a funny time when Lion's actually just an actual pick now, instead of a meme.
Yeah.
You remember when Lion was slowly popping out, what was it? Boxy going Fist of Death. Of course, now no one goes Fist of Death. Very sad stuff. You know, it's like, when that happened, you're like, wow, look at this shot.
He did it once.
More than once, actually. He did it more than once, I think. For a few Lion games, he was going that way, along with Sin Q. But it hasn't happened now. Not in Southeast Asia, at least. It's all back to Essence Eater. No fists.
No fists, John.
Sad.
I know you were happy to see it, John. I don't want to take that away from you. You know, it's not good, John. You know, it's just...
Can you imagine? This is what facets are supposed to be. Can you imagine if, like, say, everyone got a facet that just kind of changed, like, your spell in a big way that way? Like, I feel like Lions is the funniest. There's so much potential. Like,
I will agree, it's funny.
It's great. Just don't
funny
go
because it's
harpoon.
bad.
It's decent. It's not amazing, but it's decent. Tiny is a decent hero as well, Mikey.
That is
Could be
true.
one way to look for that burst. I'm wondering how they lane us now in Mongols. It does look like we're looking at the Tiny mid, Primal Beast off lane. Some potential to flex Tiny safe for Aumq, but that has been a little bit out of meta. A little bit curious to see what the Tiny mid's going to do, especially since Boom still has a lot of options here for good old Mac. Some like Alina can fit in. Instead, it's the Shaker matchup versus the Tiny, and that is not a particularly fun time for the Tiny either. I mean, yes, you have some good cleave damage, you have good base damage as well as the Tiny, but the Shaker eventually, by level 3 with level 2 Enchant, does take control of the lane, and it can be a little bit rough for the Tiny. It's much more mana intense for the Tiny to harass out the Shaker as well, whereas Enchant Totem's very low mana cost and very sustainable for the H-Shaker to just continually apply that laning pressure. So I like this answer from Boom. Their team fight's looking great. Their mobility is looking pretty damn good here, Mike. Clockwork at 6, Shaker with Blink Ags, They can be right on top of all of the Mongols' heroes, no problem, and they've got a lot of good control and counter control on hand to sustain this.
No, I mean, I certainly like what I'm seeing here from Boom Esports. I mean, going back to the Tiny versus ES matchup, like, you do have the toss back into the tier 1, but that's pretty much all you've got in that matchup. It's pretty ugly. It's not a fun one for the Tiny. See how they want to try and deal with it. Final bans to come. We'll see the Medusa ban by Boom Esports, and the Mongols, they focus on a Lycan ban of all things. In fairness, I suppose they don't really have the kind of lineup to deal with the Lycan, so just kind of get rid of it, make sure you don't have to get cheesed. We are lacking in FBZ, Hero. Trying to see what FBZ might be thinking about. Like, every time I think FBZ, my mind always goes to Timber, but obviously that was already banned. We're probably not going to see Mars, because Mars isn't that great at the moment. No offense to FBZ, I just tend to have like 2 heroes that I think about when I think of FBZ.
That is fair. I mean, you have some quirky pocket picks, right? Like Enigma's there, although it doesn't feel like the strongest Enigma game. There's enough Eidolon clear here as well, that it's not like a outright win pick. What else is good old? What else do I associate with FBZ off the top of my head? Pangolier is there, although I don't think FBZ Pango has been the hottest thing in the world. Stuff like Doom's there. We saw him play a lot of Doom a while ago. Night Stalker is something he's picked up a couple of times in previous qualifiers as well. I believe he most recently picked that up in our Dream League qualifiers. So that's an option, although I don't really see the purpose for it. And the tricky thing with this offlane pick, they don't have last pick overall in Boom, is they don't really see their core safe lane matchup. So there's some pocket picks for OMQ, say a safe lane Lina can kind of crush a lot of those melee offlaners that FBZ might want to bring out, if that's the route OMQ would want to go. I feel like, honestly, just some team fight that's self-sustaining is pretty fine. I wouldn't mind something like a Tide into anticipation for something like an OMQ melee safe laner. And something like PA, we've seen a little bit more. Certainly deals with that fine. Could force a Lifestealer pick, which can scale, can kind of deal with it, as we've seen Boom themselves do with Jackie. But at the very least in lane, Tide Hunter's not going to care too much. There are a few options. The Mongols did ban out the Night Stalker. Boom, for their part, will take care of the Morphling. Just taking care of one of those pesky pots once again. And it is actually the Enigma. I'm surprised by that. Again, it's a strong hero. There's not as much stuns post BKB for the Enigma. Right? Like, once he has a BKB, you really have no way of stopping him unless you somehow get pulverized off during the black hole here. The issue is laning-wise, I mean, down the line, at the very least, the Eidolons are free food. Laning-wise, maybe not so much, although into Phoenix, there is still some decent clear here from Mongols, but they are tying in this outstanding teamfight potential for Boom. Like, there is a lot of wombo combo, a lot of auras that can come out to help them sustain true as well from the magical onslaught Mongols will bring out. We're seeing a safe lane Tiny. Okay.
I mean, it makes sense. The mid matchup was horrendous against the ES, so it makes sense to go for something else. And the Storm Spirit, I mean, it does feel like a pretty free Storm game. Like, the only things you really got to worry about is getting chain stunned by ES and maybe a black hole. But apart from that, it does feel like a pretty free game for Bob if he gets off to a decent start.
It is. It's also rather interesting to see that after all of that talk of Essence Eater, Kishka is sticking to the Fist of Death.
Is he really?
He will go the other. I mean, he might change it last minute, right? He might change it last minute. We've seen that a couple times. And look, Jackie's going Mixologist. See, we've seen this a couple of times, but I've always had this discussion. I've always bugged so many people. It's like, yes, 200 gold's nice. You win lane, but didn't you play Alchemist before you had the 200 extra gold? Didn't you do well anyway? Like, what difference does it make? Get something that changes your hero a little bit instead of 200 gold. And Jackie's trying it. As we've seen, again, a few more cores have been gravitating towards it. So I'm keen on seeing that. The lower cooldown on Unstable concoction is pretty crazy, and the potion as well, your Shard, can be quite wild. So I like that. I am a little bit worried about FBZ, though. Specifically, the Enigma offlane into Tiny does not feel great. The Eidolons are going to be cleared out. There is still the threat with Malefice at the least, but in terms of just shoving the wave out with free CS on Eidolons, it's not going to be an easy thing. Even just a toss-out from OMQ, it's going to be free gold for the Tiny if you're not too careful here from FBZ.
Yeah, absolutely. You're definitely going to be a little bit concerned about that. And something we don't have to be concerned about, John, is not having to pause, because we'll pause every single game one without a doubt. Castaway is having FPS issues, apparently. Yeah,
Yes.
I don't want to start complaining, John. I really don't. But how are you going to tell me? How I've seen the PCs these guys use, right? And I've seen the Gamehouse PCs they get. How are there FPS issues? How?
I know. They haven't restarted in 48 hours. They haven't turned off their PC. That can happen.
Turn off the
knowing some players,
boys.
you know.
Turn off the browser. Come on now.
It's not even browsers, you know. It's just memory leaks. Knowing some players, I know they don't shut down their PCs. You leave that on for a week, it's leaking memory everywhere. Processes just pile up. Windows is not good at clearing that out. So could be one thing, but also a friendly reminder to shut down your PCs when you sleep. If you're not downloading anything, you know, just turn it off. I don't get at with people. I know so many people who just leave their PCs on. Were they not scolded as kids when they left the light on when they left the room? Is that not a thing?
I'm not gonna lie. I'm one of those people. I don't turn my PC off.
Weren't you scolded as a kid for leaving the lights when you'd leave the room? Leaving the lights on. Were you not scolded?
I guess so. I was about to say bold of you to assume I had a PC when I was a kid. Because I didn't, John. It was quite a while till I got one. But
not the PC, lights. The lights in the room. I heard it's the same concept.
Yes, all right. We didn't have that many lights, John. Okay, it was. You thought your house was small. My house was smaller than yours back in my day. It really was.
Mike, if you didn't turn off the candle light, that's even worse. What are you doing? Save the wax. Candles are precious.
We had a power outage once. Man. But we had a power outage once, and my dad legitimately got upset that we used candles. So, well, why would you waste those candles? It's like, well, Dad, this is why we have the candles, Dad. I had a very depressing childhood. So did you, clearly. If you're worried about light switches, John.
That I am, Mikey. At least the players don't have to worry, though.
Yeah. Boom esports. They're going to smoke up. Zhao. Disruption's available. Wards are down. And they've got themselves a Phoenix. Castaway. Oh, he doesn't go Icarus dive. He went for Fire Spirits before he saw where they were. And that means Castaway's feeding first blood. Unfortunate start. I don't mean to lecture Castaway. You never choose your ability before the 0 minute marker's Phoenix. That's why.
Yeah, not going to be feeling all too good about that one. Nice freebie to have for the side of Boom. And, you know, having that first blood gold on Zhao, maybe not the biggest deal in the world. Still faster timing since it's just more regen, more blood grenades is always going to feel good there, of course. And does set up a little bit into a faster level 2 at least. Picking that up. They don't manage to snag extra bounties. So that is one boon here for the side of Mongols. You're not accelerating Jackie by a huge amount. And that is something that doesn't feel as good for the Alk. You're kind of happy to trade First Blood for not losing all bounties to an extent. Still, we'll see how well they can handle the lane. And this lane is going to be rather interesting. JG and Kishka. Problem Beast in line does put a lot of pressure onto Jackie early on. Even down the line, once you have, say, Acid Spray, you have this potential for the Entrapment and Disruption. Acid Spray plus Unstable. The Primal Beast can hold back, and Kish is doing a great job of trying to time his stun to stop Jackie from finding an angle in. And he is playing really far forward this line. I love seeing that. Just making use of that early laning weakness of the Alchemist. Bullying out as much as possible and potentially forcing out some extra regen that the Alchemist and the support won't necessarily like to do.
And this is Jackie right now is thinking, I should have gone for the 200 gold. He's like, I should have gone for the extra gold. I knew it. Why don't I listen to that John X5 bloke? I knew I should have gone for the gold.
In my defense, I didn't talk to Jackie about this. No, I wouldn't dare. Not when Coach Mushi's there to scold me about it. No.
That's
I would
fair.
not second think Mushi. No, we have breakfast together, Mike. He would make breakfast quite what's the word? Tense. It would be very tense at breakfast. If that were to happen.
It would be. And you love breakfast, John, so he would hate to ruin it for you.
No, certainly not.
How's bottom lane going? MQ, Castaway, FBZ teams. I mean, things are pretty smooth for both sides, it feels like. Like, this Tiny's not struggling too much in CS. Obviously, FBZ, maybe at the level 3 mark, starts to be a little bit more of a nuisance here with the Eidolons, but For now, it seems as though the Tiny Pos 1 is probably going to be okay. There's not too much threat.
And not too much threat onto him. At the same time, not too much threat onto FBZ either. As long as he manages his demonic summoning Eidolons quite fine, he's just going to be able to farm. It's a very passive lane to play. Tims does have a good cogs out. Does not manage to get the secondary hit onto Castaway. And he's doing a great job of zoning out the Phoenix from trying to spam out the Fire Spirits or to dive onto the Eidolons and trying to cut off FBZ. Leading into, again, a relatively good farming lane for Enigma, just a lot better of a farming lane for AumQ without that laning pressure.
Absolutely. Mid lane going pretty smoothly for Bob as well, just having a look back at the Storm. Like, obviously against the ES, he's not going to have as hard of a time as you would have if you were running this mid tiny. So Bob pretty much on even parity here in terms of CS with Mac, as the voice lines will start here from Bob. He tends to use his voice line when he's ahead, but it is still even.
And he is. Not opting for the extra point in the Vortex as well for a pullback into double overload, respecting Mac and his enchant totem quite a fair bit, which is fair for our Storm, of course. Rune control is going to be rather important into the 6-minute mark. Water Rune should be a 1-for-1. And that's where things can get kind of interesting if Kishka can get the room out. Though,
should be a death on Kishka, I think. Zhao's got the disruption, but he's holding out for now. Gets it off eventually, and he's going to have 5 stacks of Shadow Poison. Kishka, still alive, but not for long. He is definitely dead. It's JG now. Going to rotate over to try and trade it at the very least. Zhao, nice little deny in the Water Rune, is going to die. Meanwhile, mid lane, they have Jump Bob. That's a big pickoff. Bob, he's going to Fairy Fire up, but it will not make the difference. Tims will be able to secure the kill.
It's a rough go for Bob on mid, and maybe that stems back to running this Phoenix 5. Castaway doesn't really have that much laning presence to leave that bot lane. It's also kind of necessary to try to provide that spacing for AumQ to survive, so he can't just easily rotate onto the mid. Even if he did, the follow-through control without the line is just not really there. So, good openings found by Boom. Already just into the second Water Rune. That feels great to shut down his progression on Bob and allow that level advantage for Mac a little bit faster into the 6. And once you do have that 6, even just a casual rotation out can feel quite good, or clearing out the stacks a little bit faster if you do manage to get some big ones here from Tims.
Top lane.
Can be
JG.
nice.
Gonna get jumped here by Jackie. They've got plenty of control this time. Jackie able to secure his first kill of the game on the Alchemist. JG kind of getting left behind here as Kishka was not really around to try and save.
It's been a little bit rough for our line. Again, he tries to secure mid, doesn't quite work out, isn't able to come in to save the Crown Beast as well. He has been building stacks at the least, and this is going to be very important for JG or Bob to kind of clear out to help catch up here. Speaking of Bob, still targeted.
Certainly is, Bob. Alright for now, but Echo's available for Mac. Bob, still not level 6, trying to fight back in this Cogs. You do have a nice Earth Spike coming out from Kishka, and in fact, they get the kill. Very nice saves out from the supports of the Mongols. Particularly Kishka with that Earth Spike really saving the day.
That's on edge. It does cost him a 4-man rotation, which does provide space out for Boom to keep farming. Like, that's time where FBZ is just, again, sitting back with the Eidolons, not being threatened out by this Tiny without anyone to follow through. You've got a lot of room out for Jackie to just work his lane right out into his level 6 timing and just kind of get that farm. You'd expect the Alchemist to do so. So I think the trade-offs are fine for Boom. They're playing where they do have this core that can launch off. They're playing in a part of the map where if they are forced to respond, it just opens up a little bit more on the side. And FBZ, again, he's just able to kind of push in. He's had a little bit of a slower start and not able to stop the Tiny, but starting to build up that Eidolon army. He's got supports rotating in now. Heck, he even gets a movement in the back from Jackie as that 6 starts to ramp up. They can maybe look for a movement out here.
Well, we saw this last series as well from Boom. They really enjoy now just bringing Jackie over through the Twin Gate and trying to secure a POS 1 kill while he's around, but it seems like they're not really going to find that opportunity, so Jackie's going to go back through the Twin Gate. And so they miss out on the Tiny kill, but they are still going to secure the Tier 1 bottom tower, which is going to be a pretty nice achievement considering we're only about 7 minutes into the game.
Yeah, I like this call from Mongols as well to not force the fight, right? Like, they don't have their burst damage on hand. It's not like Bob can easily TP in. Doesn't quite have his TP as well, having to head back on mid. So, can't really go for much. They do have some nice stacks built up for Bob, even on just this bot jungle area. It is scouted out by Boom, but they're not able to play into this area yet. So, a nice little take for Bob to help him kind of catch back up after a slightly back and forth mid. And just help accelerate the storm into that Kaya timing so you can start to zip about. Same thing kind of goes for Boom. And they've built up some stacks. They did clear out the large camp. The Ancient still left standing. Again, the trade-off in allowing Jackie to farm is starting to pay off. Like, this Alchemist has been uncontested, is about 1.2k above the next core in JG. And so long as his tier 1 stands, he is still relatively safe to just free farm top, uncontested. Hit that Radiance timing, and you know, once that's up, it can start to get a little bit tough. That will also align with FBZ being a threat with the Enigma, with you starting to have that blink on Mac. And again, you got your initiation angles in. I think the big one to watch out for on Boom, though, is the level 6 spikes on their supports. Like, once Tim's has 6, once Tim's has that hookshot, it becomes a lot easier for Boom to start to commit onto that some fights. Their big issue now is just mobility. Like, they don't have the naturally mobile heroes that you would have with, say, the Primal Beast or Phoenix, or even the Tiny with a toss back. And that does mean that looking for some deep dives doesn't tend to work out, as we saw with that gate movement from Jackie earlier.
That it doesn't. We're going to have another quick pause out. Looks like Bob's having issues now. So a very good start here for Boom Esports once again. Like, Jackie's obviously just way ahead as the Alchemist, but that's to be expected as we do have the go-ahead. But both the mid and the offlane as well of Boom seem... I mean, everyone's pretty even. I can't just say Boom's doing well. I suppose it's still an extremely even game when you count everyone but Jackie on the map. Because they are going to TP up top. Bob looks like he wants to try and find this Alchemist. Kishka's around with the finger as well, so they've got plenty of burst damage available if they can get the initial jump in. Zip is going to be there, but Chemical Rage does get popped. You've got Zhao around as well. Disruption, it doesn't come out. In fact, Hex comes out first. Jackie, though, he's still alive. He's walking out of there. Now the black hole. Bob's been caught. Bob is down, and somehow Jackie, of all people, is going to survive all of it. Oh, that Chemical Rage, it came off just in the nick of time. What a shame. What a huge miss here from the Mongols.
Cost them a lot for that deep dive, and the response from Boom just snappy coming in, even if the saves are just slightly late. The tankiness of the Alchemist, and you have to respect that. Just with a bracer up and the Soul Ring, it's a lot of HP he does get on top, and you really needed some more output there. Amq, of course, not showing up just yet in the Tiny. Wasn't around for something like a cheeky gate movement, so you do lack that instant avatar sort of follow-through coming in, and it's just lacking on the side of Mongols. Lead is growing for Boom. That's just more space for Jackie. Off the back of that kill, it's the Radiant starts to accelerate. Tier 1 top stays steady as well because that commitment falls flat. And the farm and build-up for Bob slows down. You know, he loses a galvanized stack from dying. We'll still try for some pressure, but I don't see the commitment coming out, especially while Finger's on cooldown. That burst damage just isn't quite there, at least until AOMQ starts to join in, which, again, our Tiny isn't quite set for.
That it is not. Rotations in again. Tim's getting some D wards off, and there are plenty of heroes here from the Mongols if they want to try and initiate. Castaway, probably an easy target if you do get the hookshot on him. Kind of hard to Icarus dive away from a clockwork after all. They won't make the jump in. Instead, they're just more than happy to take this mid-tier 1 tower, which is also fair enough. They'll get away with it just fine. And with that, I mean, the issue really is starting to become that there's too many objectives going down here for the Mongols. They've already lost their bot and mid-tier 1 tower now. So this Enigma play from FBZ already paying off quite a lot here for the side of Boom. And for the Mongols, like, you got to be kind of wary to control this tempo, because keep in mind, Jackie is still farming, and he's really starting to pull ahead now. 3.5k ahead of any of the cores on the Mongols, with the Radiance already up. He's having the perfect outgame. It's no struggle apart from that one gank attempt that didn't even work in their favor.
No. We'll see if the Mongols can start to find that pressure Good smoke out. They've got the finger ready.
Oh,
Smoke
nice blink
breaks
away. Breaks the smoke and gets the hell out of there. Now a counter smoke as well. Max got the echo up with a blink. He wants to go in. He knows the Mongols want to fight. And they are still having a bit of a gander across the map to see if they can find any kind of target. They'll head up top. Jackie is around, but it seems like they have scanned out this Earthshaker, so they do not want to commit. They know the blink's up. They know it's scary right now against Mac.
They're not fully backing off top, though. Feel like they're safe with these extended wards in front of their tier 1s. Maybe a bit back.
Does get the onslaught away. Boom Esports now just taking over the Radiant Triangle completely. You can kind of see the fear right now of the Mongols. They just don't really have much they can do at the moment.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Thing is, Jackie's gonna have a blink of his own very soon, so like he wants to get involved. I think his team is very well aware of how far ahead they are already. Again, this could be a pretty concerning sign if you are the Mongols in terms of trying to kind of get through the storm that is coming.
And that's one thing with Boom. You're mentioning it with their tower takes. I think in the series we saw earlier as well, they've been so good at defending tier 1s and just forcing this pressure early. They have all their tier 1s as they get the jump.
They sure do. They found JG, finger out as well, and they've got the damage with Mac. TPs are incoming. They're going to try and fight, but it's just a mess. Cogs blocking their way. They could not get in. And with that, they just lose all confidence in the chase. I mean, keep in mind, like, FBZ was right behind Max, so if you went for that big jump in, chances are you were just going to get black holed anyway.
They still have that ace in their hole, and it doesn't even feel fully necessary for FBZ. He could just wait for the storm. Get another jump.
They sure do. Who have they got this time around? It's going to be Castaway. MQ is here, but there's no damage. There's nothing he can really do at the moment. Like, he's got an Echo Saber, but that's about it.
Not quite enough. He needs something like his Blink to actually play off of that Avatos. And he doesn't really have the best of times to the tree grab just yet. Do have a little bit of a packet loss complaint. So get your reconnections underway for good old Boom. Last time around they had to restart their internet. Hopefully it's not that bad. But I really just, again, want to emphasize how well Boom's played around her own objectives. Look at how healthy these tier 1s are at 14 minutes. Bot's been untouched. Mid's barely touched. Top was kind of shoved in a little bit when they were trying to attack Jackie, but it's still at half HP. They play around these early objectives so damn well, just because they know how important it is to give that initial farm boost to Jackie. He needs all of this map space on their side of the river, and they just are more than willing to mass TP to prevent any of them falling down. And still have the room to get action elsewhere, allow FBZ or the supports to just kind of shove in tier 1s casually, and it just leads to the circumstance. 3 to 8, 14 minutes in, 9k advantage for Boom. You've got this massive Alchemist that you have to be very concerned about. Almost 11k net worth on Jackie, BKB coming out next. Miles ahead of all the other cores, and the other cores of Boom aren't too bad off. They still maintain at least around 700 gold above compared to the same cores on the side of Mongols. They're getting steady progression on FBZ and on Mac, who is working onto his Ags. FBZ is working on the Oro game with the pipe. Again, we talked about the importance of the magical burst here for Mongols. This pipe just removes that early threat from Ankyu, makes him very reliant on the tree grab, which takes time to ramp up on the timing, especially after a slower game like this. He can try to farm back, but it takes some time until the physical threat is there.
And meanwhile, Max on the hunt. He's got an Invis rune up. Oh, he's going to find Bob too. Tim's is around. Tim's will get jumped first, but Mac probably very happy with what he's seeing because they're going to just jump in for the easiest kill of his life. And my god, that enchant totem damage with the acid spray minus armor is a bit ridiculous, to say the least.
It is. I love physical shenanigans with acid spray. You know, again, shout out to Team SMG, who used to run that good old synergy. I mean, I gotta give them a shout out. Who else was crazy enough to run Alchemist Venge? It always brought a smile to my face, because who would think of that synergy? Only SMG, only moving under gunfire would lead you to these ideas, Mike.
That is true,
the team
John.
environment before.
It's not easy being under gunfire at all times. As Jackie is the gunman at the moment. Kishka, sadly, is the one under gunfire, as he is probably just dead. Very slowly, I might add. Meanwhile, Bob goes down again. Mac finds another kill. That's a little bit concerning. Mac is just having a bit too of an easy time here, just committing the echo for another kill.
I mean, you're happy enough to do it for the Storm. Bob has no Galvanized stacks. He has no extra mana regen to play with. He does have his Kaya. He needs his BKB. Like, without any Galvanized stacks, it just feels awful. You're not able to zip his 4. You're reliant on Kishka to kind of top you up with level 1 mana drain. It's not that quick to sustain through the middle of these fights. It just makes the game so complicated. Again, we always talk about it with Storm. You're a snowball hero, but I don't think we've ever seen a 0 Galvanized Storm in this kind of game before. 16 minutes in. It's a rough go for King Bob.
I mean, that it is. I actually can't remember the last time I saw 0 Galvanized. I don't know if I have in a pro game, I'll be honest with you, John. It's Tim's. Jump in, they might at least get some now. Tim's actually pretty tanky. Is still alive. Cog's out. He's out of mana now on the Storm. Bob, he's going to continue moving in. They'll get Tim's. Eventually. There's 1 stack for you, John.
Yeah. Without the fist, he wouldn't have gotten that. It's a 100% increase. You know, it's so important. Going into the level 15, that's probably 15 minutes away for you at this point. I mean, look. Yeah, you take what you can get. You get 1 stack. It's like, all right. After a game this rough, you're happy enough with just a clockwork pickoff. The issue is you cede ground. Bot lane was freely shoved in. Mongols are all smoked up, but they can't really do much with it. They do have this blink on OMQ up. Issue is if you can even burst anyone. Like, the full pipe's up in FBZ. If you blink Ava, if it's not the supports, then they're probably not dying here.
Jump in again. Castaway, at least for now, will survive. A nice tossback play as well, catching FBZ. FBZ has no real play here about just to try and run away. He's got Black Hole up, but there's just too many stuns flying in. Meanwhile, Mac, though, he gets the Echo, and now the Black Hole, no, it's cancelled. It is cancelled. They'll take Mac down, but it's still actually not a bad fight for Boom Esports. They've already found 3. There could be a 4th as well, because JG does not look like he's going to be able to get out of here in time. Jackie will catch him. Jackie will take him out. And AMQ does show himself there for a second, so the chase continues. But he'll get the TP away. Disruption is not going to be within range. But my goodness, Jonathan. Like, even with a fight like that, where it seems like the Mongols can't lose, they still end up getting a negative trade. Mind you, they did get the gold bonus their way. So, like, at least you could probably call that a win.
Yeah, you could. I think overall it's still worthwhile for the Mongols considering what they found in exchange. It's just that was probably the ideal circumstance for them, and they only find 2. Right? They get the Avalanche Toss onto FBZ, and they get the Chain Stuns. He's not able to pop the pipe until the Tiny's in, until the Tiny's done with his combo. So they get their full damage out in the Mongols. And they still aren't able to clean up fast enough to burst down Mac and FBZ before any shenanigans. So you have to be mildly concerned about that on the side of the Mongols, but again, with them being 12k behind up against an Alp draft at 19 minutes, it's, even though it's an Alp draft you're up against 12k behind, you know, most of that on the Alchemist, it's still a significant amount at this point. And Jackie is just set to ramp up. So they might find a little bit of extra if Castaway's not too careful, but they aren't willing to dive too deep and just look for the safe siege out. I won't say for the Mongols, I mean, Bob is just trying to work his way into the BKB along with his full Witchblade, and again, it's been slow going. Still bottom net for core. At the least, again, AumQ is getting some progression. Has room up to maybe go for a quick BKB if he so wished before any more sources of damage. Boom, for their part, still control the map. They've got that vision down bot that leads him to play this aggression here, and they might spot something with that board.
They may jump in. Jackie, he's got a 2-man stun into the 2-man hook shot. JG pops his BKB, tries to get out of there. Doesn't even get the onslaught away. It's just getting more and more painful, and this is why I think you're just best off banning an Alchemist, especially against a team that you would imagine is probably better. Generally not a great idea to give Alk away, because this is what happens. Meanwhile, mid lane, Kishka is definitely just dead. Look at Mac. Look at the damage. My goodness.
Oh, that's Lion gameplay right there when you're behind. In fact, Mac is not quite done. Is hanging around here, but good old Bob, of course, isn't going to be risking anything. We'll just have to TP out. Still, the control all the way to Boom as it is. No forward vision from Mongols to try to kind of scout forward and even try to hope for a pick-off with AumQ. Boom's been utilizing the rocket flare vision quite nicely here as well. And they're just going about it so methodically. They're going for the Tormentor, they're going to go for the tier 2 next. And the options for team fights out for Mongols just isn't particularly great. Even with the BKB on JG. Feels like you need Bob to have his own BKB up, and again, that's just miles away at this point, considering how slow this game is. You are looking at AumQ to work into a Phylactery into a Conda. Do a little bit more damage there, but again, there's just no room to farm. They can't cross the river. They can't suppress Boom. They're losing control over their triangle with his tier 2 set to fall. And Boom are not relenting. They'll just go into another smoke.
They've found a great target as well. Fish is going to land. Enchant is not there in time. Bob will at least zip away for now, but for how long? He'll get towards his team. No mana left on the Storm, but he is safe. It's probably the most important thing for him right now, just not dying. So you really can't afford to keep dying with the way this game's going. Meanwhile, the rest of Boom hanging around mid lane, looking to see if somebody will come farm this wave. JG is going to show up, and that probably means JG's just dead. There's just no chance of surviving when Jackie jumps in at the moment. Literally zero chance.
Way too much damage output right now on this Alchemist, and just no threat, again, from the side of Mongols. Just have to cede ground on these tier 2s. No outer towers left for them. They're trying to split push across, but bot still healthy. Only so much Minor Phoenix can kind of do here. Could be a nice opportunity for Boom to start thinking, whoa.
Echo committed, cast away. Or Mac has no reason to hold back. He'll just throw it out every single time, because it's just a free kill. As AumQ now also dying top lane, more importantly. FBZ to secure that one. Black Hole committal just to ensure they secure that kill. And yeah, I mean, Boom are completely unrelenting. In fact, they found another Jonathan. Kishka's going to get caught. And I think it's Roshan time. I mean, there's no two ways about it. Just go Roshan. There's nobody left to kill but Roshan.
No. There's no reason not to. Like, again, there's no control here from the side of Mongols. They do have this, they did have a nice cheeky ward in lane as it does die off. Doesn't have anything to watch over the pit. And even if you could, it just doesn't feel like you're ready. Your Tiny is not ready to try to make big plays with Avalanche Toss without something like the BKB. His damage output also is just fading away with a pipe pickup early on from FBZ. Secondary life up now for Jackie. Killing off this Alchemist twice just seems like a little bit of a pipe dream right now for the side of the Mongols. And I think the big issue for the Mongols is just how can they execute these big 5v5 team fights? Their best bet is single target pickoffs, but they haven't really found that. Maybe now, but even then, it's not able to even catch Tims.
I mean, Tims just pops his cogs and they just like, okay, we can't do anything. Get out of there, boys. It's over. Hook. Oh, it's not on target. He gets Mac instead, but Mac's right behind Bob. Bob's getting a little bit low on mana. Still trying to find his way out. Does go for the TP. Oh, Mac. Close call, but not quite. This time, they'll get Bob out of there.
Yeah. Does bail out, but again, you're just losing so much map space to escape. You have no space to play in. All they can do is maybe try to farm this extended bot jungle. High ground is going to be knocking soon, though, with Jackie, as he inches closer into that full Bloodthorn as well. And again, I'm wondering where the threat's supposed to be here from the side of Mongols. Maybe some repositional tools can kind of make some work happen. If AumQ can get a nice blink toss back, perhaps that can open up some potential in an isolated player. With, say, the Pulverize, with you perfectly stacking your stuns from your line as well. Perhaps that's one way to go. But even finding that has just felt near impossible for the Mongols. Says Mac. A bit of a hunt.
Hunting around.
Patient
JG.
for this one.
Can he find him? Oh, Fisher! Oh, close, but not quite. Oh, you gotta try. You gotta give it a crack. Regardless, it's not really gonna be that big of a deal anyway, I don't think. I mean, 100 seconds, he'll have Echo back up. Boom, still in complete control of the map. 21k advantage their way at the moment. And I mean, I'm looking for the saving grace here for the Mongols. I'm trying to see the light here, John, the light at the end of the tunnel, but it's still very bleak, very dark right now, this tunnel.
Yeah. The only thing I really see is just the toss back. And we've seen that save games before, isolating heroes, but that's from a pause 4 timing, not a 1. Catch 1 here.
They're going to find an SD. Here comes Jackie, though. They'll find Zhao. Jackie's jumped in. He's committed for this. Bob almost dying, but he'll be okay to back off for now. His hookshot is in. JG gets his BKB off. Jackie's still chasing. Meanwhile, Castaway just completely destroyed here by the ES. As they'll go for a little bit more now. But they are going to find JG in the end by the looks of it. They'll take his life away. And with that, I mean, it's... I guess at least you got to support Shadow Demon. It was actually worth about 727 gold. But still not the greatest of trades.
They're certainly not the greatest of trades, but hey, you got to take what you can get. Now, it's not like bleeding out on JG is that detrimental to your cost anyhow, considering how far behind you are in net worth. Your main issue now is considering the high ground defense. There's still a minute 40 left on Jackie with his Aegis. Only a few seconds until that chemical Rages up. I have to say, the impact of Mixologist, just how spammable the Unstable Concoction and Berserk Potion is during Chemical Rage, it's kind of ridiculous. Just how often he can toss these out, how often he can get a basic Dispel on, how often he can get a nice big nuking stun off as well. It is a lot of value after riding through that early laning phase. And for Jackie, it looked a little bit dicey for maybe the first 2-3 minutes, but past that point, he does manage to sail through and again have this opportunity here.
He does. They'll move in again. FBZ, okay for now. Kishka, the first one to go down. JG now in trouble as well, but they'll get the egg off. Bob has been destroyed again as they are trying to focus the egg here with Jackie. Castaway will be able to get it off. Meanwhile, AMQ is just down. And now JG also caught out. It's just... Yeah, they call it. I was going to say it's about time. Like, it's just... This game's going nowhere. And so, there you have it, Jonathan. Game 1, very, very convincingly, goes in the favor of Boom Esports. So far, Bob is correct.
That he is. And, you know, it's... I appreciate Bob being realistic. You know, we've had him be very confident before in matchups that look, honestly, on paper, a little bit bleak. But this time around, it's like, good luck to us. Easy 2 over Boom. And so far, well, he's not looking wrong, like you said there, Mike. It looked very smooth for Boom. The fact that they're allowed to pick Alchemist, to me, is just kind of mind-boggling. And again, I have to admire the way Boom's playing. Not just in their draft, but just how they play around their objectives. They keep these tier 1s alive for so damn long. They get this emphasis onto mid, this time rotating at the 4-minute mark to try to really bully out Bob from the water runes and from recovery, and then holding on to, again, just the tier 1s, holding on to their river, their river line defense to prevent any excursions. We saw them do that this morning. We're seeing them do it again today, and it feels like teams haven't found a way to crack that nut. I feel like that's going to be key. Once you start, the only way you start to see Boom get defeated, maybe by Aurora or Talon, one of these other top 3 teams, has to be in breaking those early defenses and finding a way to slow down Jackie, because that is the biggest weakness we've seen before. When Jackie has a rough game, he will still farm up a storm, but you make big sacrifices to make that happen, and that's where the drawbacks start to come in for that lineup.
No, absolutely. I mean, they have to try and find a way to do it. I mean, props to Mac as well. It feels like this duo of Jackie Max proving to be a bit of an issue, because it's like, okay, even if you control Jackie, I mean, Mac's just popping off every game as well. What do you do? What we can do, though, John, is we're going to head to a break. And right after that break, we'll be back with game number 2 between Boom Esports and the Mongols.
It's hard to apply restraint. I'm trying to stay away. It's so magnetic. Ooh, I gotta have it now. Let's keep it a private thing. I'll give you a secret name. Let's build a life on a lie. Every time I try to find, try to avoid it, but I was stuck. You turn up the heat when you back it up. Try to stop the flame. Discipline out away. It isn't enough to wish for change. You either give in or pull away. We have the will to choose our fate. Whether it's wrong or right, I'm holding on for life, for the ride.
talking mine. I've been working all year, getting by. Looking for the high, taking all my time. Breathing in new life, feeling fine. Like I don't gotta be something society wants me to strive to be. Got my own energy. So magnetic in the spotlight. Shaping my own will with my own mind. Don't talk about me unless you alright. You gon' see I'm finna real free, protecting my energy. I gotta protect my mind. I'm breathing in new life. It's time that I realize what feels good ain't always right. I making changes, I got me a new strut. No more settling, I'm running out of good luck. Never chasing, I attract, I'm busy going up. If you see me come correct, then keep it on the book. Get it how I live it, that's the motto, how it goes. No more reaching in the distance, hit the lotto, I'm the one. Not denying myself anymore, I'm done with it. Sky is the limit, I'm living like widow. Energy, energy, energy. Feeling free. Energy. Gotta protect my mind. I'm breathing in new life. It's time that I realize what feels good ain't always right. I'm feeling good, feeling free. Feeling good, feeling free. All I need is me and my new energy. Feeling good, feeling free. Feeling good, feeling free. All I need is me and my new energy. Feeling good, feeling free. Feeling good, feeling free. All I need is me and my new energy. Took too long for me to feel, yeah. Tell me why you on your knees, yeah. Mama thought I had a dream, yeah. Kicking off the covers, I'm too hot for this bed. Give me space, I need to breathe, yeah. Give a face, giving it beautifully, yeah. Yeah, it's just me and my clique, yeah. We might be the hottest, but we let you in. Angel energy, let you sit with me. Angel energy, angel energy, angel energy. We got sympathy. Angel energy, angel energy. Take the time to breathe and rest. Let yourself feel the best. Feel it all so deeply, so deeply. Divine with how we be, yeah. Aligned with everything, yeah. More than a dream, vulnerable and strong, yeah. We feel everything. Angel energy, let you sit with me. Angel energy, angel energy, angel energy. We got sympathy. Angel energy, angel energy, angel energy. Let you sit with me. Angel energy, angel energy, angel energy. We got sympathy. juice. Taking the lead, that's just what I do. I make mountains move with one hand tied, and still this world ain't satisfied. Everywhere I go, they stop and stare. I tell the truth, I take it there. Call me vicious, persistent, overzealous, that's fine. Main character energy, I stay taking what's mine. You need a foot on the gas, or put my name on the line. Main character energy, I'm just taking what's mine. And it's written in the stars, I'm a king like my sign, yeah. Raising the bar, the jaws drop like a surprise. Don't be mad about it. Don't be mad, don't be mad. Don't be mad about it. Don't be mad, don't be mad. I don't play the game, nah, I make the rules. Cards close to the chest, and I don't play no fool. Don't be mad about it.
Look, yeah, my name stay in the mouth. Legs got broke, they said cast her. I'm the 911 response in a disaster. I don't ask, I just take. Treat the world like a man, I just blow him away. Yeah, I'm a #1 fan. Don't need a bark, I'm a bite. Switch me on, dark need light. Don't need pity, don't need spite. I just plop, plop, plop on sight. Could take your girl in 2 seconds. I just flash her a smile. I make petty look pretty. They run an inch, I run 3 miles.
You need a foot on the gas, I'll put my name on the line. Main character energy, I'm just taking what's mine. And it's written in the stars.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going into our second game of this best of 3 upper bracket semi-final between Boom Esports and the Mongols, and it is MLP Dota and Jonix Fire. Jonathan, game 1 was pretty bad, right? It was pretty one-sided. Arguably one of the most one-sided games we saw today, if not the most one-sided game we've seen so far today. What are we changing here, John? Because I don't think Mongols, I don't think they're a bad team, and I don't think there's such a discrepancy between these two teams. So where did things go wrong, or what do you like to see changed up here going to draft number 2?
I feel like the safe lane tiny experiment didn't quite work out the way they'd want to here for AumQ. So maybe looking at pickup, and the mid matchup as well for Bob, surprisingly, again, didn't work out too well. It felt like he couldn't get as good as he'd want for the support rotations to come in to back him up, in comparison to Boom tossing all those bodies forward to make his game as difficult as possible. You also can't allow the Alchemist through. So we'll have to see if that's something Mongols will take care of. We'll see as we do instantly get into the draft. And Boom and the Mongols are itching to go. May I say one thing, though, about the Mongols, Mike? I do love their logo. I think I've never gotten the chance to express how much I like their logo, but that is a pretty badass logo, if you ask me. I think that's the one thing outside of game, like this is one of my favorite logos ever. It's just so sick. I love it.
I like it as well. It's very well designed, and usually these flags are like quite badly kind of shaped, and they don't really fit the flag in game. These guys did it right, John. They got it right, and I appreciate that too. I mean, I know you're like a designer, so you like these things, but I just like the fact that it actually fits properly. It's nice.
Yeah. You know what else fits properly? A Morphling first pick without any sort of retaliation from Boom. Like, they have to figure out how to deal with us. They're the ones who allowed it through. They're the ones who banned out the Alchemist. And the Mongols did get first pick for this reason. So they've got a strong win condition. This is one of AumQ's best heroes, as we've seen from him before in some of his old teams, of course. This is something that I very much remember AumQ performed to a very high level. So I like seeing this coming out from the Mongols. I'm wondering what Boom's solution will be. They'll go for the Lion first. So they prioritize having that hard lockdown for the Morphling and stopping him from running around. It can feel a little bit awful if your Morphling is popping off, though. Like, if AumQ's having a great game, he turns into the Lion, he gets a free Hex, Earth Spike. It can get a little bit nightmarish, kind of playing into yourself there. So that is the one thing as well. Like, yes, you get some hard lockdown for this Morph. You get some good burst if he's fully agied up. But you also potentially give the Morphling some opportunities to get some big stuns and get some good counterplay in as well. It's just a fact of life when you're playing against that Morphling.
It certainly is. First pick Morph, I don't know how to feel about it, John. I feel like Boom Esports are going to find some answers here, but we'll see. Boom Esports, one more ban to go before we can see these two teams continue with their drafts. It's a bit of a mixed bag here from Boom. Just all core banouts. Not too worried about the supports whatsoever. Appreciate the fact that they actually banned the Alchemists themselves because they just don't want to play against it. Fair enough.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah. I think the Mongols again are covering your base as well, taking care of that one pretty good counter in the Elder Titan, just removing all of the base armor that you tend to get as a Morphling, and softening him up for the Alliance to just kind of come in is pretty nice. I am curious to see what Boom will want to pick again into the Morph, what kind of offlane they have in mind. You don't have the Doom for Boom, as they did ban that out first. Maybe having, I don't think you want the Brewmaster either. They'll go for the Clockwork first, so not changing things too hard. They've got a decent support duo again, leaving a lot of things open for their core pickups. So the Mongols will have to reveal their own support duo first now as well. And, you know, I'm seeing the Shadow Demon open if you want. Really good save into, say, the Lion, into the Clockwork. Can buy the Morphling enough space to bail out. Wouldn't mind that whatsoever here for the side of Mongols if they do dip into it. There's still some standard laning supports like Hoodwink Bench that we haven't really seen too much of. Let's start off with a Dawnbreaker offlane first. So providing some good jump in to follow through from Morphling when he does waveform in. Strong lane to come out as well. Really maybe somewhat dependent on what you get as a lane partner. We've seen a couple of combinations before. That, again, we haven't seen these heroes come in, but Tusk Dawn used to be a thing. Shadow Shaman can still work in that lane if that's the way the Mongols will want to go. For Kishka, even something like, say, something I always associate with like the Mongolian squads, something like Grimstroke Dawn wouldn't be too bad either, although you don't really have the biggest things to tie into Soulbind. It's a great Inkswell target when you're jumping in. We'll go with the Bat Rider instead. So they've got a way of pulling back. And again, in lane, Bat Rider Dawnbreaker is honestly not too bad. It's a lot of good poke. It's a lot of slows. It's a lot of ways for the Dawnbreaker to be on top of a softened target. And you don't have to worry about the Shadow Demon in this case, at least. Yeah, there's no pressure here for, like, Kishka to have to lasso a big save in the back. No room for that on Boom whatsoever here.
Absolutely not. Back to the pick phase here for Boom Esports. Bit of a heavier think about this one. I mean, three cores to be picked up here for Boom, so time to think about what the game plan is. I'm sure they're feeling very confident going into this this second game. Like, considering how dominant Game 1 was on their part of things, I imagine they're not too concerned. Obviously, still paying respect to the Mongols. Again, this is not a bad team by any stretch of the imagination. And I fully anticipated them pulling off at least one game off of Boom. So I don't blame Boom for not underestimating these boys at all. I don't think they should.
Can be a little bit tricky, right? Like, you're wanting a solution to the Morphling. I think that has good tempo. I feel like you've covered your bases on the Mongols well. Like, TA into Bat Rider can feel kind of rough. Even into the Dawnbreaker can be a little bit rough. Your Refraction just kind of melts away. You obviously can't play Terrorblade into Morphling just because Metamorphosis ruins you. They'll go with Alina instead, so they do manage to get into that high burst on hand and the Medusa as well. I like this from Boom. You don't have straightforward ways of melting the mana of the Medusa. You end up with Medusa Lion, which for me is still the most hilarious thing in Dota, along with Pugna Medusa. I think those two are just, it's just funny when you can stand back with your Shard as a Lion, mana drain Medusa, and you know what? You're doing a fine job there. Like, you really are. That's after using your Hex and Earth Spike, that's all you need to do as a Lion. Sit back, mana drain at the safe spot, and make this game fun for Jackie. This is also something we've seen Jackie perform to a high level on. Mind you, I do believe we've seen FBZ play this offlane in Dream League qualifiers. It has popped out every now and again, at least on some other teams as well. There's some flex, but you're likely not flexing it here. This is a Jackie special, and you should be happy enough having a line. I don't know about running this back, though. Tiny coming back for Monks. At the least, it's a mid-Tiny, but Tiny into Lina? That lane isn't fun. Lina is still going to run down that lane. Lina has the poke. Lina has the range. Lina has the nuking damage. Tiny sure has toss and tree toss, but it's not going to be enough to really shove Lina away from that one.
No, absolutely not. It's going to be very interesting to go for this Tiny pick into the Lina. I mean, I guess the Mongols just wanted to run it in game one, and they just didn't have a chance to run it in the way they wanted to. So maybe now it's like, guys, just give me, Bob's just saying, give me the damn tiny. Let me see if I can make this hero work, and hopefully we'll see something special out of the man. His final ban outs are now to come.
I'm trying to think if the Mongols could do a sneaky flex here. Like,
10 seconds
I'm not seeing a lot of good options, to be fair. Like, mid Batrider support Tiny with Dawnbreaker isn't too bad. It's just mid Batrider I don't think does that much better up against Alina. It can at least sit back and farm the jungle in between waves. So you do have that going for you there on Bob. And again, this is something we've seen Bob play to a high degree. Mid Bat. I'm just not too sold on it into Lina. I still feel like Lina has quite a fun time in that lane. And doesn't look like Boom's expecting too much flex. They are expecting a last pick support. They take care of some big saves in Shadow Demon Tusk, so ensuring that they have no way of cloning the Medusa themselves. And the Mongols kind of help out with that by banning the Darkseer as well. Looking for the FBZ heroes on hand.
5 seconds remaining. Dire team
it feels pretty free. They ban out the Tide that we were talking about previously as a sort of weird last pick. They leave stuff like, say, Pango if you want to be disruptive. And they leave stuff like the Enigma again if you kind of wanted to go that route for FBZ. Wouldn't fault him necessarily to kind of go for that. As into Morphling, maybe it's not amazing, but it's still stable teamfight. You have nothing to worry about in terms of cancel once BKB is up. It's a great aura carrier to mitigate some of the output of this Tiny and Batrider, even the Morphling to an extent. I wouldn't mind that for Boom. And for the Mongols, I just don't see a support that fully ties this draft together. Like, you're last picking support nowadays, it just doesn't feel great. I'll go to Snapfire, which gives them some laning presence, right? Like potentially running Kishka Snap with Dawnbreaker, which can be a nice aggressive lane. It is a lot of damage, a lot of good chain control that plays nicely with each other. Great synergies with Cookie into Starbreaker.
10 seconds
but
remaining.
I'm not sure if you have enough to play off the back of that. And there's the Enigma we talked about. It looks like such a free Enigma game because there's really no cancel outside of Lasso through the BKB.
I mean, I guess you've also got Solar Guardian, but that's not, a great way to do it. That's for sure. I do agree. It does seem like a pretty nice Enigma game here for FBZ. And, considering how much tempo they were able to set, just with all those tier 1 towers going down so quickly, I'm not too shocked to see Boom Esports just want to run it back. Because it's like, it was so easy for FBC in game 1 to make all that work happen that early on. It's like, let's just do it again. Let's have an early night, boys. No need to let Jackie farm for 2 hours.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, Jackie is playing the Medusa, so it could end up that route. We used to have Motivate Trust games where we're like, yeah, this draft is good for MTG, and then it would drag into like a 19-minute slugfest.
Oh, I remember.
Where we'd get ballistas out. Those were great times. I don't think that's the
Arc Warden game you're talking about, I think.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Never fades away from memory.
No.
Along with Jackie going for the disassembly on the SNY, I believe he was also one of those players that was quite cheeky on the AM. Still, I'm liking Boom's draft. I think their playstyle doesn't change from this. Right? It's almost the same concept where they have good supports to collapse onto these tier 1 fights. They have good tempo. They have good push coming out from FBZ's off lane. And for the side of Mongols, I'm wondering if this Tiny idea pays off. It looked a little bit shady last game when they had to last pick a Bob Storm. This time around, it's the Bob Tiny. It's like you said, it feels like Bob was saying, you know what, just let me run that Tiny mid, where I can find tempo, where I can get a blink faster instead of Echo Saber, start to make action happen around the map. He's really going to have to put in the effort to put a dent on Mac. Like, just this range advantage, the spell advantage with Poke, it's going to feel pretty damn good for the Lina. Let's see if Bobby can get work on it, because, again, Bob King didn't feel the most confident coming into this one.
No, he did not. Do we see now the first spot, I wonder? They see Zhao. Flamebreak is not going to connect, however. So Boom Esports very well aware that the Mongols are chasing for an attempt at a kill. Nice little quick D-ward out from the Mongols. Question is, do Boom want to oblige? And In fairness, Boom's draft level 1 is pretty bad for fights, so they will just leave the area. Mongols still going to have a gander, see if they can find something, but it seems like Boom well and truly just going to stay away from any kind of engagement for now. Yeah, I don't see a fight breaking out, sadly, between these two sides. What's your confidence level into this in this morphling, John? Going up against the Pos 1 Medusa, do you like the morph?
It's okay. Again, you don't have the easiest answers in trying to stop the Medusa. I suppose the one cheeky thing you can't do is turn into Lion and Mana Drain, but chances are that's not exactly your game plan here.
No, I don't think so,
It's a one-way. I like this cheekiness from the Mongols. Look at this. They're blocking off the camps. They're still hiding Castaway with a Flame Break. But Boom are very cautious. They're showing a lot of respect for that aggression. And they will just end up having, their creep wave under the tower. It's not going to be the biggest deal for Jackie, although it can be shoving out the lane quite nicely in favor of JG. Shoving out the Medusa in any case is going to be a little bit of a tall order anyhow. So Jackie should just be fine finding his farm. But yeah, it's important for the Medusa to have the best time, because I feel like that's your best solution here for Mongols. You don't have a straightforward answer, and trying to kill off the Medusa as the game scales late, so the best thing you can hope for is have that laning pressure early, have that aggression lined up, and it's going to hinge on JG and Kishka kind of hitting decent times to level 2, level 3. Right? Like, Cookie Starbreaker is a combination you have to respect, and Zhao's going to have to be very smart with his mana management and his Earth Spike and Hex usage here.
That he will. Definitely not the easiest of lanes here for Boom down at that bottom lane. Could certainly be quite dangerous. Because mid lane, you're seeing Mac and Bob going at it. You kind of went over this. In fact, hold that thought, because FBZ's already drawn first blood. Tim's lands a Cogs, FBZ's there with the Eidolons, and apparently that's more than enough to take down the Bat Rider.
That it is, especially when you're out of mana for the Flame Break. And you have some clear for these Eidolons, but it's a little bit early days for you to expect a Morphling to just waveform in. You don't have the sticky napalm to help soften that up either. You're taking a gander at mid as well. We are having a very good time for Mac and a very bad time for Bob. And he's always got tossback plays, but he has no pressure. I think Mac's just there. He twacks away with his right clicks. He doesn't care too much about the crash landing coming out, as he gets free damage from just right clicking and figuring out the creep wave. I'm curious to see if Bob is going to get any relief from his team this time around. Like, Bat Rider Snap would get things done. I don't know if you emphasize it at the 4-minute Water Rune, as we saw in the last game. But there has to be some sort of help for the Tiny, considering, again, your Lina is just going to be running down this lane as the levels go up here.
No, absolutely. Not a very fun lane. I mean, they knew this, though. They knew this was going to happen with this mid-Tiny, and they still chose it anyway, so... I mean, Bob Shaw certainly has a plan, I'm sure, as he does go for a quick toss-back play onto Mac. A lot of damage being dealt on the Lina. Not quite enough to secure, but Bob still chasing, almost gets there. Nice attempt. Bottom lane, Zhao. Zhao's going to go down. Kishka dropping low, but Jackie cannot really continue to chase. So we'll have to let the Snapfire run.
Again, they're finding openings in the side of Mongols for that aggression. And that is what they need. They need to come out of these lanes nice and strong. Up top, some aggression onto Castaway again.
Did they get him? Oh, the Eidolons are just doing so much damage. Like, this combo of Clockwork and Enigma, it's just so potent if you catch a support like that. Ridiculous.
It's just not enough clear as well, right? Like, again, it's going to take levels for you to start burning through the Eidolons. It's not like level 2 waveform in the laning phase is going to nuke it down either just yet. So you're going to have a lot of presence out from FBZ in comparison to maybe the threat that you used to have with OMQ on the Tiny. They're clearing out, and the aggressive play wasn't quite lined up for Boom. This is going to accelerate FBZ's aura timings, right? Like, his drums is going to come out quick. Something like a pipe is not going to take too long. They've got room to rotate out for Tim's as well to give Mac a Water Rune. It still leaves an open Water Rune for Bob on bot, as you're not able to really get that same movement out from Zhao. But you do prevent any shenanigans on the side of Mongols to help slow down mid now, which we saw in the last game. Last time around, they threw 4 heroes in just for the Water Runes, just to deny something away from Mac. Can't really stop that now. And Lina, even though it's just one little Water Rune, just having mana to play with, having mana to clear out the wave and poke Bob, more than enough to be happy for Mac to just kind of stay in camp and farm.
I'm Q even not able to really safely farm this top lane of this Morphling. You can kind of feel the fear here from this Morph as Zhao's even rotated over. He might find a kill. They'll get the vision onto the Morphling, but they are out of range for a nice Earth Spike Hex combination, or are they? MQ, not going to be the target. They may try for Castaway instead. In fact, Kishka's the target. Kishka's showing up at the last second, but he really cannot sustain himself against FBZ at the moment. They'll still try for Zhao. AimQ gonna move in. The line dropping low, but he has Earth Spike and he has Hex up. They'll continue to just control this Morphling, as nobody will actually die yet, but Castaway landing a Flame Break should have a kill now, but it may come at the cost of his own life, as FBZ will be able to find his third kill of the game.
You don't mind that kind of trade whatsoever, right? Like you can leave Jackie alone perfectly. There's no kill threat on the Snapfire onto the Dawnbreaker on the Dusa, so you can afford to actually just leave Jackie. You can afford to look for that aggression on mid. You don't mind sacrificing the Lion, as you're just giving FBZ more kills to get that aura. His drums should be flying out soon into the boots. He's going to be able to get his Eidolons onto the tier 1, applying pressure solo if need be. Zhao can TP onto mid, although there is some poking here onto Mac again. He does have the counter threat in terms of Laguna being ready as well, so you have to be careful about how much you commit here.
Oh, they get unlucky with the power into here, Mongols. At least Castaway will be able to... Oh, no, never mind. He cannot get it because Tim's is there to cut them off now. I was going to say, all that commitment and they get unlucky. It's classic 6-minute power rune timing. Nothing they can do about it. Sometimes Gaben will bless you and sometimes he does not. Well, thankfully for Mac, he does find himself a cheeky Invis rune, which will probably lead to a kill at some point, let's be honest. It's a bit of a rough go for Mongols, just getting very unlucky.
That they are. And again, you hit this timing for Boom. Drum's already up on FBZ. He has solo threat. They're starting to make another move onto Castaway.
They are. Castaway dropping low again. He's just not having a game here on this Bat Rider. Dying another time, and it's just so tough because as soon as you get trapped in that cogs, you're basically just as good as dead as long as this Enigma's around. In fact, now Mac's here, and there you go.
Oof.
I mean, you don't have to be a prophet to call that was going to happen, John. Nice and easy.
No. Always just enjoy seeing something green brought very low, very fast to the burst. And, you know, it's always a treat down the line, Mike. We'll see Laguna Finger. Oh, just love those magical effects coming out. Single target spells, the fingers being pointed. Like a magical duel on hand onto one target. I remember back in the day, the one image that stuck to me, as we have some room to speak here. One image that stuck to me outside of Mac dying.
And Mac is dropping low, Mac is gone. What is it, John? What do you... Spit it out. What do you got for us?
You know, when you had backtrack, there was a lion in the Lena that fingered and Laguna.
Yes.
A backtracking faces. Boy, that was just so sick. You don't get stuff like that anymore.
No.
Those were the days of Dota, Mike. I remember.
They should bring it back. They really should. It was iconic.
No.
It was iconic.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's kind of there, right? In the town. It is there.
Yeah, but it's not.
You have to hit 25.
Oh, what a shame. It was great. I mean, yeah, sure, if you were the Lena Lion, you'd feel like killing yourself, but, you know, if you weren't, if you were the Void, John, you had a great old time.
The great part was, back then, you could deny yourself off as well when you were Fudge. So, you know, we've lost a lot of things in Dota, Mike. Certainly have.
Don't get all sentimental on me, John.
I can't afford to. Still, a nice kill on mid, just have to point out again, they are starting to find some punish here, but you really don't mind on Boom. Again, it's free space out top. They might be able to go on to Kishka. Just Tim's alone.
There's a lot of bodies here, though. Toss back onto Tim's, and that should at least be a Tim's kill. They will get it. So you gotta commit the numbers like that sometimes. Does it make it so the mid and safe lane are just farming that much easier? Yes. But considering the state of the game and how that top lane was going, they needed to do something. Problem is they didn't really kill FBZ. They only found the support clock.
No. And FBZ can still dig into the stacks in the triangle. No forward vision being set up by the Mongols. So they're not able to really contest. And again, you're farming up a storm on the side of Boom. Outside of that one big death of Mac on mid, you are still getting everything you'd want. You have a free time for Jackie. You have been able to leave this Medusa alone. The Mongols have not been able to make a rotation bot. I think that's their biggest downfall. Instead, they're always responding to this movement top instead of looking for their own movement bot, which is easier said than done, of course. Maybe that starts to become easier and becomes a reality once Bob has his blink. Even that feels like it's delayed, as he doesn't even have his phase boots done. We'll have to stay brown boots into blink for a little bit of quicker tempo, and he's shoved out of mid, with Mac just holding onto that lane. Mac, for his part, almost into the travels to have that early tempo around the map. Every single time he has the Laguna, of course, just going to be looking for that play. And 5-4, a 2k lead for Boom already feels good. And they can always just look for one pickoff into a nice objective take with the drums up on this Enigma, even though they haven't really had the opportunity to do so just yet. The one big thing for Mongols, I guess with the daytime switch, again, there is some stuff you can do with vision out from JG. Allows him to kind of track top at the very least.
Does. Top lane, Kishka. They're going to find Tims again. Nice, easy. Take out Tims another time. I mean, you know, these kills, they're not huge, John, but they do make a difference. You know, every little kill adds up. My main concern is the 3 cores of Boom are just free farming. Like, Tims is dying, but who cares? Everybody's free farming.
Yeah. And this is all going according to plan for Boom. Again, Jackie has not done anything but sit bot. And that's exactly what you'd want for Medusa, right? All you want to do is sit bot, farm. You have your nice little double camp right behind your tier 1. It's super easy to farm up a Sedusa. You've got your Yasha flying out. You've got a pause coming in from Tims. Some loss, he says. And for the side of the Mongols, I'm sure you're finding these support pickoffs. Your cores are still farming slow. You do have the phase boots for Bob. It has a little bit more chase potential, a little bit more right-click damage and armor into the blink. You actually are just going back for the Midas on Anq to try to keep scaling up. And his timing doesn't look too shabby, considering he went power treads plus a rate band. So the Midas timing should still nicely help accelerate. My main concern is, you know, eventually you're going to get Castaway to start to eat some farm up. Mind you, Castaway, out of all the support players we've seen, is the one support player who has probably been more willing to be sacrificial. It's just that you don't want to be that kind of support player on the Batrider. You do want to be a little bit greedy into the blink, so he's going to have to eat some of that jungle space up for himself. And then maybe once you have the double blinks up, you start to feel a little bit better about your pickoff potential here. But that's still a ways off. Okay, I think the best thing you can hope for is at least Bob's blink timing to line up. Maybe you can start to play into that with blink timing plus kisses being up for Kishka. That's where things can get a little bit simpler in terms of executing on a core. We'll just have to see if that timing can present itself. For the side of Mongols, it feels like they can punish these overextensions as they dig into the tier 1s from the side of Boom, but they're not able to also cross the river themselves. And for Boom's part, this is the kind of game where Boom doesn't necessarily want to cross that river. So if you want to force something out on Mongols, you will have to try to sneak about yourself, which they will try now. Castaway does have Lasso. Bob ready with a toss. This is one way to simplify this thing without the blink.
Easy. Caught. Solar Guardian right through as well. Not messing around. And it's a very, very, very worthwhile kill here for Bob. A lot of gold to go his way. In fact, that was about 700 and something gold there for Bobby. And you throw the kitchen sink at FBZ if it means his death. You need it.
You have to take that chance. Gives a lot of space out to Boom, but again, you're accelerating this Tiny into this blink. You get a little bit of an invasion into the triangle, no stacks left. We'll at least take care of some of those camps. Jackie, however, more than free to just go for that tier 1 bond along with Mac and Zhao. And I mean, this Deuce is just getting a little bit too much, too fast, right? Mantis up, already has the Diadem up with a little bit more stats for him. The Mantis not too far off. The farm distribution across the Boom Forest, nice and even across every single one, with a comfy lead of almost 1,000 each over the next cores in the Mongols. So your initial timings are feeling quite strong on Boom. You might want to ride out into the Ags timing of Mac, but once you have that Fiery Soul active, the Flame Cloak up, you can just melt heroes. You don't care. And that should align nicely with FBZ going into his pipe. Still trying to sneak in here.
Nice easy catch here on the Dawnbreaker. AMQ is going to join in as well, but they've already lost their Dawnbreakers. Tim's, he's going to hookshot right onto Bob to try and stop the ganking coming. They'll find at least Zhao. They want Mac on the leaner. FBZ's even intervening as well, just to ensure they don't lose any more bodies. So 1-for-1 trade in the favor of Boom Esports that time around. Boom desperately getting over there to ensure that they don't give up too much.
But again, I think that's worthwhile. It does cost you the Stone Gaze of Jackie, but again, this Deuce is not looking to join in anytime soon. You'll take the hit and run. You got a nice finger kill for Zhao before he falls, and you're forcing the side of Mongols to respond to you. And meanwhile, the side of Boom, and the aura play is not too far off. Still 700 gold for the Ring of Tarrasque for FBZ into the pipe, but they've got room now to start to look at these tier 1s. They're not being as defensive on their own tier 1s. They are giving room for AMQ to siege down bot. And the side of Boom's a little bit hesitant to fully commit onto top. So this is a game where maybe some of that early siege isn't coming out on that kind of timing we were seeing from Boom in game 1. But it also is a stronger start for the Mongols in comparison, so have to hand that to them. Still, we'll try to sneak with a smoke out. Good break from Kishka. Not going to be able to find a big target they'd want. But that should lead into the siege. So even if your smoke doesn't find a kill, I think just finding the objective trade is alright enough for the side of Boom. They have shown to be very good at utilizing the space to already plant a nice forward ward as well. And they still have the hook shot ready if Tim's does find an angle here.
Oh, Castaway. They're not going to see him. Castaway actually TPing up top to defend the top tier 1 and maybe set up a kill with Kishka and Bob. The kill will not come though. Kind of a similar story to last game. Like, I know I said the exact same thing, but you've got to be somewhat concerned about Jackie. Like, it's not an alchemist, but he's still free farming on this Medusa. He knows the hero like the back of his hand. Like, AMQ is still farming very well as well, but he did opt for a Midas build-up. So, I wonder how concerned the Mongols are about this. You know, the fact that you're not addressing the position 1 or 2 of Boom Esports.
I'd say it's pretty concerning. I mean, you're not quite going for aura build-up here on JG. He is opting for the Mage Slayer, which is nice if he can get on top of Mac. But again, in comparison to just having this pipe up on FBZ, we saw this timing be ruinous for Mongols last time, because their instant burst play with Tiny just disappears. Same thing happens in this game. And we haven't really seen Bob utilize his blink to the big ways we'd want to on the Tiny, considering its timing on mid. So I think just, again, this passive game, yes, you managed to find some objectives down bot. You are finding some pickoffs onto supports, but you're not able to slow down these cores. You're not able to maximize this early spike on Bob with Blink, with the Avalanche Toss combination. That already feels pretty off. You're getting some space for Castaway to at least get his own Blink up. But again, it's just sapping some space away. Boom eventually finds that tier 1 they'd want. And maybe a freebie, although it's a bit far.
It's short on the range there for poor old Tims. Castaway going to be able to TP out just fine. A much slower game than game 1 was, that's for sure, in terms of the team fights, I'd say. But that's kind of goes with the drafts. I think, in fact, Mongols are probably happy with the fact that this game is going so much slower than what we saw in game 1, because game 1 was a real messy affair for themselves. So I think having a slow, normal game for them is going to feel quite nice, even if they don't feel like they're in the lead right now, which they certainly are not. They are 4K behind.
Yeah, it gives them some, again, breathing room to try to adjust, to try to hit their own spikes. They start to feel comfy when Castaway starts to hit that blink. And again, all things considered, punishment onto the Batrider hasn't really come out. He's taking a little bit more aggressive farm down bot now. Some room for sieging on mid, and Kishka is kind of exposed here by himself.
He is, Kishka, to be chased. Tim's going to catch him in the cogs, and we've seen this before. Finger out from Zhao. And the mid-tier 1 tower going to be focused down very fast. And this is one thing that was similar from last game, is you do still have an Enigma on your side. So towers do melt. It is very easy to find kills. And sadly for Mongols, that has not changed.
Really hasn't. They do have that blink on Castaway, so blink lasso now, just in case the blink Avatos doesn't work out for Bob. But same timing's there for Zhao. Has his own blink with brown boots up. We are kind of scaling up. It is a lot of a slower game, right? 7-7, 4K lead for Boom still coming out. But again, you have to appreciate the way both teams are playing. Mongols just being a lot more considerate considering what happened in the last game, and Boom, for their part, still playing calculated. They're going for the objectives. The smokes haven't been panning out completely in comparison to last game. Mongols having a much better idea of what's going on. But you look at these wards Boom has set up right behind the tier 2, keeping watch on JG, watching that top jungle as well. They're all clumped up top. They are almost ready to spring their traps here. And Jackie, the investment is really skyrocketing. The Scotty's not too far off for the Dusa. They're looking for the tier 2. They're looking for a little bit of forced response out.
Uh-oh, Mac blowing up Castaway. Black Hole committed from FBC. Bit of a celebration, Black Hole, I guess, as JG now being caught. Tim's chasing him down, and they're going to have another one anyway.
Burns, doesn't it?
It was a celebration,
I
Black
actually
Hole,
like
John.
that.
Sometimes you just got to wave your hands
was-
around. You know, do the hokey pokey.
It was more of a TP cancellation, Black Hole, right? It cuts off Bob, it cuts off Aunq from actually getting into that fight. So it ruins their chances of trying to save that. They'll get the kisses out, but where's the follow-through? Where's the control? Because they had to cancel TPs, they can't find an angle in. Actually kind of pays off there for FBZ.
I mean, it certainly does. That's a good point, John. I mean, you don't get to see many, like, area denial Black Holes or, like, TP cancel Black Holes, but... I mean, if it works, it works. You still win the fight. Who cares if it didn't look that great?
Yeah, I to be fair, I do feel like FBZ thought the TPs would be a bit quicker, so he felt like he could actually catch them, but even just canceling them kind of gives the same effect for Boom. They have some room to keep shoving up top, with no threat of Black Hole and with quick respawns though. This time around, it's already. Again, they have this kidnapping tool in Blink Blast or Blink Toss back.
Well, they got the toss, I think, on Bob. Oh, Bob does not actually toss back. So Tim's actually okay to just cogs and run. I guess maybe the Kishka just wasn't within range to get the toss back, and now the turnaround. Max here, finger is going to land, but Laguna never got committed. So at least Bob's going to be alright. But my oh my, like really playing on the edge here as the Mongols, I feel like.
They are. I mean, they know they have an opportunity with at least a couple of the big ultimates down. Just a matter of getting Bob in position, getting Castaway in position with these blinks. You don't quite find anything with the scan. Aunq is farming pretty far forward. Maybe transition this to a tier 1 push, but not exactly what you'd want. Like, yes, taking the mid-tier 1, 20 minutes in. It's a big change from what we saw in Game 1, where towers were relatively healthy at 20 minutes in. So you have more map space to play in. You've got forward wards to set up, playing down bot. But the lead's just growing. Jackie, that full Scotty's up 21 minutes. Scotty Manta on this Dusa. It's just been way too free of a game here.
That's concerning. That is very, very concerning. Especially when you're playing Morphling into a Medusa. Like, the last thing you want to see is a quick Scotty. But there we have it. He's got it up. It's like we kind of said, John, it's been a pretty much a free as game as you could possibly ask for this Medusa. Like, Jackie's just playing an RPG or just farming simulator here on this Medusa. You do have a Manta now up on AMQs, so like it's not like the Morphling's farming bad by any stretch. It's just when you're up against a Medusa with Skadi, I don't know how much the farm is going to matter at this point. It's just like you're not going to be able to man up here up against this Dusa with the way this game's gone. And you know, Boom is still finding objectives. They'll take a tier 2 top tower. They'll probably start to look towards the mid tier 2 tower now. Whereas the Mongols, you know, they've taken 2 tier 1s, but that's really about it.
Nothing too meaningful just yet. Again, they've managed to get themselves some space to farm down bot. They set up this forward ward, which hasn't really paid off just yet for the side of Mongols. They've not been able to play in that area. Outside of that one smoke play they did get out. I think the one big issue for the Mongols is that it doesn't feel like they've been able to try to capitalize again on just Blink, Avatos, and maybe Solar Guardian on top. I think that feels like their cleanest bet earlier on, maybe 7 minutes ago. It felt like their clearest shot at finding pickoffs. Boom now getting confident. They smoke up. Again, they don't have forward vision themselves, but they have the black hole threat. They can jump in.
Earthspike is out. Bob with a nice little toss back onto Kishka. Problem is, you've still got Mac around the area. They do at least drag Zhao back with the lasso, but it's still going to cost them 2 heroes at the least. In fact, they're looking for more now. Light Strike Array landing onto Bob. Bob's still running, but Jackie's there with the Eye of Skadi. Slow hook shot off the mark, but the chase continues as Bob desperately trying to run away. Barely gets the blink off. Is now AimQ. He's going to move in. Uh-oh. He's almost down, but he'll barely make it out. Kishka. Oh, boy. Well, Kishka's definitely dying as FPZ makes the call for lag. You know, FPZ, I feel like you could have played with the lag, sir. Let's be frank. Bob's there with the amp damage rune, though, so FPZ could just get blown up here with an avalanche toss combination, but he does also have black hole. And he has that pipe up. So maybe not. We'll see. Bob's moving in, and there's your black hole.
Oh, Bobby.
Immediately out.
Oh,
and,
AimQ, what?
No, AimQ just went right into it. Oh. Look, I'm going to make the excuse for them that pause messed them up. That's what I'm going to say.
Yeah. I can certainly see that. It's just... I get what AimQ was doing as well. Like, I'm a little bit surprised it was just slightly off the mark, but he was trying to go for a high risk, high reward waveform on the edge and try to get the adaptive strike to stop. Fortunately, just not far away enough. And the punishment severe. Boom on a massive lead now, 15 to 8, 12k up. And the Mongols, I don't think that fight was looking good anyhow, to be fair. Like, pause or not, that was not a good position for them, considering how the fight was breaking out from Boom. It's Boom taking this initiative. It's the patience out from FBZ to look for these even just one-man black holes. Just committing fully onto Bob, not allowing, say, these plays to come in from the Mongols. And for the Mongols, like, we finally see an isolation out, right? They managed to drag Zhao away, but it's not Zhao you really want to burst down. It has to be one of these cores. Like, say you make that same play and manage to burst down Mac, I think you're looking at a very different fight. But finding these cores have been extra difficult. Boom have been so disciplined to just send these supports up front first. Just this lion clockwork to clear the way has been more than enough to provide the openings they need to break through the Mongols and what they have set up front.
I mean, it absolutely has been. Jackie, well and truly ahead of everyone in the net worth department, also almost has the butterfly up, so if things weren't already bad, they're getting much worse for the Mongols as Bob does get caught and Bob is gone.
That was unreal.
My oh my, I mean, it's just a bit too much. Zhao now gonna find himself a Morphling. FBZ around, does not have Black Hole, but still moves in anyway. Zhao being chased by AimQ, but can you actually go for this kill? I don't think he can. He might actually die for this. Here comes the help, but the Earth Spike up to 3 heroes from Zhao. Oh, they are just getting wiped. Zhao with the Ravage. Go on, John. Give me some positive news for the Mongols. Give me something.
I mean, at this rate, they're gonna last more than 27 minutes.
That's good.
Longer than game one, right? Like, and again, they had this early game presence they played for. The lanes looked a little bit sharper. It's just they missed this timing again. Like, they weren't able to launch off with Bob and his blink. It almost felt like they just waited out for Castaway in his own blink. And even then, just finding backline has been difficult. Mind you, you're playing into some great scouting rocket players out from Tim's. Trying to find an angle in has been difficult. They aren't really able to set up the best forward wards on the Mongols to look for these snipes. But they also just play into Boom's game plan once more. Like, FBZ hits this timing on drums. He's just able to solo top lane fine. Jackie gets all the space in the world. And it feels like the same strategy from game one. The same strategy from this morning. Where they play the early game, they buy space out for the cores to farm, they try to mitigate damage onto their offlane and mid tower as much as possible, and they just go from there. Except the one change for Boom this time around is that with Jackie on Dusa, there's just a lot more room for Zhao to actually rotate. I think that's the one change. Just because you had Dusa into Dawnbreaker, not a matchup Dusa really needs to worry about. It gave even more room for the support line to move about the map. And you're looking at 19 to 8, 20k lead, 27 minutes in for Boom. High ground, one rack's already cleared out. They'll smoke up, but I do believe that was spotted by this forward ward. So it's a little bit dicey to make this jump, but they've got to go for it. They need to take something outside of the high ground here on the side of Mongols.
No, they certainly do. They're going to see Jackie. I don't think that's quite the target you want to start on. They'll wrap around. They're looking for FBZ or Mac. Max Invis, so they're going to go for FBZ, but here comes Zhao. In goes the jump. Castaway's already been caught. So your Bat Rider not looking too healthy, neither is Bob, but Bob will barely survive the Laguna of Mac as they are chasing him down desperately, trying to get something. But here's FBZ, Black Hole out, it only catches one, but it really doesn't matter. None of it matters, John. They're just going to win every fight, and GG's call. They've seen enough. Boom Esports.
That they have.
Boom Esports into the upper bracket final, Jonathan.
That they do. And again, you know, we heard Bob, from what he chatted to me. Good luck to them. It was a 2-0 for Boom, and unfortunately, it did look like an easy game. You know, I was trying to think of a positive a while ago, Mike. I said they'd last longer. It ended at 27:59. The last game ended at 27:48. They lasted exactly 11 seconds longer than game 1.
Hey, 11 seconds is a long time, John. All right? That's what I tell myself every time. 11 seconds. That's 11 seconds better than yesterday, John. That's what I say.
That's fair enough. I mean, look, for the roster, well, you take these cats. We take these cats all over the place, Mike. But for the side of the Mongols, right, I will give them these caveats.
Go. Yeah, what is it? What's the caveat?
I'll give them the caveats, right? Like, they have Omq in, they have Bob in, when, again, these guys were playing a different tournament with different rosters before. They didn't really have time to integrate into this. They had, what, maybe 4 or 5 days? Yeah. Not even, like 3 days to play with this roster. And it's just a little bit rough. It's hard to kind of expect yourself to adjust that well into a series up against a team like Boom. They did well against Exe, but it just feels like Boom, Aurora, and Talon are on a different level at the moment. So we'll see what the Mongols can bring out in the lower bracket run. I still feel like this is a team that you have to respect. I think it's a team that other teams like IAP, Groomfi, Exe, even the Kukuis will have to try to temper themselves as they try to get through that lower bracket run. But again, Boom just showing why they've managed to qualify to a few tournaments. They managed to break through on Bangkok. They're going to Dream League. They had a rougher time in Wallachia, but maybe that's just a little bit of a one-off. And they're set to have a nice smooth run into the upper bracket finals, into that grand final. So I'm curious to see how it ends up in that upper bracket final, into the grand finals. The lower bracket is where the spice is at, though, Mike. Because, again, you already have some interesting teams down there. The Kukuis getting knocked down in very convincing fashion from Boom. You know, we heard Armel shout out on the Tocino brothers. That Tocino is giving some extra power to Boom, man. And I'm curious to see how these teams in the lower bracket fare up against each other tomorrow.
Well, Jonathan, we'll find out tomorrow, because that is it for tonight. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in. We will be back tomorrow for some more SCA closed qualifiers, so do tune in then. But we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Don't be mad about it.
days coming in waves. And no, I ain't no stranger to the fire, burning up all my desire to be great. I gotta just open the gate. All I need is saving from hitting the pavement, understand it when I'm impatient, that only I give to me. All I need is a little love in lonely places, the strength to stand fear in the face, that only I give to me. All I need, all I need, understand it when I'm impatient. All I need, is a little love in lonely places.
Yeah.